we don't think that these elections are extremely different from previous elections that Chavismo has been facing. Uh, and uh, and But mainstream media and the opposition here, of course, in Washington, that is the voice of the opposition, has been trying to portray that this is like very atypical and unusual election, which, in my humble opinion, is not that. Uh, and they also has been trying to inflate the weight of Maria Corina Machado in the elections, and and I believe that artificial inflation of people's support to Maria Corina Machado is not adjusted to reality. But anyway, I believe that many of you already know about that. The idea of this live stream is going to be that we are going to share with you. I'm going to spend most of the evening and most of the afternoon and the evening of today with these updates, informing you about what is happening. We're going to try to have people joining us, international observers or international guests joining us from the ground here in Venezuela, but also some friends of us that are not in Venezuela. I invite some of them to join us to join us to chat and to have a conversation about the elections and the way they are seeing how it has been evolving through the morning. I mean, I have to tell you that the voting centers open here in Caracas today at 6 a.m. I just finished, I voted like around a little bit before 2 p.m. At that time, there were not too many people in the voting centers. I did a round walking through the neighborhood where I live in El Paraíso, which is downtown Caracas, near downtown Caracas. And I didn't saw too much of a presence of people in the voting centers at that time. We are gonna publish soon a few videos that I recorded while I tour the neighborhood. And the the feeling in the street is the feeling of any regular Sunday in Caracas. A lot of people told me, some people told me that maybe the lack of people voting in that hours that I was checking, in those hours that I was checking the electoral centers might be the result of people, were at home eating. That's, the normal time for Venezuelans to have lunch from 12 until 2 p.m. But at that time, when I was voting, a little bit before 2 p.m., there were not too many people. But when I finished doing my tour, which was like a few minutes ago, I came back home like 30 minutes, like at 3:30. At that time, I passed through the same voting centers that I visited earlier, and there was more people there. And what I was trying to tell you is that some people tell me, and that's very common in Venezuela elections, that by 5 or 6 p.m., a new wave of voters, jump to the voting centers to vote at the last minute. But also in the morning, there was a big wave of people voting according to all the reports that we saw in social media before going outside. So that's basically what has been happening. I mean, what we have seen in today in Caracas. Basically summarizing it, very long lines of people waiting to vote in the morning, anise in the queues for around noon, and as I was telling you, like an increase of voters in the afternoon hours, in the evening hours, and that evidently is going to take us to the usual scenario in Venezuelan elections, which is that around 6 p.m., that is the time when the voting centers should close, the CNE, the Venezuelan Electoral Authority, will issue we'll send a message letting the Venezuelans know that the voting centers are going to be open until the last person in line exercise their right to vote. So that's basically what happened. And at the end of the day, most of the time, the voting tables in Venezuela finish close, I mean, at around 8 p.m. on a regular election day. And I have to tell you that this time the voting was extremely easy because you only have one choice. I mean, in this election, you don't have to select mayors or deputies or governors, or sometimes elections are complicated because you have to choose between different screens because we in Venezuela vote with voting machines. So this one was extremely easy. They checked my fingerprint, they checked my ID. Then when the system told you that it was okay for me to vote, I passed through the voting machine, and in less than 5 seconds, I choose my option, and the machine printed a piece of paper like the proof of my vote that I put in the ballot box that is in front of the voting machine, and then I went to another member of the voting poll to sign the electoral book, the book with the list of voters, and to put my fingerprints there, and that was it. And that took me less than a minute, the whole process. Let's say like maybe 2 minutes at most. So it's a very easy process. The CNE, the National Electoral Council, has been saying in recent weeks that the system has been working. They did electoral drills a few weeks ago, and they insisted a lot on the fact that the whole system has been working smoothly, and the process is very fast. And somehow they transpired that they expect to show the results very early today. But usually, I mean, history tells us that most of the time the results are announced by the CNE around 11 p.m. or 1 a.m. So I hope that this time the elections are going to, that the electoral results are going to be announced like around 11 p.m. If that doesn't happen, I will die because I won't know what to say. After what? After like 7 hours live streaming. I see some question here from Sahili. 2 more hours of voting left, right? Actually, yes. I mean, that's what I was talking about, Sahili. Yes, I believe that you wrote the question before I was talking about it. But yes, the electoral centers close at 6 p.m., but usually they extend that time until the last voter exercise his or her right to vote. Here's another question for Sid Harfield. The National Endowment for Democracy is hard at work in Venezuela today. Yes, I believe that what he's trying to say that is that the U.S. imperialism doesn't have it easy to put pressure in Venezuelan elections because we don't have the embassy here anymore. But anyway, I mean, those guys, the National Endowment for Democracy and the USAID has been forever, and even after we broke diplomatic and consular relations with the US, has been financing NGOs here in Venezuela for decades, and they haven't stopped doing that. So So we have their agents in Venezuela operating freely and talking about democracy and talking about freedom, uh, while they support the craziness of Guaido entering government. That is something that is active. And Chavismo haven't talked too much about that. And I believe that that's a mistake, because we are going to an election first with an incredible amount of sanctions, with a bounty on President Maduro's head, with threats on his life, real threats. People have been put in jail this year because of that. So mainstream media talk a lot about how unfair is the election for the opposition, but in reality, is that the reality is the contrary. I mean, the elections is very unfair for Chavismo. Chavismo decides to go to elections even though the economic situation in the country has been terrible since 2015 or 16. And most of that economic crisis is the result of U.S. sanctions, of the U.S. blockade. So yes, it's complicated. No, and the gringos have an amazing capacity of subverting any sovereign and nationalistic and anti-imperialist project around the world, disregarding if they have an embassy or not. So, but thankfully, we don't have the UN embassy here in Caracas anymore, but they have his guy in Bogota talking all the time. It's Francisco Palmieri is his name. And he is the one that gives directions to the stupid people from the opposition here in Venezuela that just obey what Washington tells them to do. That's my opinion as a Chavista, of course. Hi, glorious General Secretary. Sorry for not being able yesterday in the other live stream to answer your question, because I believe YouTube somehow erased them. It erased the questions that were put in the chat before the live stream. I don't know why, but I'm not too experienced in live streaming anyway, so maybe that's what usually happens. Let me read your question. What states in the country can be? That's the question that I didn't remember recalled yesterday. I mean, here in Venezuela, I don't know if I believe that you are in UK, right? But here in Venezuela, it's not like in the US. The US is the country that I know the most because I lived there for several years. And that you have swing states and you have red states and blue state is more complicated. It's not as static as the electoral map in the US. Of course, we have areas, even states in the country, that traditionally vote for Chavismo. For example, if you ask me, La Guaira state is traditionally uh, a Chavista state. Portuguesa. Most of the state in the llanos, in the plains of Venezuela, usually vote for Chavismo. You don't have those distinctions in urban areas and rural areas like the ones that you have in the US, for example. I mean, you can easily see in the US urban areas voting Democrat and rural area voting Republicans. That's what I remember from my time checking elections in the US. Here in Caracas, for example, you have areas, neighborhoods, barrios that are traditionally Chavistas and that are important in number. I'm talking about Petare, La Vega, Caricuao. There are several. Most of the working class, humble, low income class neighborhood barrios in Caracas traditionally vote for Chavismo. But those things have been changing according to what I have read in recent years. because of the crisis, because of the U.S. aggression. Some people talk that it is a result of depoliticization. I don't like that term because I firmly believe that Venezuelan people is highly politicized. But the problem is that in recent years, we have been paying less attention to politics because we have been put in survival mode. You know what I mean? So we don't have that problem. But if you ask me about states where the PSUV and Chavismo has been putting its side a lot in this election, I will tell you Zulia State. So Zulia State in the west of the country, near the border with Colombia, is one of those states that first the population in that state has been growing. It usually was like the second or the third state with most voters in the country. Right now, Zulia State is the state with more voters with the most of the voters of Venezuela. So that says a lot. And is an state that might be called a swing state because sometimes it votes for Chavismo and other times it votes for right wingers. It is an state. It is a state controlled where Acción Democrática have a lot of strength. That's why the governor Manuel Rosales, which is a leader from the far right opposition, and belongs to the Un Nuevo Tiempo party, is the governor. I mean, he was elected there. I mean, Un Nuevo Tiempo is a division of Acción Democrática. So anyway, I mean, I just wanted to try to answer the question because I believe that you are trying to pay attention to the numbers. And one thing that is important to say is that usually when the Electoral Council announces its first results, the website of the CNE publish all the data with the information clearly visible state by state, municipality by municipality, electoral table by electoral table. People can see what was the result of their vote, the voting in their own electoral voting poll. So that's something extremely amazing of our system because any citizen also have the right to remain in the voting center until the voting center closed and they began the scrutiny, the counting of votes. And they can witness that process. And when they finish, they announce the results. And then when you can record those results in your phone or wherever you want, and you can take a photo of the counting or whatever, or a video, and when you go back home, you can check if the CNE website is reporting the same information that is going to be available for everyone. And that's one of those amazing things that the Venezuelan electoral system have. And I believe that not too many electoral systems have that level of detail in the data they provide. So feel free to make some questions. I'm gonna try right now to put, I'm not gonna, it's not that I'm gonna try, I'm gonna project some videos that we has been recording. I mean, we created basically a playlist yesterday with videos from journalists, friends of us, people that we admire from the left that are in Venezuela. And we created this playlist in order for me not to die talking here for 7 hours, and also to allow me to organize more information and to double check sources and to, survey social media from time to time. So I'm gonna project those videos that playlist that we created yesterday. For that purpose, but I'm gonna comment some of those videos. Most of those videos are from those journalists that we admire, but also some of those videos are from the extremely amazing closing rally of President Maduro last Wednesday in Avenida Bolívar. I want to remark that that rally is the best rally, I mean, the best rally that Maduro has organized since he was elected in 2013, if you ask me. And that rally energized me as a Chavista, of course, not only because of the amount of people that I saw in the rally. And there's an extremely amazing video that is in the playlist and from Telesur that shows you how the Bolivar Avenue is packed, but also the transversal streets and the parallel avenues that are also very big in the next to the Avenida Bolívar. So only Chavez was capable to have political rallies of this size. Actually, that video of Telesur remind me a lot of the best political rallies when Chavez was alive. I mean, Chavez several times organized a political rally with massive attendance, similar to the one that Chavismo and President Maduro organized last Wednesday, and that absolutely energized me, and I believe that many Chavistas were also energized. But that exercise of showing muscle of Chavismo. So that day, of course, the opposition also organized its closing rally. It was well attended also, but the place and the venue was half the size, at least, of the Avenida Bolívar one. So it is not, it is absolutely incomparable, the level of the people that participated in the Chavista rally. So give me 1 second here. We don't have all the tools, we don't have all the resources, all the money to organize fancy, live streams with a humongous display of production. But anyway, what I'm gonna do is to share this video, share the screen, and to show you the playlist with those videos that I'm talking to you about, and I will commend you. I'm gonna somehow replay those videos from time to time because I need time to breathe and to do other stuff. But the first ones, I want to commend them because I believe it is important they need to be commented, at least in the first round. And there are several. So let's do it. Give me 1 second. Here we go.
Paulina Machado, gracias. Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you, and we'll stay in touch. And I promise you, one day we'll have a close relationship with Venezuela and Israel. And I can announce that our government will move our Israel and listen to Venezuela. That will be part of our support to the state of Israel.
Look how crazy Maria Corina Machado is. She is the Venezuelan Javier Milei. So she is a Zionist, and there's no better explanation that video that was released a few days ago by a Venezuelan website, news outlet. So that's basically what we have. So let's go to the next one. This is the closing, the beginning. I mean, the beginning of the. I mean, before the arrival of President Maduro to the demonstration. Let me go back to that video. So this is Avenida Bolívar, and the Avenida Bolívar is the biggest venue to organize political rally in Caracas, the biggest avenue, in the hardest one to fill, to pack with people. And in this avenue was full of people from the beginning here to the end, back there in the big buildings that you see at the right side, which are the Parque Central towers, twin towers. And I was there in the back of the demonstration on Wednesday, and that place was packed. And the other parallel avenues to the Avenida Bolívar were also packed. So it is an amazing, it was an amazing experience. So you can see here a brief coverage of that. And at night, hours later, it was more packed if you ask me. Let's see Rania Kalik.
Back in 2017, it was the site of a bloody front with violent U.S.-backed riots that led to many deaths and lynchings of Chavistas. Since then, Maduro has managed to bring a sense of peace and security across the country. However, anxieties are high about what the opposition might do if they lose the elections tomorrow. Bueno, realmente sí siento un poco de ansiedad en el ambiente. Por alguna razón siento que ahorita hay una ligera diferencia como pasó en el pasado. Creo que es porque quizás ya superamos la pandemia, las personas hemos cambiado mucho después de ciertos eventos mundiales. Aunque no estoy muy segura de decir, bueno, si gana la oposición o gana Maduro, entonces se va a armar un tiro. No lo sé realmente. What I feel about the current electoral environment, it's kind of hard to say. It's a bit of the same story that we've been living for the past 20 something years. But at the same time, I don't vote and I will do my part because if we don't, it's kind of like what's more? It's the part that comes. It's not right for me. If you don't got it, you go to college. Todo lo que se puede. Va. Hace unidad con las repartaciones, con el espacio, con el
It's been 2 days since Venezuela's initial presidential election campaign season ended, and voting starts less than 24 hours from now. The city of Caracas is a very calm center, is a traditional shopping day. Families go out and buy their groceries for the week. They might be out buying clothes. All of the motor taxis, taxi drivers, and app drivers are busy shuttling people back and forth between their homes and the shopping districts. And it's calmer than normal because all sales of alcoholic beverages have been banned until voting ends on Sunday night. So there's no signs of any kind of excessive military police presence on the street. But there's also no protests going on and no campaign rallies because, according to Venezuela's election laws, all rallying activity had to stop at midnight.
I believe that the video is a little bit better. I'm using some tricks that I watched yesterday on YouTube on how to improve the quality of video sharing. I hope that they are working. At least from my side, I think the video playback a little bit less choppy.
It's the final campaign closing rally for the presidential campaign in Venezuela. It's taking place here in Caracas on this great big avenue. There's thousands of people here waiting for candidate President Nicolas Maduro, who's running for re-election, to come and address the crowd for the final time before the period of electoral silence that will take place over the coming days before the vote is held on Sunday. We'll be here waiting to hear what candidate Maduro has to say, and we'll also be hearing from voters and Chavistas who pledge their support to re-elect the president.
Hey everyone, I am beautiful Caracas, Venezuela.
This is Carlos Garrido from Midwestern Marxist.
Great Venezuela as its but I'm here, been there for many days now, and I've seen thousands of Caracas and hundreds of them, and I can confirm that more than 90%, almost all of the Venezuelans that I spoke are now on the 15th Party Revolution, I've seen hundreds of shirts with Chavez and Maduro on them. And look, guys, the American people.
Carlos Garrido is an amazing Marxist, if you ask me. There has been organizing something called the American Communist Party. A lot of friends of us, and including me, don't understand very clearly the concept. I yesterday had the chance to talk with him here in Caracas very briefly, and I let him know that I wanted to ask him more questions about how they really see. Let me pause it because I don't want to interrupt what he's saying. But what I told him is that I didn't understand very well what they were trying to say, promoting nationalistic communism in the U.S. And he came to me with several historical examples. But anyway, I believe that it's important that he visits Venezuela and see firsthand the Venezuelan government invited him, and it's important to have their take on how is Venezuela and how the elections are. But we can talk a little bit later about that. He actually told me that he might try to live stream with us later, if possible. Of course, there are many people, friends of us, that know about the live streaming, but are out there in the streets. Let me read another question for Carlos Cruz Mosquera. Says you're doing a great job, compa. Thank you for keeping us updated. Thank you, Carlos, for your support in Anticonquista. I know that you are not very sympathetic with the guys of Midwestern, and I understand that, and I respect a lot your work, and I admire the work that you do in Anticonquista, and please keep doing it. Here is one from Maria Corina Machado. Glorious General Secretary is asking when President Maduro finished voting this morning, his response to the Palestinian is Palestina Libre. It's night and day. Yes, absolutely. It's a good comparison. Yes, I saw that video early in social media about Maduro saying when some journalists asked him about Palestina, he only just make a very brief statement saying Palestina Libre. So it is day and night if you compare Maduro with Maria Corina in terms of Zionism and support to the genocide in Gaza and Palestine. But anyway, Sadia L. It is very choppy, the video, yes. I tried to adjust it because of that comment a few minutes ago. I hope that it works a little bit better. It is hard, okay. Saheli wrote there's a delay in the video, between video and audio. Saheli was happy to see Camila Escalante from Press TV. Camila, the video was better, says Saheli. Carlos is incomprehensible. I mean, you mean for the video issues or for the theories issues? I didn't finish saying that for me it's very incomprehensible, talking about incomprehensibility, how you can connect nationalism in a settler colonial country like the US with anti-imperialism, which is one of the key elements of Marxism. So that is a discussion that I wanted to have with Carlos, but let's see what happened. Let me try to put Carlos back to see if we can have, I'm gonna put it from the beginning. Let's see. No, this is not the one. Let's see.
And I want to tell you, with the election coming up, everything that the American media is done, absolutely, they frame Venezuela as this authoritarian elbow that's ran by this favorite Nicolas Maduro. But I am here. I've been here for many days now, and I've been able to see thousands people in Caracas and in all the countries. It's approved to the contrary, but because they represent interests and the U.S. wants the power.
What about now?
That a megaphone is trying to provide around the world. So that we see that form recognize that the struggle.
Let me know if now it's better.
From our fights as American people from around the world. If Venezuela wins, if Venezuela's Bolivarian revolution can continue, that's a win for us as well. They're fighting the same parasitic interest that keep us poor, that keep us in misery, that keep us desperate and embedded at home. So with Venezuela is where our interest lies. We're going to potentially see violence from the Venezuelan opposition. We've been going around the streets with sacrifice roosters, which is the symbol of the revolution. So it's symbolic of they're going after the president, they're going after the Venezuelan leadership, they're threatening to scare people to ensure that fear spreads and people don't go to the polls, because that's literally all they have right now. They don't have the people, but they have the ability to terrorize the people and make them fear going to the polls. To be frank, Venezuela is about to join BRICS. The economic turn that it's made since 2019, when the sanctions were hitting Venezuela at the worst. It still has 930 sanctions on it, but it's been weathering the storm. It's been growing. The conditions of regular working class people have been improving. But now it's about to join BRICS, which means that it's only going to get better from here on out. And the Venezuelan opposition, backed up, of course, by the U.S. empire, as it's always the case, they're not stupid. They know what's going to come when Venezuela joins BRICS and potentially the Belt and Road Initiative. That means more common prosperity, and that means the full entrenchment, the full solidification of the Bolivarian revolution. So I think the opposition sees this elections as do or die. They're going to fight tooth and nail to gain power back in the hands of a small clique of people who sell out their national interest to American multinational corporations. That means they're in a position that makes them quite dangerous, because they're willing to do anything to come back to power, because they know that it's very likely that they'll never be able to come back to power again, especially after Venezuela joins BRICS. So spread the word
about Venezuela as far as widely as you can. This is not just an issue of another country. This is an issue that affects all of us. If socialism falls in Venezuela, if it's overthrown, which is extremely unlikely, that's that's something that hits the working class movement in the U.S. It hits all of us socialists around the world. It hits working class people around the world because that's the interest that Venezuela upholds. So spread the news about Venezuela far and wide. That's the only way we can break the blockade of information that's promoted by the major medias, the legacy media. We can only break it in these more quote unquote democratic social medias. And we do that by liking videos, by sharing them, by tweeting, retweeting, and doing all the things you know how to do in order to spread this message. So spread it far and wide. Venezuela is democratic. Maduro's win, Bolivarian revolution is going to continue. And it's going to continue with a program of sovereignty and socialism for the people.
As the election day draws near, Venezuela's main presidential candidates have held their closing rallies in Caracas. Chavistas packed Avenida Bolivar as far as the eye could see for incumbent President Maduro's final re-election campaign rally. The election is important because we have to maintain the legacy. We have to maintain our patriotism so that everything continues. All the missions continue in education, health, and other sectors. With another administration, everything will be privatized, and we should defend what we have built so far.
I am going to vote for President Nicolas Maduro because he is the president of the people, the president who will lead us to peace, who will bring us happiness.
Voting in the election is the only way to exercise our right and to bring about what we want for our country. He is the hope of Venezuela. Maduro represents all that Venezuela is, and that's what we have to support.
It's very important to vote this Sunday because we're going to decide the future of Venezuela because there's only one candidate. Who's our candidate? That's Nicolas Maduro. He's the guarantee of peace. So we believe participating in the election is important.
The incumbent president has promised to advance the Bolivarian revolution.
That's Camila Escalante.
Stability in the country. Maduro's leadership has
amazing governance.
economically.
She's working for Press TV right now, but she also owns Causa 2 News. That is a good social media account right now because they are not publishing that they lost the capacity to keep alive their website, which is a shame because they were doing an amazing job reporting from Bolivia in English.
Has been living in Florida, promises to build strong relations with the United States as the party intends to break with the socialist Bolivarian model.
We witnessed a massive rally in support of the re-election of President Nicolas Maduro. The period of electoral silence begins on Friday, and on Sunday, we'll be reporting at the polls and following developments closely. Camila Escalante, Press TV, Caracas.
That rally was amazing. I'm smiling because I'm looking at the rally and I recalling what right-wingers has been saying since the rally happened, which is that Chavistas were forced to be there, were mandated, and they were sent there by force. I don't know how can that be possible that you were forced to a rally and then you are dancing like these guys in the video.
Legal U.S.
This is another report from Brian Muir from Telesur. She's also an amazing journalist right now covering what happened in Venezuela.
North. One example is the Ride app, Ridery, which currently has around 40,000 full-time drivers in Caracas who have lower overhead than drivers in the Gulf North, due to Venezuela's cheap, subsidized gasoline.
If I work from 6 in the morning until 6 in the afternoon, I usually make around $50 or $60. It all really depends on how much work I get that day.
The Venezuelan government has worked to expand credit to national businesses as a job generation strategy. But when President Maduro released a video on his social media accounts, in which he calls a ride-along car on his smartphone, and it arrives driven by the company president, it sparked outrage among supporters of far-right presidential candidate Edmundo Gonzalez, whose followers immediately called for a nationwide boycott.
It's a kind of economic terrorism. If any private company has any type of relationship with the Venezuelan government, like Ryder and many other companies, boycotting it is a focused attack that represents a form of political intimidation.
The story was picked up by the opposition-aligned media with sensationalist headlines such as Maduro kills Ryder, but in a possible sign that the opposition isn't as strong as it portrays itself. Ryder's business seems to be proceeding as usual.
All of the apps are operating normally. It's a normal day, just like any average day last week normal.
Brian Mir, Telesur, Caracas. Venezuela's social housing program, called the Great Housing Mission, has created nearly 5 million housing units for working-class families since it was first founded by President Hugo Chavez in 2011. Like the Jorge Rodriguez Padre apartments in Caracas Antimano parish, a large percentage of them are built by the people who will end up owning them, who receive technical support and training in areas like construction, electrical work, and plumbing to manage the projects themselves.
Article 82, which is consecrated in our Constitution, guarantees dignified housing as a right for all people who live within Venezuelan territory. They don't necessarily have to be Venezuelan by birth. Everyone who lives in our homeland and considers themselves a resident has a right to housing, but the Venezuelan opposition wants to destroy everything that has ever been created by the power of somebody.
The Great Housing Mission, which has a goal of reaching 7 million housing units by the year 2030, has won praise worldwide. But as the presidential elections loom, many are wondering what will happen to it if the far-right coalition, which has announced plans for deep austerity cuts and privatizations, wins the election.
We don't have to look back so far to figure out what the far-right would try to do. When they are predicting one, the elections in 2015, one of the first, and one of the still act they tried to pass was precisely surprised about the housing mission. It was called the law of background.
Ricardo was from Venezuela Analysis.
And was eventually struck down as unconstitutional by the Supreme Court.
Venezuela's presidential elections are marked for July 28th. Brian Mir, Telesur, Caracas.
Hello, everyone. First day in Venezuela, first day in Caracas, first day walking the streets. One thing I noticed, and also walking the streets safely, but I can certainly tell you I feel safer here than I do when I'm walking the streets in New York or in Los Angeles. Why is that? Well, for one, is that the Venezuelan police isn't the shoot first, ask questions second, the way it is in the United States. But more importantly, there is the Venezuelan government has implemented so many different social programs to assist the poor, to assist in the lifting of people out of poverty, and reducing inequality. The criminal element of the criminal element is really taken out of the system. That's one major reason. Well, another major reason is because a great number of the criminals are also supporters of the U.S.-backed opposition. Just decided to head off out of Venezuela in the last few years, and have chosen to reside instead in countries like Colombia, Mexico, Argentina, U.S. or Chile, Peru, all throughout South America. Tony, whenever you come across Venezuelans abroad who are opponents of Maduro.
I'm gonna pause this and I'm gonna share a video that I'm watching right now about Maria Corina going to vote and trying to make a show with some military people that were there. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna share another screen and where I got second. Not sure if you can see it. I'm gonna try to make it a little bit bigger. This is Maria Corina Machado. I'm gonna mute the audio because I believe that the most important thing is what you can see in the video. This is Maria Corina Machado entering. I don't know. I believe that it is a voting center. Look at it. The military person decided not to shake her hand. And a good Venezuelan journalist called Yorachi just wrote the following. Give me 1 second. To read it. Let's finish watching the video because I cannot read it off before or during the video's playback. Well, that's basically what happened, but it made me laugh because she always tried to make a show wherever she goes. And writes, well, but what do you think? That everything is going to be easy? That you are going to take the government and the next day you're going to ask them, the military people to begin shooting at people? That's what he wrote about the decision of these military people not to shake the hand of Maria Corina Machado. Let's see what Lucas Kerner from Venezuela Analysis says. Give me 1 second.
Here for medical analysis. We are here in the Muro de Salud, segundo plan de las Torres, now in the western Caracas parish of Sucre, historically working class, active neighborhood that has voted for Chavismo in every single election since the beginning of the Bolivarian Revolution. By midday, over half of the voting centers, over 1,000 voters have cast their ballots in looking to be one of the highest turnout elections in recent years. It has both Chavismo, but also the opposition have mobilized their voters since the very early hours of today. In this incredibly high stakes election, which the future of Venezuela's democracy is to be decided, and the future of the Bolivarian Revolution, the atmosphere is one of calm but enthusiasm to participate in the democratic process. Reporting here from Western Caracas, Lucas Kerner, Venezuela Analysis.
Yes, that's basically what I covered in the videos that I did around the neighborhood, the ones that I mentioned you before. Another important thing that happened today that I believe that is important to be remarked as an unusual event is that the most important polling firm in Venezuela, Interlaces, like around noon, they presented, they published in their social media an exit poll, which is something that I understood was not allowed by the Electoral Council. We reprinted, we retweeted that exit poll information because we consider it relevant. I'm just trying to look at the. I really don't know if we can see it here in the replies, but basically, this is a video that I posted of a grocery store that I visited just before arriving back home. I don't know where that. Maybe they erased it. I was thinking that they should erase it. Let me do something. Give me 1 second. That go here. But basically, what that info that they published say that it was an exit poll with a cut at 12 at noon, and that President Maduro was leading the poll with 52% of the vote, if I recall well, and Edmundo Gonzalez was having like 45%, and the rest of the opposition candidates were all together only totaling like 2 point something percent. For me, that information was relevant because the Interlaces is one of the best polling firm in Venezuela, if you ask me, which was not appropriate. If you ask me, was that they published that information. I believe I'm just checking the Orinoco Tribune timeline and I don't see it. Ah, no, here it is. Okay, I saw that I was about to say that they erased it, but that info is there. So it's this one. So as I was saying, it's 54 for Nicolás Maduro. I believe that I say 52 and 42 for Edmundo González. But anyway, for the last, I don't know, 15 years, we have been talking in Venezuela about the illegality of releasing the exit poll before the first electoral results report from the CNE. So this and releasing this kind of information at that time of the day was something that I believe might be discouraging for some Chavistas that maybe might think that Chavismo is winning and they don't need to go to vote. And that's not it's not good. I mean, Chavismo have to keep pushing every Venezuelan, every Chavista to go to the voting centers until the last minute. So this kind of information at this moment in the electoral day is very unusual. But they publish it, and it is still there, and it is one of the best polling firms in Venezuela. So there should be some validity in the numbers that they are showing. Before I shared the screen to my Twitter, I was watching this interview of Jorge Rodriguez that Camila Escalante published, saying that they are content with the figures. I mean, with the numbers they are seeing. Every political party receives updates every second for its political witnesses all over the country in all the voting centers. So political parties have numbers already. So the face of in this kind of event, looking carefully at the faces of the people is a good way of measuring how good or bad they are doing. And Jorge Rodriguez's face doesn't look very bad, if you ask me. And he's saying that the figures, that the numbers, that they are happy with the numbers, but that they will wait for the official CNN announcement. So maybe that's a good sign, but again, we have to wait for the numbers to be announced by the CNE, which is the one that rules, is the authority for these kinds of decisions in Venezuela. And I hope that this unusual move by Interlaces of announcing polls do not create a war of, exit poll numbers. There were like 2 or 3 exit poll tweets here and there against the Interlaces numbers, but they were not very credible. So I don't even want to talk about them. Let me go back to YouTube to see what the Compass are saying in YouTube. Here, Glorious General Secretary is saying that he is happy for I believe that it is like when you wrote amazing is because of the numbers that Interlaces are showing. But anyway, I mean, after a few minutes after these Interlaces numbers were made public, the CNE director Amoroso, Elvis Amoroso, he made an announcement saying that exit poll figures are not facts, that you cannot trust exit polls, and that you have to wait for the results of the electoral college. Something that surprised me from these statements from Amoroso was that he didn't mention anything about illegality, which is weird because I've been thinking for the last, I don't know, 10 or 15 years that it was illegal to release exit poll numbers in Venezuelan elections. And this might be, that's a bad part of the information that Interlaces release. That might be a bad precedent even for this election, but for the ones to come. So let's see what happened. But it's incredible that people still believe that we have a dictatorship here in Venezuela. This is something that I was Googling yesterday about using OBS, which I believe is the best software out there to organize good live streams, but I'm not very good in using that software, so I decided not to use it today. And go, how do you say, like very to organize the live stream in a rudimentary way to avoid technical issues. But my plan is that maybe in upcoming live streams, I will be able to master OBS better and do a better live stream. Glorious General Secretary writes, I think it was further up. I believe that you are talking about the figure from Interlaces. Let's see what happened. I believe that is very to wait for the results of the elections. And what I was trying to tell you is that it's amazing that people still believe that we have a dictatorship here, and we are all expectant. Even the Chavistas are all expectant for the results of the elections and hesitant to finally see the results of the elections. That I'm pretty sure that I mentioned it yesterday in the live stream that we did, but I believe that it's important to say it again, that let me go back to the videos, that my expectation is that Maduro is going to win it's going to win first, that it's not going to be an easy victory. And I believe that we should do something around, that he should have an advantage of at least 5% against Edmundo Gonzalez. So let's see what happened. But I believe that if the advantages of Maduro is less than 5%, the right wingers are going to try to create violence in the street. I believe that they won't be successful. I believe that the government has been implementing and showing muscle in recent weeks and months, and showing that the authorities are not going to allow any attempt to create violence. But you never know. They have a lot of means. They have a lot of tools. They have a lot of money, and they can have plans of violence that even the government might not be aware of. So let's see what happened. But I believe that mm, that's, I mean, this fact that we have uncertainty is the best evidence that we don't have a Chavista dictatorship in Venezuela. I mean, we are all expecting and waiting with anxiety the results of the elections. Listen, this is the video that I mentioned you from Venezuela analysis. Sorry, from Telesur. So let me play it to you. This is the Chavista demonstration on Wednesday when President Maduro closed the political campaign in Caracas. So let me show it. It's pretty short, but this is, let me pause it. This is Avenida Bolívar, packed. This is Avenida Mexico, half packed. In Avenida Mexico is like the same, or maybe even larger than the avenue that Maria Corina Machado used in Las Mercedes to close her elections. I was during the election here in Parque Central, in this part, at the end of the Avenida Bolívar. And next to Avenida Bolívar, parallel is the Avenida Lecuna. This Avenida Lecuna that you can see here, if you see the cursor, was also packed. And as you can see in the video, the transversal avenues to the Avenida Bolívar were also packed with people. So this reminds me to the best political rallies that Chavez organized, Hugo Chavez, that was a monster organizing rallies. So I have to tell you that this was a complete success, and it was refreshing for us, the Chavistas, to witness the demonstration. Of course, right-wingers began to say the same old story that the bosses packed Caracas, and that always in any political rallies of this level, there's the mobilization of people, and there's a machinery of the party behind that level of mobilization. And that doesn't happen in the rallies of the PSUV alone. That happens in any rally around the world, and even in the rallies, of course, of the opposition. The problem is that they don't have enough people to, even they hire all the bosses that they won't have enough people to pack a city like Chavismo did on Wednesday. But anyway, those are the arguments, the counter narratives that they launched, that Chavista, that we were forced to be there, as you can saw in some of the previous videos, dancing by force, and what? And the other thing is that Chavismo, the PSUV paid everyone in the demonstration. I wish they paid me, because we usually in Orinoco Tribune have to do things like scratching the windows, because we usually don't have enough resources. So I wish the PSUV pay me to be there, but that's not that's not the fact. I mean, that's not the reality. So, but anyway, it was an amazing. Let you watch the end of the video. It was an amazing video that, in my humble opinion, has not been
have not been getting viral has been shadow banned by Twitter. I saw it on Twitter because I followed Telesur, but that video is powerful. It's the best video out there of the demonstration in support of President Maduro. Give me 1 second to check something here. Give me 1 second. Okay. It's a video that Carlos Garrido is sending me. It's a new video that Carlos Garrido has been trying to send me. And I'm gonna play it to you, okay, in a few seconds. But I was trying to tell you that video from Telesur is not has been shadow banned, and that it doesn't have too many views, and it should have, because it is the best video showing the results of the elections. Let me put you this other video of the elections. I mean of the rally. This is the moment when President Maduro arrived at the rally.
Gobierno venezolano, a través del jefe de la campaña, Jorge Rodríguez, ha dicho que efectivamente el día domingo estará en marcha una operación para hablar de resultados que no se emanan por parte de la autoridad electoral. Es importante que sepamos, estamos en este contexto, en este país latinoamericano, que en Venezuela existen 5 poderes públicos. Uno de ellos es el poder electoral, que es el responsable de organizar y dar a conocer los resultados que son expresión de la voluntad popular. El día domingo, ha dicho el comando de campaña, se va a estar difundiendo una serie de encuestas a boca de urna que no representan la voluntad popular y que además quiebran la institucionalidad del país. Esto, para quienes están aquí, que son periodistas, que están ligados al mundo de la comunicación, es un dato muy importante. En Venezuela no están permitidos esos sondeos a boca de urna. Todos debemos esperar el resultado que da el Consejo Nacional Electoral.
It's weird. This is a video from, I believe, from Friday or yesterday that was released by Casachus, and she is the president of Telesur. Patricia, I forgot her name, her last name. But anyway, she's talking about the things that I was telling you, but in the case that we were talking about was happening on the side of Chavismo. I mean, she's talking right now in that video about
that the exit poll numbers are not allowed, and that those numbers are not official numbers, and that she's asking journalists not to replicate those numbers. Let's keep hearing her.
Que además se da con un porcentaje lo suficientemente claro y grande como para que sea irreversible. A diferencia de otros países.
Yes, it's important what she said, that the results of CNN gives are results that when the Venezuelan Electoral Council make the first announcement, it make it when the results are, we call it resultados irreversibles. That was a phrase coined by Tibisay Lucena, the former head of the CNE. And it's true, they use statistical models that allow them to know that the results, when they are announced, are not going to change. They call it irreversible results. So that's an important step, because in other countries, they might announce that a candidate won in the first report only with 5% of the voting polls of the vote counted, but 15 minutes later, with 10%, the result is another one, and that is not good, because that helps confusing people, and that helps creating chaos and anxiety and not knowing exactly what is happening. So let's keep reading her.
Países de donde ustedes vienen, muy seguramente, se hacen conteos rápidos o se hacen proyecciones. En Venezuela no. Así que todo lo que salga antes de que la autoridad electoral indique cuál es la voluntad expresada en las urnas por el pueblo de Venezuela está por fuera de la ley. Ese sería como el primer, la primera alarma.
I mean, that's why I don't understand why Interenlaces decided to publish those numbers. I really don't understand, especially because even after the releasing of that exit poll, I was expecting like a war of polls, but I haven't seen it. I haven't had the chance to surf social media because of the live stream too much, and because I was then before outside in the streets trying to make a coverage, but anyway, it doesn't make sense.
Está en marcha. El segundo enlace de ese plan nos compete a todos nosotros. Son los medios de comunicación, son las redes sociales, son las agencias internacionales de noticias que operan dentro y fuera de Venezuela y que van a articularse con esos resultados que no son legales ni legítimos. Hace algunos años, en medio de la guerra, el grupo de diarios de América Latina, del cual hacen parte los grandes diarios que vienen de ser los diarios de la prensa escrita y que hoy son poderosísimos multimedios, decidieron que iban a publicar durante semanas en su primera plana una noticia sobre Venezuela. Esa articulación nuevamente se activó y está en marcha. En todos los grandes medios de nuestra región hay una noticia sobre Venezuela.
So, just going back to the issue of the Interlaces exit poll, I'm reading a question that Sahili wrote in the chat. So, do you think Interlaces and Oscar Schemmel would face any charges? They should. But if you ask me, I haven't read, or at least I don't remember that I have read the precise, legal provision that forbids the publishing of exit polls. What I know is that for the last 10 or 15 years, as I told you already, we have been talking in Venezuela that those things are forbidden, are illegal. But anyway, I mean, let's see what happened. But I was thinking that maybe Interlaces was going to, erase the polls. But anyway, I believe that Interlaces is, in my opinion, the most prestigious exit poll in Venezuela. It is his owner is Oscar Schemmel,
which is an entrepreneur. He is not a Marxist Leninist. He is not, I don't even believe that the guy considers himself socialist, but he is one of those entrepreneurs, business people that support Chavez and supported Maduro before Chavez. And, and what I was thinking is that I don't know, that he was trying to create some sort of, I don't know how to say, enrarecer el ambiente, we say it in Spanish. Anyway, I believe that some of you might understand what I'm trying to say. Let me keep reading the chat. The rally was huge, gigantic. Yes, it was. President Maduro looked very energized and well himself. Yes, he has been losing weight, and he has been talking about that, and has been running in the middle of the demonstrations. And I believe that he has been like a electoral campaign strategy. He has been trying to do that, the running part, to contrast with Edmundo Gonzalez that can barely walk. That's another important thing that we have to talk about. I mean, Edmundo Gonzalez is in very bad shape. You just have to watch. You just have to go to the Venezuela, Mente Venezuela tweet, tweet X account, or to Maria Corina Machado X account, and see him, or his account, and see him in public demonstrations. He haven't been in many, but he can barely talk. People have to be next to him, helping to walk. It's like they decided to choose him because, I don't know, because he might die soon. And the worst part is that the other, what is the name? Before selecting Edmundo Gonzalez, Maria Corina Machado announced that she wanted to be her candidate, Corina Lloris. There was a controversial situation about her registration, but she was also a very old woman that no one knew, and I believe that I don't know. I don't trust. No, I don't have any trust in those people. So they might be calculating that they might die soon, and then they can appoint after they died, Maria Corina to to be the replacement or whatever. Anyway, I mean, the whole selection of these people is extremely rare, to say the least. I'm downloading right now a video that Carlos Garrido just sent me. Yes, Sahel is telling me that is Patricia Villegas. That's the name of the president of Telesur, the woman that was just talking. Going back to the videos, this is a video, the next one, a short one, showing people yesterday in the shopping centers, in the movie theaters in Caracas. Everything is normal.
Elecciones presidenciales en Venezuela. Un ambiente de paz. Muy activa la jornada del sábado en el San Gil La Candelaria.
As you can see, the shopping center is packed. People are just eating, shopping, or just walking around this shopping center that is near downtown Caracas, not very far from where I live. And the place is packed. People are saying that Venezuela is in terrible conditions, and that, I don't know. This is another video of the demonstration on Wednesday, showing people being forced to dance. I believe that this video is nice because it shows how forced they were.
You see? Of course. It's terrible. This dictatorship is something that needs to be ended. That's a video that Regino Gracci, the journalist that I told you earlier, shared the day after, or the day of the demonstration in Twitter. It's forced Chavistas dancing in the Maduro rally. I would put a headline there. This is people dancing.
Vamos a salir, vamos a votar, porque de ahí depende nuestro bienestar, nuestra paz y nuestro futuro. Hay quienes se están oponiendo a esto, personas que han exigido a personas de afuera una invasión para nuestro país. Todas las invasiones que se han realizado en el mundo han sido terribles, han dejado saldos terribles sobre las comunidades, sobre las gentes, sobre las familias, sobre la sociedad, han destrozado los edificios, todo lo que han hecho ha sido malo.
Let me pause it because he's saying something important. I mean, disregarding if you're a Chavista or right winger, in Venezuela right now, people don't want violence. I mean, the whole Guarimba experience of 2014 and 2017 was traumatic. And I have the impression, by talking with Chavista people and with escuálidos, as we call them, right-wingers, friends and family that are opposition people, but because we have everything in Venezuela, not everyone is Chavista. You have relatives that are not sympathetic with Chavism and you still talk with them, you know. You try to avoid politics, but even sometimes you talk about politics or they transpire. We all transpired our political views. So my impression is that no one, disregarding what side of the political aisle you are, want to replicate the violence that we suffered in 2017. Let's keep listening to this compa.
Invasión es fea. Entonces nosotros no queremos eso para nuestro país. Nosotros queremos nuestro progreso, nuestra bienestar, nuestra paz, que nuestros hijos que están bien, que nuestros familiares que estén bien. Por eso nosotros vamos a salir a votar por Nicolás Maduro. Ahora vamos a ir con toda la planificación económica que tiene el presidente Venezuela. Esta unión con Irán, esta unión con Rusia, esta unión con China, con la India, esta unión internacional nos va a llevar a mejor nivel del que ya estábamos. Tenemos 2 años mejorando económicamente, socialmente, educativamente. Sí tenemos muchas situaciones que nos ha causado ese bloqueo que lamentablemente ha dañado mucho.
The U.S. sanctions and the blockade are the most important factors that have affected Venezuela in recent years. I'm not saying that all the economic problems can be attached to the sanctions, but if you ask me, it should be somewhere between 60 and 80% of the problems that we have you can attach to the U.S. U.S. imperialism to blockade sanctions. So it's important what he's saying, and he looks like an ordinary guy just talking out of his heart.
Nuestro país ha dañado nuestra zona educativa, ha dañado nuestro suelo, ha dañado muchas cosas. Y el presidente Nicolás, en conjunto con todos sus tren, ha venido luchando para superar todo lo que ha generado este bloqueo.
Hello everyone, here we are at Plaza Bolívar, right in the heart of Caracas, and on the last day of the campaign. So far, first impressions. This has to be one of the calmest and most tranquil election campaigns that I've seen so far in Latin America. in terms of security, in terms of the way people are. If you see and hear media across the world, one of the main themes and topics is that the current Bolivarian government, the government of Maduro, is preparing, it's preparing to steal the elections from the mood in the streets, and also the level of support that we're seeing from Maduro is here on the ground here in Venezuela. It is evident that both Maduro and the Bolivarian government have mass support among not just among the poor and the working class Venezuelans, but just across the board. Mostly also because the Venezuela opposition, the far right pro-US opposition, has become consistent, has become synonymous with sanctions against Venezuela, and also synonymous with violence and brutality against everyday Venezuelans. President Trump said recently that crime has dropped in Venezuela by more than 74%, and in that sense, he is completely right. Caracas in Venezuela, these days has actually become one of the safest cities in among the Indian countries in South America.
So what he's saying about security. I mean, there might be several explanations to the security. The government has been implementing aggressive policies against criminal gangs, especially the big ones, dismantling them, attacking and confronting them all over the country. That has been happening, especially since the government decided to get rid of the criminal gang of El Coqui. I believe that they have the gang very close to where I live, in Cota 905, that surrounds El Paraíso here in Caracas. And during those days, there were shootings. I mean, there was a terrible situation even for us that are not that close to because the shootings were happening in all directions, and we basically spent hours in the rooms of our tiny apartment with the vest covered us against bullets. But my wife was like in panic, and we all were very nervous, but she was almost in panic, with panic attacks during those events. And that was like 1 or 2 weeks of confrontations that ended up with the neutralization, with the killing of that big criminal that was called El Coqui, I believe. I don't remember his name. But anyway, so violence is an issue, has been attacked hard in recent years. I believe that part of the numbers of the reduction in crime and insecurity in Venezuela are the results of many criminals abandoning the country, not because Maduro sent them abroad, as Donald Trump says, or like mainstream media says. How can a president just get a bunch of people and send them abroad? That's impossible. Even the whole idea, thinking carefully about the idea, is kind of weird. You know what I mean? How can anyone, even a government, can do that? I mean, do you imagine President Maduro sending trucks to prisons in Venezuela, and from the prison send those guys to, I don't know, to Mexico and to the US or to Panama or to Colombia? That's impossible. That cannot happen. But there's people that still believe that happened, that Maduro is sending criminals abroad. They go out abroad by themselves, by the criminal sanctions and the blockade that US is in Europe and Canada is imposing on us. But anyway, I believe that that's also part of the elements that play in favor of the improvement in security perception in Venezuela. in recent years. This is another nice video of the demonstration.
Downtown Caracas, in the Thursday, July 25, Nicolas Maduro has just arrived in Bolivar Avenue to a massive crowd awaiting him, closing the campaign speech ahead of the July 28th elections. Opposition rallies are happening across the country as well. And this rally here, and people are victorious. In front of tens of thousands of Venezuelans, Maduro criticized the opposition for intending to give the country away to foreign interests, and he called on the Venezuelan people to defeat fascism.
Un presidente de la extrema derecha radical fascista.
Socialist president also welcomed the opposition leaders who decided to support him.
Yo les digo a todos aquellos que fueron opositores desde la avenida Bolívar, desde esta vieja avenida de Caracas, les digo, bienvenido. Predicar con nosotros a construir patria.
Finally, Maduro repeatedly emphasized that he's the only candidate who can maintain peace across Venezuela, and he celebrated what he called the defeat of economic warfare against his country.
Para el crecimiento, para la prosperidad económica. Pero para eso hace falta paz y estabilidad. Solo nosotros garantizamos la paz y estabilidad de este país llamado Venezuela.
Maduro's closing message to his supporters was a call to preserve the peace of the country and to defeat fascism and imperialism. Now the Venezuelan people and the world wait for Sunday's results.
Tenemos la batalla definitiva. O habrá patria o seremos colonia.
That's a key element in Maduro's discourse that I believe that he haven't used enough, but he has been using it in recent days more strongly. I mean, this is a fight between becoming again a U.S. colony or have sovereignty, have a homeland. So that's the real fight. There's people that still believe that the right-wingers are going to solve their problems. I mean, I understand that kind of approach for people that have money and businesses, but there's still many people that still swallows the narrative, the speeches and the lies of the opposition, of the right-wingers, and they don't understand that those that people that they are, yes, they don't care really about the people. So, but anyway, I believe that what Maduro is saying there is important. Let me show you now another file that Carlos Garrido sent me today. I believe that is long. Let's see.
I would like to extend my.
Here it is. It's kind of long, but anyway, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna listen to it. He's sending it to me after I mentioned him yesterday that I didn't understood very clear what they are trying to do with this new American Communist Party and with this mix of communism with patriotism, American patriotism, which is different from Venezuelan patriotism, because we in Venezuela has been colonies, like more of us in Latin America, all of us in Latin America. But talking about patriotism in such colonial countries like the US, Canada, Europe, Israel, is kind of weird. So, but anyway, let's see what the compa Carlos say.
Warm greetings on behalf of the Midwest Arts Institute to Comrade Jesus and the great people over at the Orinoco Tribune, by far the best website in order to get information about Venezuela and the multipolar world that's being born in the English language. So I wanted to say that I've been in Venezuela, in Caracas specifically, a few days now, and everything I've seen has been extremely impressive. They have detailed the voting process days ahead. Today I got to see it with my own eyes. I went to about half a dozen voting stations, and it's extremely impressive. The amount of measures that are taken by the Venezuelan government to prevent corruption, to prevent voter fraud, are incredible. It makes it very evident to see how correct American President Jimmy Carter was when he said it's the most democratic system in the world. And I urge everyone to come and see for themselves. Don't just listen to me. Come and see for yourself. What you'll see is a system that is incredibly efficient at preventing voter fraud, but also somehow combining efficiency of time. Even when there were lines, there is a voting station. People were in the station around a minute and a half. It was very smooth, it was very quick. The situation in the places that I got to see were quite calm, and it was both in opposition and Chavista voting station. So it's very beautiful to see, and I just have a message to the comrades. I want to affirm that as Americans, this isn't like just an issue we care about because of some petty sense of moralism. It is in our self-interest to stand with Venezuela. Venezuela's interest and the Bolivarian Revolution's interest is not separate from our own. The interest of the American working class and communists like myself in America is not a separate interest from Venezuela. Venezuela's interest, just like Palestine's, is intimately connected to all of our struggles because we share the same enemy. The biggest enemy that we have ahead of us is imperialism. That beast that Che Guevara prophetically told us we cannot even give this much truth if we come in and we destroy, they wreak havoc, bring bloodshed wherever they go. And that's what the opposition stands for here in Venezuela. The opposition candidate, Machado, of course, has treasonously called Israel the genocidal entity, the genocidal Zionist entity. It has called on Israel to invade Venezuela. So the fact that someone who has done that is not behind bars, or perhaps even worse, shows that there's a whole lot of leniency and a whole lot of democracy and rights that are afforded by the Venezuelan government to the opposition itself. And frankly, it's an opposition that is itself not autonomous. It is not acting out of its own prohibition. It is an opposition that functions as puppets of the American imperialist state. Therefore, it has no genuine program for the Venezuelan people. Its interest is not the interest of the American people, but of the imperialists who line their pockets. Their interest is a foreign interest. It's an interest of small groups of very rich private entities who want to go back to a condition where Venezuela was looted at free will, where 99% of the earnings of the oil were going to American and other forms of multinational big corporations, and only 1% going to the Venezuelan people. What the Chavista process represents is a program of sovereignty. And it's clear to the Chavista militants that you can only have sovereignty if you have socialism. You are oriented in a socialistic manner, because only then do you put as supreme the interest of society itself. Only then do you realize that politics, that culture, that education, that the economy, and all other sectors of these forms of life that we exist under should be aimed at bringing forth the greatest amount of good for common working class people, farmers, and other disenfranchised sectors of society, uplifting the living standards, developing the productive forces, and affirming national sovereignty. I would like to say that even though there might be people that disagree at the individual level with socialism. One of the things that I have witnessed in many conversations with Caracas that I've been able to engage in is that there's a spontaneous acknowledgement that the piece of the ruling socialist party, Maduro's party, is the only one that stands with Venezuelan sovereignty. And they recognize, as I've reported in other videos, that that is the most important thing. When you have sovereignty, when you have autonomy, you have control over your own destiny. You can forge your future. If you take wrong steps, you can come back, think critically, reflect, and then take the right steps necessary to go to where you are heading. But if you don't have sovereignty, which is what the opposition represents, Venezuela being governed by the American empire, you don't have sovereignty, you don't have a say over your future. Your people's resources is controlled by a foreign entity that does not have their interest at heart. So I've seen some people that might not be the coolest with Maduro, but they're still going to be voting for Maduro because they're clear that whatever the faults they think might exist are, it is at least a platform that represents Venezuelan sovereignty. And I couldn't agree more. I want to end by saying that as of right now, everything has been completely calm. It's yet to be seen whether the opposition will fulfill the promises that they have been making over the last few weeks. They have been parading dead roosters, sacrificed roosters upside down, which is of course the symbol of the revolution. The imagery is extremely clear. They want bloodshed. They want to literally unalive the leaders of the revolution, to cause terror, to cause fear, and hope that people don't go to the polls. But what I've seen shows me that the people have no fear. The people are willing to give whatever they have to in order to sustain their sovereignty, in order to not give up the process of socialist construction to those who Martí once called gusanos de corbata, who sell off their people, sell off their land in order to line their pockets up with Western, specifically US dollars. So Venezuela is in a very interesting situation. It is about to join BRICS. And what we'll see is more common prosperity come to the Venezuelan people, the general development of the economy and the productive forces, and the improvement of everyday people's lives. The opposition understands that it is in a do or die situation. If it does not grab power now, prevent Venezuela from being integrated into these new skeletons of the multipolar world, it will never be able to grab power again, because once that inclusion happens, that prosperity is going to fully entrench the ruling Socialist Party as the party that will rule Venezuela, because it will be responding to the people's needs in ways even far superior than before. So the opposition is in a situation that makes it very dangerous. When you push someone to a corner, or they feel cornered, they feel their opposition side cornered, that's when they start to act out. So I would just like to affirm that, in many ways, these people that are fighting with each other, especially in terms of the very, very small, minuscule base that the opposition has, because it doesn't really have the people on their side. These are brothers. These are brothers and sisters. These are Venezuelans. I think the most important part is to remember that we must keep the peace. As Comandante Chavez once said, we must not let blood flow through the streets of Venezuela. And we have to realize that the most important thing for Venezuela, as is the case for Cuba, as is the case for China, Russia, Iran, and all of the central players of this rising multipolar world, is sovereignty. Sovereignty. So regardless of how you might feel about the ruling Venezuelan government, if you're in an interregnum and have not decided who to vote for, I can tell you without confidence that the wise choice would be on the side of sovereignty, on the side of those that, even if you might think they're flawed, will put the interests of your nation, of your people, of your land and resources as supreme, over and above the interest of those that want to make of Venezuela a new colony. So, thank you so much, Jesus, for giving me the platform to share some thoughts. Thank you to you and all the others at the team, Orinoco Tribune, for everything that you do. And you have to realize that just like there's actual different forms of material blockades with sanctions and all other forms of economic terrorism, there is a media blockade. The ideas that represent the truth, that uphold the interests of the poor, of the working class, of the indigenous, those ideas are blocked off. And the only way that we can succeed is with unity, whether it's in the political realm, whether it's in the realm of waging the war of position, the battle of ideas. Unity is the most important. The imperialists, the ruling class wants to divide us. Our response should be unity. So I'm proud to say that we have been collaborating for some years now, and I'm very honored to have the relationship that we have. And thank you so much for everything you all do.
Nice video by Carlos Garrido for Midwestern Marxist, and it's nice to hear the opinion of people. I believe that this is the first time that he is in Venezuela, and disregarding my political dialectical difference, I believe that it's important to have as many observers and Marxist people covering what happened in Venezuela. Let me stop the sharing of the screen because I have an important friend, co-worker that finally joined me today. And I want to see if I can manage. I believe that I cannot incorporate her in the live stream, so I'm going to end the sharing. I mean, in the sharing, I'm going to stop the sharing. And I believe that now, if I put the gallery view, we are going to see each other better. Unmute yourself, Sahili. With you guys, Sahili showed me. I asked her to help me because I'm running out of saliva.
It's so funny. But anyway.
Thank you, Sahili.
Okay.
All my
Okay, yeah, I'm
love
fine.
from Caracas to you.
Okay, yeah. So I have been following the
What
live
you
stream
wanna
since
say?
the
What
I'm
have
going
you
to
seen? Because talking here, I also feel that I'm losing events that are happening very fast in Venezuela. So can you update us with what you have seen, if you have seen something?
Okay, no, nothing out of the ordinary, I believe. So voting has not yet ended, I suppose. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary, and I don't think events are happening very fast. I mean, there is no news of anything untoward, any violence or anything. I haven't seen anything.
So the
So
most important thing is
I believe that
those exit
you have
polls.
the things. Oh God, there has been no war of exit polls as you had imagined. So unlike the real war of polls, opinion polls before pre-electoral polls, there has been no war of exit polls. I think so. There, I don't know. I think I don't even know why uh, uh, mm, why firm which is quite prestigious. I mean, why a prestigious firm, and it's not just simply electoral polls or anything. It does a lot of interlaces. I mean, it does a lot of economic polls and stuff. And I mean, why such a prestigious firm would suddenly do something that I suppose borders on illegality, if not being outright illegal.
Yes. I was trying to answer you when you posted something in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
I don't recall having read the precise, legal provision that states that if you publish exit polls, you are committing a crime or something. But as I said, I mean, we have been hearing for like 15 years, at least, that those things are illegal, and that's why we haven't have those things happening in Venezuela, which I believe is important. But anyway, let's see what happened. Let me know what you think about the whole craziness. I stop you talking.
No, you did not stop it. I did not think much about it. In fact, I thought that someone should just write to them that they should remove it or something. But then I suppose they know what they're doing, so I didn't care. I didn't care about it. Anyway, so I'd rather like to know of other things. For example, you said you visited. I mean, you voted at around 2 p.m. It's quite funny to me because whenever I whenever I have voted, I go in the morning, but that's me. So
Yes,
I
that's
think
true.
most
You are
people,
an
I
early
think
bird,
most
and
people go in the,
I'm a night owl. Very night, deep night owl. You know that.
yeah, of course.
I go to bed around 4 or 5 a.m. most of the time.
These are personal information. You should not be.
Yes, I know.
But
I don't care.
anyway, what I was going to say is that okay. So what I was seeing in the reports before you went to vote at 2 p.m. or something around that, or you voted around 2 p.m. I suppose you went before, but anyway, the lines or the queues that were the news of the queues were mostly around 9 a.m., 10 a.m., etc. So before noon. So I believe that most people are like me who go to vote in the morning.
Yes, no, but also there's a lot of people that, as I was saying, and that at the last minute you began to see lines, big lines of people.
Yeah,
We
after
call
5
it
p.m.
here. Actually, there's a name for that here. We call it Operación Remate. I don't know how to
Ah,
translate that in
no,
English,
actually,
but it's basically like you have to, you know, do the last effort to try to have as many people voting. At least Chavismo call it
yeah,
Operación Remate.
I
And then
suppose
at 5, 6, 8 p.m., you began to see a lot of people again. I haven't seen
so
that yet.
5, 6, not 8 p.m. because voting is supposed to close at 6 p.m. So people, I mean, if
Yes.
people go before 6, I mean, if people are already
But
line before
sometimes
6, yeah.
we have seen. I mean, as
Extension.
I told you, extensions because the rule is no closing, no voting center close with people in line. So
Yes, yes, I understood that.
sometimes because of that, I believe that in the last election there were actually complaints. But I mean, they complain about everything, but they complain a lot about in the last election, the previous one, about people still voting at 9 or 10 p.m.
Ah,
in some voting centers. So that happens
nine,
sometimes. Yes,
nine
it's
or
not.
10 is like.
It's crazy, but anyway, I mean, they keep open. They close the rest of the voting centers, and they began to do the scrutinizing of the votes and sending that information via network, to the closed network that they have here in Venezuela, to the CNE, and that information began to arrive to the CNE after 6 p.m. There are many
Yeah.
voting centers that will be closed soon. I believe that actually should be closing right now. But there are others that
It's
are
time, like. It seems that
Yeah.
it's time, but yeah, I understand that. That it is. I think it's everywhere. That in the late afternoon, people remember, oh, I have not voted. I have to. Or
Yes, I don't know. I don't.
perhaps also there
Yes.
is the reason,
Or they are
like you
like
said.
me that go to bed very early in the morning.
In that case, they should have voted and then gone to bed. I know such. I know such people who do that. Like they, we say, we call them that. We say that they are the people who will go and open the voting centers. But that's just fun. Anyway, so I think we have some videos. For example, there is something from Alan, which I think was good. Our friend Alan
Yes,
McLeod.
I have it here. Do you want me to show it?
Yes, yes, I think you can show it because it is also from one of the most Chavista barrios in New York City. That's 23 de enero. He says he's in
And not in
23
New
de
York
enero.
City, in Caracas City.
I said Caracas. I said in no, I
No,
said
you
in
said New York. I hear New York.
let's turn New York into Caracas and have a 23 de enero.
let me share the screen to put the video of
Yeah, sure, sure.
Alan McLeod from Mint Press, which is another amazing
Mm-hmm.
journalist
Mm-hmm.
that I have the chance to finally meet in person a few days ago, because he is like covering the elections. So here we are. I believe that we have in here. Let's hear him.
I'm here in Caracas, in the very building that Hugo Chavez used to vote himself in the elections. I think really one of the main stories that's coming out of this, for me anyway, is the very high turnout. We were in La Vega earlier in the afternoon, and at 1:30 p.m., election officials had already said that 2/3 of the people who were eligible to vote there had already done so. So this is looking like an election where people are energized, people are inspired to vote. And that is a really good sign, because what we've seen coming out of the United States so far is denigration of the elections, and people quietly suggesting, or maybe not even so quietly, very loudly suggesting that these elections are fraudulent. Hopefully, the high turnout will dissolve any fears. That high turnout has led to some problems. There have been long lines in some voting stations that we've seen, but that's really calmed down as the morning has gone on and we enter the afternoon. I'll keep you updated later, but it was very good to speak with you. I hope everything is going really well at the Orinoco Tribune, and your live stream right now is going fantastically. Can't wait to later get on it and hear what the results are.
That was Alan McLeod. We have another video here from, the problem, Sahi, when we are like this is that from Arnold August that sent it to us a few days ago. Arnold August is a good friend of Venezuela. He's right now one of the observers invited by the Venezuelan Electoral Council. And I have the video here. Give me just 1 second to put it in the queue in order to be played. So here we go.
Fighting station is basically to verify that you keep vote. So after you put your ticket on the box, you come here and you sign your name. You also put your fingerprint on the list, and you can go. You are free to go. And that's the whole process. That's how it works. No.
She's explaining to him I believe that the end of the voting process, which is when you sign the electoral book.
Okay, so at this time, it will be at this moment, it would be great if you just explain the steps of voting, like entering, and then well, everything that you do, like the different tables that you have to cover.
Yes. I believe that the problem of the video is that it's not showing exactly the whole process, just the end of the process.
Yes.
And the woman is explaining in English, which is good, how they voted that part of the process is. But I already explained at the beginning of the live stream the whole voting process. But this is basically the last part of the voting process, and I believe I saw that the video was because he has been sharing with us some videos, but some of the videos are not, are not whole. So I like so I haven't put those videos because they are not good videos with all information about an event or something. So, but he has been sending us also some information about the assisted vote, which is also another controversial. I'm gonna stop the sharing thing, the sharing the screen in order to have you, to make you visible. So because you're prettier than me. So what I wanted to talk about is about that assisted voting, which is extremely controversial, because right-wingers said that
let me explain first what the assisted voting means here in Venezuela. It's basically that the electoral law permits that if you are at certain age, if you are too old, if you are at discapacity, if you are sick, you can vote. That is the only exception for someone joining, I mean, one person joining another person during the exercise of voting. So right-winger has been saying for years that that's the way Chavismo force people to vote for Chavismo, because they say that they put Chavista people there, and the old people are like dead or something, and they are not capable to realize that for whom they are voting, which is absurd. And one of those videos that Arnold was sharing, but I didn't take it because I didn't put it in the queue, because what I already said, I mean, they are like fractions of processes and it's not full information. So but the whole process is important. So the opposition has been using this assisted vote as an excuse to say that Chavismo used it to force people to vote, which is a big lie. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if you want to add something.
Yeah, no. I just say that, yeah, I mean, it's okay. I think, I think there is a similar sort of process in many places. For example, in the Indian voting system.
You recently had elections in India, and I
Yes,
remember
yes,
that you
yes.
were mad because of the way the elections happened, right?
Well, I was mad because of the violence and also many of other things. Like, a lot of people might not know that there is a lot of electoral violence in India. They think of Honduras, they think of Mexico, they think of many countries. Well, it's similar kind of electoral violence exists in India. It's a larger country than all of them, so you can like use a proportion to think of how large it should be, the electoral violence. But I'm not talking about that. Since you're mentioning assisted voting, I was just going to say that, yeah, there is a similar law in India that allows all people above, we are senior, who we call senior citizens. So in this case, it's in general it's 60 years, but in case of voting it's 70. So if people are above 70 years old, or if they have some sort of physical disability that would impede them from going to the voting center, or if they are ill and like bedridden. So in these cases, the electoral officers would come. I mean, there would be a there would be a polling officer, like the all the things that all the people who are at a voting table, the officers of the election commission. So there is a presiding officer, there is a polling officer, etc. I think 3 or 4 people will go along with a guard. I mean, along with a police, or like maybe a military official. They will go to the person's house with the machine. So it's automated system. So they will go with the machines and everything, like it's in a car, and they go to the person's house and take the vote there in the house. So you're not, I mean, and if there is a blind person or someone very old who wants to go to the voting station, that person can go accompanied by a family member, not anyone else, but a family member who can help in voting. So these are the sort of things that exist. So I think, I mean, yeah, there has always been allegations, counter allegations, that this is a way to steal votes, but these are like a very small fraction of the electorate, so nobody cares too much.
Yes, but anyway, I believe that is important. So, but overall, the whole assisted vote in India creates the same animosity among parties, or is not such a big deal there?
No, it's not such a big deal, because everybody knows that it's a very small fraction of the electorate anywhere in the world. They just, I mean, there are other things. There are other things to worry about, right? There is the violence to worry about. So yeah, people don't think too much about that.
They have been trying to talk. I mean, if you ask me what I've seen during the whole day,
First in the morning when I wake up and I surf the web, which is what I did immediately after I wake up. Everything that I saw in videos and photos shows an ambience of tranquility, peace, and emotion. I mean, people happy voting. And
Yeah,
that same impression that I had in the morning is the same impression that I had when I went out, and I spent like 2 hours walking around the whole El Paraíso and having fun watching the people and making videos that I have not been able to publish, at least in our Twitter account, about what I saw. I'm gonna try to do that in a few minutes. But anyway, I mean, the impression was that of tranquility, normality, but of course, there were some reports about violence, in minor incidents of violence in an electoral center. I believe that in Portuguesa state, in the plains of Venezuela, in another scene in a university, where the right-wingers began also to spread fake videos and stuff on the web about violence that you have to pay careful attention to, because most of the time are fake news, are old videos of different elections, and that they reuse in order to try to create anxiety. But if you ask me, I counted like 2 or 3 minor incidents in some places in the countryside of Venezuela. That is nothing in comparison to the whole apparatus of election that we have to deploy. We are talking about 15,000 electoral centers, 32,000 voting polls, what we call mesas electorales in Venezuela.
Tables.
Yes, that are different from the voting centers, because you might have several mesas electorales in a voting center. Some people might get confused with these terms, because I believe that each country has its own way to organize elections. But at least that's the way that we organize them here. And for example, in the school where I always vote, I voted in the table number 3. And there were like 6 voting polls, as gringo call it, I believe. In
I
that,
don't know.
I'm not
We
sure
call
neither.
them,
I'm always confused about that. What is the best way to call them?
we call them booths. So in a center there may be more than one booth. For example, the
No,
place where I voted,
but for me, when you tell me
like
booth in English,
3 different
I
lines. Oh,
yes,
I understand. I understand.
but a booth is, I mean, in a voting table, you might have 2 or 3 booths depending of the size.
I
You know,
understood. I know. So I think the terms are different in different countries.
it depends on the way you organize your elections in your country. But anyway, I believe that people understand the whole idea. We have the voting centers, which are the schools, usually schools, high school educational centers. And inside those schools, the electoral council, with the help of the army, deploys the electoral material, the voting machines, everything. And inside they put in the classrooms, they deployed the whole elements of the voting poll. And in that voting poll, you can have several booths. You know what I mean?
Got it.
Oh,
A
it's
lot of
complicated.
lot of things in the same place. Of course, it will probably also depends on the number of voters at a voting center, etc. Like if
Yes,
there are less, so you would have
usually it's only, I mean, the average is that you have, with the numbers that I told you, I mean, we have 15,000 voting centers with 30-something thousand voting polls. I mean, poll
Well, I already forgot what is the name of that. But anyway, mesas electorales in Spanish. Uh, and uh, and that means that you have an average of 2 mesas electorales for each voting center to make it
Yeah,
easy.
yeah. That's the average, yeah, definitely. Anyway,
I
so
believe.
what I was going to say that yeah, you have your own videos and stuff, so it
Yes, let
might
me
be time for a
let
sneak
me
peek.
try to hide for a second to speak. Help me for a few minutes to try to do that work. Can you? I believe that
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
sure.
really hard for you to talk.
Not really. So I don't know what I'm going to talk, but
I love
anyway,
you. Thank you for helping me. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be back
I
soon. I want to
I
remain
will
here.
see. I'll see
What?
if there are any questions or comments on
Yes,
the
yes, and
YouTube,
feel
and I'll
free
just
to share your if you want to share your social media, whatever that you to check stuff while you are talking. But I'm gonna come back in a few minutes. Love you,
I
Sahe.
okay. It's okay. Yeah. So I'll just see if there are any questions and stuff on the YouTube stream. If there is anyone who's saying anything at all. Okay. So I have this. I see something here. Probably MSM is pushing this narrative, surmountable voter fraud, reveals that they have already foreclosed on the possibility of their NED candidate winning. Okay, so what did I say? I mean, they have been using this fraud narrative since forever. So since before the election began, always. So I'd say that they are mostly certain that they're going to lose. So that's why they have always this fraud narrative created on the background, on the they always have it at hand, ready. So whenever there is any problem, they'll just repeat it ad nauseum. So in this case, I think international media started doing it already. So it's like New York Times and everything. First of all, they have inflated Maria Corina Machado into, they've turned her into a saint. I mean, not just a sweetheart, I think sweetheart of Venezuela, and at the same time, very saintly fighter figure fighting against dictatorship, democratic, etc. And there are people, I mean, there are so many outside Venezuela who don't even know that she is not the candidate, that she is the real candidate. The de facto candidate is her, and her face, only her face or her mask, is Edmundo Gonzalez, who was probably chosen because he is so old and frail in health. Anyway, so I think I believe that their candidate, Maria Corina or whoever, is not going to win. They know that, and that's why they are repeating the fraud narrative. And they started it from before. So I think this is something that the head CEO of another polling firm, Data Analysis, Luis Vicente Leon, said. Even he made long Twitter posts about it, calling this thing the opposition's narrative of fraud from beforehand, and like we are not going to win because of this or that sort of narrative. He named it triumphalism, which may seem a bit ironic that they're talking about losing and it is being named triumphalism. But anyway, I think that triumphalism is probably anyway. So what I believe is they know that they're going to lose. That's why they're going to use the fraud narrative to just restart their violence or attempt to restart their violence at least. So we'll just see what sort of violence they are going to they can do. And I mean, recently there has been less. There are a lot of people, most people want peace, it seems. So it could be that they're just looking to start something. They have all the US support in the world. So there is our friend, Gloria's General Secretary, saying that, did you see the look on their faces with their press statements. So I have they recently been giving press statements? I don't know. I haven't seen them. But if you mean from beforehand, then yes, I have seen their faces when they give their press statements. Yeah, they don't look happy about anything. So it might be the reason why they are not happy. They have this triumphalist narrative from beforehand. And let's just see if there is something else here. Okay, so what I was going to comment, I mean, before I came in, I was just commenting to Jesus that all these street interviews and other sort of interviews that some journalists have taken of voters, either going to vote or returning from vote, or in general, people beforehand, before voting. It feels that people are aware of the situation, that why the situation is what it is, why it is like this. So they're really aware that it is the US blockade. We should not even call it sanctions because that's an euphemism. So the US blockade, the unilateral coercive measures, there are 936. Of them, 500 something are from the United States. The rest are from the European Union. I think there is also Japan and some other countries. But yeah, 936, that's the number. So people are aware that that is what destroyed their economy, that is what destroyed their everything, their life. Basically, that's what destroyed their vision about life or whatever they had, they just vanished. So it seemed that the people are very aware of this situation, and this is something I really like. I mean, it's very rare to see these people with this much of political knowledge or socio-economic political awareness or consciousness of their own situation, because that's very lacking in most places that I have been. I've just like heard people blaming others, blaming either immigrants or blaming whoever. Rich people blaming poor people blaming even poorer people, but nobody really aware of the why behind the situation in which they are. So in this case, these people really seemed very knowledgeable, conscious. They have lived, like they have experienced all these things, so they know. I mean, they know why they're experiencing what they're experiencing. And especially this interview from the last one that we saw, the person who was talking about the economic recovery or how Venezuelans have changed themselves, and like how it's a collective process and would not have been. And they also mentioned that it would not have been possible without President Maduro and his policies, his government policies. I believe that people are aware. I mean, it seems that people are quite aware of what is happening. Like they're not just blaming the government for all whatever has happened to them. And I think that this is something that many people, I'm not saying everyone, but many people in maybe UK, in US, in many countries of Europe, and also in many countries of Asia, this is something that pains me, but this is true. People fail to understand that. I mean, I think this is something that we also talked about in the pre-election videos, pre-election live streams that we did, that many people fail outside Venezuela, fail to understand the role of the state, that the role of the Venezuelan state. Um, uh, my uh, my impression is that the Venezuelan state has acted as a sort of shield between the people and imperialism. Like, not only in the case of stopping invasions or stopping coup d'etats, but also in economic warfare is the real war here. So in the case of economic warfare, also the government had acted as a shield first and as a weapon second, in order to recover people's buying power, because salaries are not yet recovered. We know this. This is a sore point, but people's buying power, etc. These things are all slowly, very slowly on the rise. At least people are not dying of hunger. It's like there is no famine or anything. That's something. I mean, I always wonder that if the large countries in the world, those who think that Venezuelans are doing things badly, that they are making mistakes, etc., I wonder if they would have lasted with the sort of blockade that Venezuela experiences. Like I've seen many people talking about more than 1,000% inflation. Like at the worst point, it was more than 300,000%, which is even unimaginable. Like many people said that it was like the First World War, post First World War Germany. So that did not last. I mean, what happened to Germany? We know that same. It did not happen to Venezuela. It's like recovering. It did not go to the fascists. Hopefully, it does not. So I mean, I think that people are really aware. People have lived through it, and people know what they're experiencing and why they're experiencing, and this gives hope that what the opposition is hoping for today would not come to pass. Okay, I'll just see if there are other things in the other messages. I'll just refresh and see. So I also see someone asking, has polling closed now? It's supposed to. I mean, it's supposed to have closed. But like I think Jesus mentioned that there are some people who go at the last minute, like turn up at the last minute. So there would be some polling stations that will have extensions, which means that not some polling stations, the entire voting time will be extended. So I'll just check if there has been any extension, like if the CNE has announced any extension. I'll just look. Okay, so I don't see anything about polls closing. I don't know where Jesus has vanished or what happened with his videos. Let's just see. Our friend William Kamakaro has sent some video. Let me just check if it's very good. I'll try to project it here. I don't know if I can, but I'll just see if I can. I probably can. Yes, I probably can. So it seems that there are a band of musicians playing outside a booth. I believe that's so. So that probably shows the mood. Like, let me just try to see if I can project it on the screen. How do I do it? Okay, so I don't even know how to do it. Okay. Unfortunately, I cannot. I think it's only the power of the host. But I'll see. Jesus is putting out stuff. Let's just see what can be done. Uh, it's so long. Okay, so polling stations are closing actually. So there is Brian Mayer reporting for Telesur. He's saying that polling stations are closing.
Yes,
Okay, so that means that polling.
yes, I shared that to
Hmm.
you.
Yeah, so I'm seeing it right now that polling
Yes,
stations are
yes.
closing.
My
I
internet
just
is terrible. My internet is terrible because, sorry,
yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
okay. I mean, you should say why you're interested.
No, I have problems because my internet is terrible, and while I am uploading the videos to Twitter, the videos that I mentioned you, my internet gets extremely choppy. So that's why I had not been able to do it. But I'm about to end. And I just wanted to help you saying what you just mentioned, that Brian Muir just posted something in on social media saying that the voting tables are already closed. So I'm gonna try to keep uploading these videos. I apologize, but I don't know. Do you don't see when you are trying to share more complicated from a phone, right? To share things.
I don't I actually don't know how to do them. I mean I don't know how to do it from a phone. I have done it from computer many times, but I don't know. Like if,
Yes,
for example,
yes. From if you're
I have a
using your phone, some
share thing here. So if I click on it, so if I click on it, it gives me options like OneDrive, SharePoint, Google Drive, and etc. It also shows me. It also gives me the screen, but I don't know if I try to share the screen and if I have it playing in the screen, if it will happen or not.
Try. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know too much about that either, but try it. Maybe that will show the regular screen and not your video. I mean, not your camera.
No.
Let's see what happened, because that might help you to
get familiarized.
to show the people. Yes, to show the people what you are watching on social media. Nothing
Good.
happened?
No. I'm sharing. I'm trying to do this.
Okay, try to do it to see if it works.
Oh
No,
God. What is it doing? I
I
don't even
believe that
know
it
what is
doesn't.
it doing.
It doesn't work. I mean, the camera went down for like less than a second, and then the camera, your phone camera came back. So maybe that's not an option there. I
Good.
don't know how it works
So,
neither in phones. I haven't used the app on phones.
yeah, I haven't either. So this is
But anyway,
we should have done this before.
then let me try to do it. The problem is that my internet is choppy. But what I'm gonna try to do, because I to do is switch from my Wi-Fi network to mobile network to try to let X on my phone use the mobile network to upload one of the videos that I record. I have like 4. And I believe that now I'm better. My internet is gonna be better. I'm gonna share with you the the things on social media. But first I wanna put the things that I saw that we were talking about Ryan Mears. So let's do it. Okay, here we are from. Okay, this is what we were talking about, Brian Mears. Let me put it a little bit bigger. This is Brian Mears reporting for Telesur. And it's not too much. I saw that it was going to be like a big video, but he's just showing a
a voting center being closed and people applauding. So I believe that they are not unhappy. But I saw that it was going to be like a bigger report or something like that. But anyway, we knew that the voting centers were going to close. This is something that Erika Ortega Sanoja, which is an amazing Venezuelan journalist, is showing about like an incident of leaflets drop in a place in Miranda State. It's very close to Caracas, Los Alias. That is San Antonio de los Altos, near Caracas. And let me see what the... Let me put it again. Leaflets drop in some places near Caracas, calling for hate against Chavistas.
Yeah, I see.
Typical right-wing stuff.
Okay, so
what do
they
you
do
see?
it. They do it.
Yes. Reading into smile is not really an exact science, but this is something from Venezuela analysis that I'm reading. But high-ranking Chavista figures sure seem confident here. And they show a video of Diosdado Cabello. I'm going to put the video here. Let me pull it back and make it a little bit bigger because it's too small. But I know that when I make it bigger, the video gets choppy. But anyway, I believe that this is Cabello with a big smile. Of course, they also know how to play in front of the camera, so anything can happen. But I believe that they are trying to send a message also. So he's saying that it's been it's finally 28th of July and that the campaign was great. Maybe people went to the street during the campaign, and that was repeated today. He said that it contrasts the happiness of the ordinary Venezuelans, the working people, with the sadness of the right-wingers, with the sadness of those that knows what happened, and we already know what happened, he's saying. But we do respect what the CNE says. Wait for the numbers. We are going to sing a couple of songs. Wait, he said that you're going to sing 2 songs, the Venezuelan national anthem and... with Hugo Chavez in there. I sang by Hugo Chavez, and then they're going to sing Happy Birthday to Hugo Chavez because today, I forgot to mention it,
His birthday.
Yes, it's Hugo Chavez's birthday, and he was going to be 70 years this year if he was alive. The PSUV is amazing, writing jingles for campaigns. That is the son of the PSUV. One of those jingles that is very sticky. Most of guerreros del PSU is a son. Anyway, I believe that that's just like a show of confidence. He's sending a message to the people to let the people know that things are going fine. So that's good. But let's see what the CNN said. I love this meme of Hugo Chavez laughing that Ivan Gil is our Ministry for Foreign Affairs, just posted on his Twitter account. What else I have here? Fiorella Isabel, which is an amazing journalist from RT. Let me read it. Breaking: before calling fraud on Venezuelan election risks this. I've covered elections in US, Latin America, and Russia. This can be a bit techy. But I'll explain the electoral process step by step. So, okay, so this is a thread. It's
Yes.
good because that's one of the arguments. I don't want to read it all. Let's replay the video to see what she want us to see here in the video, and then I want to try. Let's try a little bit about that trend, Sahili, of the trend of the fraud thing.
Yeah.
Let me see what the video says. I believe that is a video by this guy, G. Gilio, showing a voting center, I believe. But it doesn't say much. But anyway, I mean, we have talked about that a lot. But the fraud narrative doesn't have any sense. The Venezuelan electoral system is bulletproof, really bulletproof. And the opposition is part of the bulletproofing process because they participate in every and single audit that the system has. They all, of course, play dumb and play dementia, but in reality, they know how the whole system operates because they witness as political members of political parties all the steps of the electoral process, and they have witnesses in every. At least they should have witnesses in every single voting center. So, and never, besides all the propaganda, whenever you ask anyone to show you any proof, any demonstration that there has been fraud in Venezuelan elections, no one can show you anything because it's impossible. But anyway, that's part of the narrative that Fiorella Isabel very smartly is trying to counter here. The other narrative that they have been trying to impose, I talked about that yesterday, but I believe that it's important to remark it, is the narrative of that Maduro not wanting to recognize the result, that Chavismo does not want to recognize the result, which is a humongous lie. Actually, it is Chavismo, the one that proposed an agreement that was signed a few weeks ago, asking all the candidates to recognize the result. And Maduro signed it. And 7 more opposition candidates signed it. The only one that didn't, and the agreement didn't meant only to recognize the result, which is an absurdity because everyone should, at least in paper, recognize the result. But the agreement also, all the candidates that signed it agreed not to promote violence after the announcement, and that's a part that the right-wingers do not like, and that's why Edmundo Gonzalez and Enrique Marquez, 2 opposition candidates, did not sign the agreement. So those are 2 important narratives that you have to pay attention to because they are the ones that are going to be used to in the case they want to do the crazy thing of promoting violence in Venezuela if the opposition finally end up being defeated again. And let me tell you something. I mean, some people believe that Chavismo win all the elections in Venezuela, and that's the only and the only explanation for that is is the fraud narrative. But that's a lie. I mean, opposition also win
elections in Venezuela. I mean, they have like 100 mayors in Venezuela. They have like 3 governors. In 2015, they got the majority of the election, and Chavismo recognized those results. We always have recognized the result. We really believe in democracy, in the bourgeois democracy that is not perfect. But anyway, that's the game that we have been playing for the last 25 years. That as a Marxist, I have criticism against that way of having a democracy, but that's another discussion. But they only cry fraud when they lose like an election, but when they win, and they have won several elections in different levels of government, they don't say a thing. Everything is perfect when they win. So that shows a little bit the quality and the low level of the Venezuelan opposition. This is a video from the east of Caracas. Let me put it to see what happened. It's Diosdado Cabello.
Ya había mucha emoción, mucha alegría por el cumpleaños del comandante.
Mucha alegría. Estamos pasando esta hora 6:06 de la tarde. Vamos a encarar aquí.
He's touring the east of Caracas, a bastion of the right wingers, at 6:06 p.m. He's saying that everything is calm.
Ausencia también, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, los carómetros.
Sí, ausencia tiene que ver con los carómetros que se vieron en televisión.
He's talking about the lone faces that they saw in television. I haven't seen that video. I hope that while I scroll down on my YouTube timeline, I will see. Maybe there was a press conference by the opposition that we haven't seen. So let's see what happened.
Yes, there was some sort of comment on this in the.
But
in
I haven't seen the video yet. Let me scroll down a little bit to see.
I haven't either.
This is Maduro yesterday. This is an exit poll from Roy Lopez. I don't trust them too much. This is Marco Terulli, which is an amazing journalist from Argentina. But I don't want to stop right now on those things. I just want to see if I crash with that press conference that Diosdado is talking about. I don't see it. See here. Let me do something. I'm gonna search with Maria Corina. My beloved Maria Corina. And let's see what she has posted here. That's the only way. Okay, she's showing but she's showing only numbers of participation, 55, according to them.
According to whom?
To Maria Corina Machado, according to Maria Corina Machado, the turnout is 55%. I thought that it was going to be between around 65. But I was very optimistic, but it's not about output, turnout, right?
You are over optimistic. Maria Corina is closer to mine.
Listen. Here's a video. Give me 1 second. Let's see what it is. Let me put the volume up because I don't know what this crazy X always put it in the middle. Let's hear our beloved Maria Corina and see her face and the ones behind her.
Tema muy importante para finalizar se refiere a las actas. Según el artículo 337.
She's talking about the electoral minutes. I believe that's how we translate those things. And she's talking about Article 337. Let's see what she says.
El reglamento de la ley orgánica del proceso electoral.
From the
organic law for electoral processes.
Tienen derecho a su acta.
She's talking that the witnesses have right to have a copy of the minute.
También está contemplado en la página 17 del manual de mesa. Nuestros
They say that that's also in the page 17 of the manual for the voting center.
derecho a su acta. Ningún testigo se va de su centro de votación sin tener el acta en la mano.
She's saying that no single witness can leave the voting center with his or her voting minute. They're going to they're trying to create some, you know, estrudence around there. I believe that is because they said a few days ago that they won't recognize in a press conference, Biagio, I don't remember his name, Giulio Biagio, one of their spokespersons, said that when he was asked if they were going to recognize the results, and he didn't answer, and he said that they were only going to recognize the results of the minutes that they had, like not recognizing one more time the authority of the electoral council, which is the only one that have to issue electoral results. So there's an issue there, but I believe that Diosdado Cabello is talking about other stuff that I'm not seeing here, and maybe let's see what this other account of them says. Oh my God, it took me to another thing. Let's see Venezuela account, which is Maria Corina Machado's party. Okay, this is it. Yes, those faces doesn't look nice. Okay, let's try let's try to hear them.
De nuestra Venezuela. Y esa hora que se acerca, que son las 6 de la tarde, merece y amerita que todos absolutamente regresemos a nuestro centro de votación.
She's calling that at this time, everyone should go back to the voting centers. But look at their faces. They are trying to make a humongous effort to look happy.
Que vamos a acompañar a nuestros testigos, a nuestros miembros, como lo hicimos cuando fuimos y estuvimos votando.
That we are going to support our witnesses and members of the voting centers.
Está nuestro centro. Efectivamente, nos concentremos con el proceso, con el acto.
This is dangerous, especially taking into consideration their history. She's calling all the supporters to concentrate around the voting tables, the voting centers, until the totalizing, the counting process begins.
Un acto que es público como tal, efectivamente, además le corresponde y tienen la garantía de presenciarlo nuestros testigos.
She's saying things that everyone knows and that always happen, and that I already mentioned, that the scrutinize, the counting process at the end of the voting is a public event, and no one has ever denied those things.
Son efectivamente los ojos de toda Venezuela que han estado ahí y son los corazones nuestros que van a estar ahí.
They don't look happy.
De recuerdo para todos los venezolanos, porque además lo conocemos muy bien, consiste en, sin haber estado conectada a la máquina de votación, sin haber transmitido, se imprima el acta número 1.
She's talking about the whole totalizing, counting of vote process, but they look kind of not happy.
Se transmite y se imprimen las actas que van a recibir nuestros testigos, donde nosotros vamos, todos los ciudadanos, a acompañar a nuestros testigos con esas actas de votación.
They are trying to make a fuss out of that, but they have their witnesses in those voting centers, and in the other side of the wire, in the CNE headquarters, they have also political witnesses from their political party. So they are trying to create some fuss here around the whole electoral minutes thing because of the stupidity that the guy that is next to this woman say a few. This is the guy that I mentioned before that make the statement of saying that they were only going to recognize not the CNN announcement, but what the electoral minutes said.
De recuerdo para todos los venezolanos, porque además lo conocemos muy bien, consiste en, sin haber estado conectada a la máquina de votación, sin haber transmitido, se imprima el acta número 1. Sale el primer chorizo, luego se conecta a la máquina.
She's explaining stuff that every Venezuelan knows. Anyway, it's not irrelevant. But the only relevant thing here is that right-wingers are trying to create some fuss around the electoral minute thing and their faces. So this, I'm pretty sure that this is what
yeah, I was
Diosdado
sure.
Cabello was talking about. Do you
so,
watch the video?
Yeah, I watch it now with you, but not before. But though we had a comment on YouTube about it, that have you watched their faces? And I said no. So this guy, who made the comment, I think his name was Biagio Pilieri, and he said
exactly.
something like,
That's the guy that I mentioned.
He said we'll respect what those minutes say. So he said he did not say that, but what our minutes say, which is the will of the people, of course we'll respect it. And we are more than certain than ever that those minutes will say that Edmundo Gonzalez will be the next president elected on July 28th. So this is the sort of stuff he had said. He said that he will only respect, not he, but just his people will respect only the minutes. And he did not say CNE will not respect the CNE, but that was the reading between the lines.
This is another tweet of Eric Ortega showing the video with Diosdado Cabello driving around Altamira in the east of Caracas and showing that everything is like on a normal zone in Caracas, in that part of Caracas. Of course, I believe that at this time of the day, because of the election, a lot of people are like at home, like waiting for the results. You won't see too many people in the street. I believe that usually on Sundays in that part of Caracas, there is more traffic, but that's absolutely normal because of what I'm just saying. Let me see, what is this apparent group affiliated with pro-US opposition you have been attacking voting centers in the state of Portuguesa. Okay. I forgot about these incidents and I haven't mentioned anything. But listen, I mentioned Portuguesa before because I hear something, but I didn't recall exactly what happened. But this is like opposition people attacking other Venezuelan citizens trying to exercise the right to vote. But before this incident, I believe that this is one of those events that happen in the morning that Denis Rogatyuk is showing in his Twitter account. But this morning, something similar happened against Ceballos, Daniel Ceballos, which is another opposition candidate. He was trying to vote, and then a group of right-wingers began to attack him and scratch him with his wife. I mean, he was voting with his wife, and a group of right-wingers began to scream in their faces and threaten them. And that shows, again, the nature of the Venezuelan opposition. So just for you to know that there has been several incidents of opposition generated violence. They are very scattered, they are very tiny, but there has been there, and we have to pay attention to that because they are violent, despite that they call us to be the violent ones, Let's see what. Okay, let's see what Luigino said because he's very smart. Let's see what Luigino Bracci says. He's being translated by Red. Our good friend Oli Vargas is working now with friend. Did you see him, Sahili? Oli Vargas from Causation News.
Where is working?
He's working with Red. Let's hear Luigino. Okay, I believe that this is bad because no one, okay, what I'm gonna do, no one will be able to see clearly the subtitles are here, but I'm gonna leave it there, and what I'm gonna do is like I will translate Luigino. Do you think that's the best option, Sahili?
Yeah, probably
Okay.
that will be the best.
Okay, I'll do it.
Aquí en Venezuela es algo que había sido muy difícil hasta ese momento. Cuando él falló.
Okay, I believe that this is like one of the greatest. Okay.
Uno de los logros que yo le veo más a Hugo Chávez
One of the great achievements of Hugo Chávez
fue que él logró unir a la izquierda venezolana.
he managed to unite the Venezuelan left.
Aquí en Venezuela es algo que había sido muy difícil hasta ese momento.
Something that was very difficult since then. When he died in 2013, most of the leftist group, you know, reassured their support to Maduro.
Hugo Chávez meses antes de fallecer. Sin embargo, también el efecto de las sanciones, de los problemas, tal vez de la forma como abordó el presidente Maduro, como abordó la economía.
However, because of sanctions and the problems, and maybe the way President Maduro dealt with the economic situation,
La forma como se abordaron esos problemas, varios grupos, varios partidos de izquierda comenzaron y varios fragmentos de grupos de izquierda comenzaron a distanciarse de
some leftist group. I believe that this is not election related, but anyway, he's talking about this. I believe that he's going to talk about the crashes between PSUV and the Venezuelan Communist Party, and I'm among those ones that believe that the Venezuelan Communist Party has been behaving terribly. And I know that Regino is among the ones that think that the Venezuelan Communist Party is the same thing. I mean, have not changed, and is the good Venezuelan Communist Party that we had a few years ago.
del gobierno de Nicolás Maduro, ¿no? El Partido Comunista de Venezuela es uno. Hay partidos como el PPT, como Tupamaro.
He's saying like the Communist Party is one of those parties, PPT, Tupamaros.
Digamos que cuando fueron al
distance
Tribunal Supremo de Justicia, el Tribunal Supremo siempre le dio la razón al.
Oh, this is too long, and I believe that is not. That's a problem. That's an issue that I'm passionate about, but I believe that is not. It's not elections related, so I'm not gonna pay too much attention to that right now. But something that related to that maybe not too many of you have been hearing about is that the Venezuelan Communist Party a few weeks ago announced that they were supporting Enrique Marquez, one of these crazy right-wingers presidential candidates. I don't know how to say it, but un anticomunista rabioso, we say it in Spanish. I forgot how you say that in English, but a crazy anti-communist. And the Communist Party decided and asked its members to vote for Enrique Marquez. Last week, one of the most important members of the executive committee of the Venezuelan Communist Party, the old Venezuelan Communist Party, as I call it, the one controlled by Figueras. His name is Wimer Carolus, I believe is his name. He went on social media with a group of members of the Communist Party and say that they rejected the decision of Figuera and the All Communist Party to support Enrique Marquez. I believe that's the name of the candidate. So I believe that it was on Monday or Tuesday, or in the Monday or Sunday, that I read in the Twitter account of the Old Communist Party that they expelled Wimer Carolus and the group of communists that support him in this video that they presented on social media. So anyway, that's I just wanted to update you because that's an issue that I follow very carefully and closely. But I believe that it's not election related, so I don't want to waste too much time on that. But now that we stumbled with this video, I recall that that is something that I want to write about at some moment after the elections.
Yeah, you
I
do
have
remember.
I have hopes that maybe that in fight within the old Communist Party might result in something good, but who knows? Go ahead, Sahi. Sorry. I beg your pardon.
No pardon. I was just saying that we have been asked this question. Okay. about the
And
about
we have some friends in the solidarity movement that ask us not to get into this deep because they say that that's not good.
exactly that's not
But people
necessary.
keep asking us about that, and that is happening. And you can, I mean, one thing is being a solidarity activist, and one thing, and another thing is being a news outlet that is trying to inform about facts. And we are reached recurrently on these issues, and we need to cover them. We cannot just hide them because it's not nice. And
Yeah.
so, but anyway,
Yeah.
I won't stop too much about that. Go ahead, Sally.
Yeah. Even our good friend Yuri asked us about it, even recently.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
because
Especially young leftists.
yes, young
In the north.
Yes, they
They
asked
get
that.
got confused.
Yes, they get confused at what is the fight between PCV and PSUV? Why PCV would support Enrique Marquez? No, they don't even know about Enrique Marquez or his trajectory or anything. So they just don't know who that person is. So there is even like something called I think this term has been overused, but it's like automatic solidarity. So there is this automatic solidarity with the communists from communists with the Communist Party of Venezuela,
Absolutely.
and they don't even register that who the candidate that they were supporting might be. So they are probably just don't know who Enrique Marquez is.
Yes. But anyway, I mean that's important. I was checking the YouTube chat, and I'm gonna try to read some of the questions that I haven't seen there. I believe that you mentioned those of Glorious General Secretary already. This is U.S. citizen. Okay, this is CP2. As a U.S. citizen, I'm impressed with Venezuela's public housing expansion under Chavez and Maduro. Thank you, compa. Yes, that's a fact. Right-winger says that's a propaganda, Chavista propaganda. I believe that's Sahili got frozen. I hope that it is not my internet and it's Sahili one. Are you there, Sahi? Okay, maybe it's. I believe that I got confused with the I believe that I got confused with the frozen image that I have of you here in YouTube, but that's a different thing. So I believe that it was my fault. So yes, I mean the housing program in Venezuela has been amazing, and I believe that we can do better. We have abandoned public housing. It is a shame, absolutely. I mean, the U.S. have hundreds of thousands of people living in the streets, while there are hundreds of thousands of houses, apartments available, but yes, capitalism just don't allow to make a correction there because greed, because capitalistic greed. But anyway, that's another discussion, but it's true. Are there reliable exit poll at this point? I just tuned back in. This is a question by Corbinite. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. We haven't seen it. The only one that I've seen is the one that I mentioned you. But Sahi, if you can take a look to see if there's something new about that. But I believe that we won't see anything better. I believe that I'm pretty sure that behind the curtains, the CNE began to call people to don't go crazy with the numbers. And I haven't seen anything after this exit poll that I mentioned from Interlaces. What else? What else? Great Venezuelan Housing Mission. Yes, Shadia is clarifying the name of the program. That's the name of the program for housing in Venezuela. And we have built, I believe that we are already above 5 million houses. That's crazy to say. I mean, you can say it easily, but constructed 5 million apartments and houses is a titanic, effort. Are there reliable exit polls? Go ahead, Sahi.
I've just talked about 5 million houses. I would just like to mention one thing, which I always mention, that even this happened. I mean, this thing is happening amid sanctions, right? So in case people don't know, cement is sanctioned for Venezuela. So cement is one of the most important components of building houses. There is no
I'm
way
coming
you
back.
can build.
I'm gonna get some water. Give me a second.
Okay, so there is no way of building a house without cement. So, and cement is sanctioned for Venezuela, which means that it is like a superhuman effort to get this sort of housing. I mean, build 5 million houses. Not all 5 million were built with sanctions, but I think we were like, the number was 3.2 or 3.3 million in 2015. So from there, that is when the sanctions began with Obama. Let's remember that. So after that, it reaching 5 million is amid sanctions, and with cement under sanctions, it has been very difficult. I don't even know, and a lot of things are not even said from where the government gets it, etc. But I would say that it has been a superhuman effort to build this housing in Venezuela. This million, some more than a million, close to 2 million housing under sanctions, and they're going to reach, I mean, the goal is to reach 7 million by 2030. Once US sanctions are on a country, they exist. They will exist forever. They will continue to exist until there is a change in the US, not anywhere else. Which means that under sanctions, there will be close to 4 million houses built, which is a superhuman effort because cement sanctioned, iron, anything with iron is sanctioned, like iron, steel, all these are under sanctions. And without these things, you cannot do modern construction. Whenever someone asks about housing, this is something I mentioned. It's not about just housing, everything, but housing is, because everybody thinks that, I mean, yeah, it's a big achievement, the housing mission. So how this achievement is possible even under sanctions is a big thing, which is all I always mention, that these things are under sanctions: cement, iron, steel, everything. And even then the housing is being built. Go ahead, Jesus.
With what? I wanted to follow your line of thought, but I didn't hear anything of what you were talking about.
I was just saying that even with sanctions, even with having cement, iron, steel, and many other things sanctioned, the houses are being built. So
That's
without
true.
those things, built modern
That's
housing.
true.
So it's
Yes.
a superhuman effort.
Let me keep reading. Entonces, I have to go back, but thanks for the show. Good night. This is from Dinner with Franklin. Thank you, guys. Glorious General Secretary, Compa, do the campaigns have their own data as they go through the day? Yes, absolutely. I believe that I mentioned that before, but they have, especially the biggest parties, you know, they have their witnesses in every voting table around the country. And those witnesses, I mean, they cannot know exactly who voted for whom, but I mean, in many exit polls out there, I mean, they design their ways to have their supporters letting them know if they voted for Gonzalez or for Maduro. And they conduct exit polls. The issue is that they don't publish them, with the only exception of this one that I already mentioned, which is a rarity. But they have their numbers. Of course, they cannot. They have the numbers of, which is a very important number. Is the number of the turnout, but they also conduct exit polls. And for example, Chavismo have something that the right wingers hate, which is the puntos rojos. And they say that those puntos rojos is like a propaganda place where Chavistas, collective and violent Chavistas, used to intimidate and to force people. And in reality, I mean, I didn't see any Chavista point in this election. That's something that I have to highlight. I mean, and I visited today like 5 or 6 voting centers, and I didn't saw a single punto rojo. Is the name that we gave to those places. They are like booths in the middle of the street. They're like a few blocks next to a voting center, and some Chavistas, especially those that belong to the PSUV, they go there and they inform if they voted or not. It's just like a counting mechanism that I'm sure that most parties use to try to have a sense of, but it's not something mandatory. It's not something, I mean, hardcore PSUV members or Chavistas. I'm a hardcore Chavista, but I don't belong to the PSUV, so I never have used and registered in these puntos rojos, but that's something that happened, and that's the way that many parties use to have a sense on how the numbers are moving. But again, the reality is the one that is going to be provided by the CNE. But I'm talking about one side of the electoral process, the side that happened in the voting center. But when the voting center closed and they began to totalizing, to counting the votes and send the info to the CNE electronically, then the CNE began to see numbers. And I believe that at that point, electoral witnesses from different political parties have access to those numbers. I'm not 100% sure about that, but they have access to certain information of that process. So I don't know how the CNE control who gets the tendencies when when the numbers begins to arrive to the CNE, which I believe is exactly what is happening right now. First, because surfing the internet, you don't see, at least I didn't see too many news or reports about the CNE extending the time to vote. Of course, everyone knows in Venezuela that the rule is the one that I told you. If there's people in lines, you don't close a voting center. But these reports of that Brian Mears posted a few minutes ago about voting center closes indicates me that maybe we are going to have results and voting centers closing earlier, and that means that at this moment a lot of data should be arriving in the headquarters of the CNE here in Caracas. So some people might have already some numbers. And I mean, and there's a funny fact about how the opposition, the right wingers, the mainstream media, the Washington narrative is that we control all the institutions in Venezuela. And the reality is that let me see a message that was sent here. Arnold Lagos is sending us something from the New Herald in Miami, saying that opposition candidate surpasses Maduro with a wide margin according to a polling, whatever. Who knows? But okay, this is something that Nino Paglia, also from Canada, as our compa Arnold, is just sending me. Let me see what it is. It's from I'm gonna play it here for you. The same thing that, but I'm not sure if I believe that this is not something. I mean, even Nino, I believe I have the impression that for some reason this video is old. If you pay attention to the background, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that this is an old video showing Diosdado Cabello saying that he cannot talk about numbers, but you can see his face. But anyway, it's almost the same of what he said in the other video that I believe that is actually recently. I don't know why this video that just sent me Nino Paglicia that it has been posted a few minutes ago, but I believe that the video is old. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think that Diosdado Cabello and the whole. I believe that this is that video. That video. Let me do something and go to the El Sapo. El Sapo Digital is the name of that account. Who knows what account that is? But I'm gonna go there to let you show the video. El Sapo Digital. Okay, here's the video, and let me pull up and I wanna ask you if you have the same opinion that I have.
Para hablar de números, porque quiera que vea mi cara.
Basically, Leonardo Cabello is saying here that he cannot talk about numbers, but anyone that wants to know a little bit should see his face. But I believe that this is one of the regular weekly press conference of the PSUE. And if I recall well, that's something that Diosdado Cabello said after the electoral drill that we have a few weeks ago. And people are using it, I don't know why, to get clicks, because Diosdado already say the same thing in a video that is evident that is from today. So one have to be very careful with this, because you know disinformation happen also on the side of Chavismo, or tricky way of presenting information. I'm not sure if this is disinformation, but anyway, one have to be on alert always with that. Okay, I'm checking our chat in YouTube to see if there are other comments. I don't see any other comments. What else? So let me go back to okay, this is a video from Ana and Chavez. I'm gonna go back to okay. The first thing is this video that is actually new, showing Diosdado Cabello saying the same thing. He's showing his face of happiness. Press conference, then of the voting process, President okay, this is another video that Venezuela Analysis is showing, presenting Edmundo González and María Corina Machado in but I believe that this is just a photo of the basically what Venezuela Analysis say is that these people gave a press conference at the end of the voting process, and that oh my God, what did I do? And they praised Venezuelans for a successful process, call on witnesses to remain on voting centers until the final reports. Remain voting center on their final reports are issued, and Machado claimed to be excited about the results he has seen. Okay, this is something interesting. But I don't know, the faces doesn't look very nice, but we cannot make the analysis on a photo. You need to watch the video. Let's see if we crash with that video where we saw Elon Musk X, which by the way yesterday sent posted something asking Venezuelans to vote for Maria Corina Machado. So you can imagine how it would happen to us if Machado, he actually asked people to vote for Machado when she is actually not the real candidate. But what could he know about Venezuelan elections or Venezuela in general? The only thing that might force him to write something like that, maybe that someone told him that we have lithium or something here in Venezuela because they only care about robbing the resources of our countries. This is a video of Chavista lately celebrating, but you might have also videos of right-winger opposition people also celebrating. What else do we have here? Kamala Harris. This is Diosdado Cabello together with Jorge Rodriguez. And that's something that happened when he recorded the other video that we show you. It says that they are still, and this is a post from Jorge Rodriguez from 30 minutes from at 7 p.m. Caracas time. And he says that there are still voters exercising their right. He also says that they have noticed some lone faces, and he is asking the opposition not to get amargado. How do you say that in English? I forgot. Depressed, right?
It's bitter. It's bitter.
Don't to get bitter or depressed, maybe a better translation. Que esto fue un voto por la paz. La verdad se impone siempre. So he's basically trying to let Chavista knows that we are winning, but we still need to see the numbers. But at 7 p.m. and the Jorge Rodriguez, which is one of the architects of our electoral system, because he was president of the the National Electoral Council for several years, and during his time in the Venezuelan Electoral Council, in the National Electoral Council during his time, we witnessed the best improvement in the technical robustness that we see now in our electoral system. So if you want to blame someone for the amazing electoral system that we have in Venezuela, one of those people is Jorge Rodriguez. Well, he have influence and some friends inside the Venezuelan CNE. And he actually after he left the CNE, he appointed Tibisay Lucena, which lasted there for also for a bunch of years. I believe that she was rector like for about 12 years, president of the Electoral Council, and she also improved the Electoral Council. What else do we have here? We have Ben Norton talking about the houses. He's talking about 5,100,000, and that's exactly what I was telling you. I didn't have the numbers exactly, but I knew that we were above the 5 million because a few months ago there was this event where Maduro delivered the house number 5 million. This is the video of this voting center in Andres Bello High School that we show before, but from another perspective, when they were closing the people celebrating. I don't know why, but you find also, I saw some right-wingers next to my voting center honking their cars and with Venezuelan flags and whatever, but I don't see the point of doing that. But anyway, people do it. I believe that is part of the electoral whatever party or strategy. Ignacio Ramonet, but this is too old. What else do we have here? Wow, our good friend Hillary Clinton. These are the guys from the old Venezuelan Communist Party saying nonsense. Arrancamos Venezuela. I don't know who they are. This is from People Dispatch. I like their content. Let me replay this. This seems to be like an interview to a Venezuelan woman. And they are putting subtitles down in the bottom, but I believe that I want to have to read them to you.
Estamos dando una lucha, una batalla contra la derecha mundial.
We are battling against the far right, not only Venezuelan, but global.
Que siempre, por supuesto, ha querido estar opacando a la parte de la izquierda.
That always has been trying to opaque, to cover the left.
Si está en juego aquí en Venezuela, todo. Está en juego nuestra libertad.
Everything is at stake here in Venezuela, our freedom, our independence.
Todos los beneficios que tenemos logrado.
All the benefits that we have achieved since we was to power are stake. And that's we are giving 100% for the election of Nicolás Maduro.
Disfrutando lo que es el proceso de
We
votación.
are here in community enjoying the electoral process. They can say whatever,
Todo es falacia.
but everything is slide. Everything is slide.
Problemas sí los hay.
There are problems, of course, but we as people, as community, are united to try to get the country ahead, move it forward. And the opposition could not stop us. So, viva la patria. So, how do you say that? Long life the homeland in English, Sahili? That you are the expert. My favorite proofreader in the whole wide world.
Oh, I am not.
in the Bengal area.
I'm not expired, but anyway, so it's long live. Yes, of course, it's long live our homeland, whatever.
The homeland,
so,
yes, right?
Yeah, but we don't say it in English, right? We say it in Bengali, but we take the word from Persian. Imagine that. Anyway.
Look at that. And Persia is mostly in Iran, right?
It's Iran. It's not mostly. It's Iran. Yes, but we take I said that we take the word from the language Farsi, which is the language, biggest language of Iran. So yeah, that's from that our word comes. I think you also know it, but anyway. So yeah, but yeah, in English it's a long live. Yes.
Let me try to do something because sometimes when you scroll down your timeline, you doesn't see everything. But when you should check the trends, you see more information that the
So
timeline
probably
isn't
no,
showing you.
probably nothing new.
Yes.
Like it says a waiting time, you
Wow.
know. What do you call it? Tiempo muerto.
Yes, the happy hour, I believe, is gonna begin like around 9 p.m. What we call the
Ah,
happy hour, which is the crazy battle of numbers. So that's about to begin, like in an hour.
yeah.
But let's do something. What I'm gonna do to try to refresh myself and to eat something is to loop some videos. Some of the I have too many more other videos that are not from today, but I believe that but they are from yesterday, before yesterday. I believe that they are still important. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna play them and leave it in a loop while we refresh and update a few things and we come back. Do you think that's a good idea, Sahe? If you have another idea, let me know.
No, it's okay. I mean, yeah, play the videos. Let's see them.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take I don't know what my video keep getting like stopped. But anyway, okay, I'm gonna play other videos that I have in landscape mode. And not in landscape, in TikTok mode. Second.
All right, with just 2 days to go before the elections in Venezuela, Midpress is on the ground here in central Caracas. This place is teeming with.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop this share because there's no other way that I know to do it. And I'm gonna reshare it again with the PLC application software. And I'm gonna leave it there. So let's give us like 20, maybe around 4:30 or 4:20. We should be back. Do you think that's a good idea, Sahe?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are important videos with interviews that Alan McLeod did and that Rania Khalek did. The statement that Roger Waters did a few days ago. So enjoy them, and we will back. And please ask questions in the YouTube chat if you have any questions. See you in a few minutes, compa. Un abrazo.
National observers, and one of them is Gloria La Riva, former presidential candidate for the Party of Socialism and Liberation. Gloria, how are you?
Very good. Good to be here.
Well, you've obviously got a lot of experience dealing with elections in the U.S. How did the ones in Venezuela compare to the U.S. ones?
There's no comparison. I was thinking of it yesterday when we saw the remarkable election system. Super, I mean, there's no fraud possible in it when you hear about how it's set up electronically and so on. But aside from that, the fact that in the United States you have to have 50 state rules. There's no federal system for obtaining ballot status just for them. And each state has their own restriction, from tens of thousands to 150,000 signatures you have to gather. And even with that, we have candidates on behalf of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Two women, Claudia de la Cruz, Karina Garcia, for president and vice president. And we're in the middle of a legal battle right now because our members collected 17,700 signatures, more than double required to appear on the Georgia ballot. Well, the Democratic Party has filed basically a legal action to keep the PSL, Jill Stein for the Greens, Professor Cornel West, and Robert Kennedy Jr. All of them they're trying to keep off, which means that they fear people wanting to have another choice. They want to corral us into two parties, the Democrats and Republicans. So when you look at the disaster of what Biden has been, the genocide in Gaza,
and the repression in the West Bank, the tens of billions of dollars to kill people in Ukraine and Russia. Like, there's a need for not just elections, but a political movement.
Well, let me ask you about that. The elections are fast approaching in the US as well, and it looks like there's a possibility that the Republicans might come to power, Donald Trump coming to power. If he does, will there be any difference in policy towards Venezuela?
It's hard to say, because really, with the largest resources of oil in the world, and the example that Venezuela provides politically to liberated people, I don't think that it will essentially change. What will change things from the blockade in Cuba, the blockade against Venezuela and Nicaragua, is a popular movement. And that's our challenge in the US, because most people aren't aware of the severity or even the existence of the sanctions. Everything's justified by demonization of their leaders. And yet, I'm very confident in seeing here the popular masses, the rallies, that people will vote for Maduro.
Well, listen, thank you very much for your time. If you want to see more content about Venezuela, make sure you're following us. We'll be on the ground for the next few days covering the election, including at the polls on Sunday. Stay tuned.
Well, I think it's very important to participate because it's an important moment for Venezuela. The opposition feels very emboldened by the support of the United States, and we need to show that we continue to believe in the revolution and the changes that it's making, and in the dream of a Venezuela where wealth is distributed justly. And so that's what we're trying to construct, and we will continue to do it despite the sanctions. So it's important to continue to vote for Maduro, continue to vote for the Chavista revolution, to deepen and to strengthen and to expand what we have been doing for the last 25 years.
So with just one day to go before the elections here in Venezuela, I've run into the amazing Rania Khalek from Breakthrough News.
Hello, Alan. It's great to be with you.
Yeah, it's good to be with you too. So what are your impressions of Venezuela so far?
Well, I have seen an extremely transparent process of pre-election preparations with lots of observers. This must be the most observed election in the world. And it's because the Venezuelan government is put into a position where they're constantly having to fight off accusations of fraud, even before elections have happened, by American government officials and the US corporate media apparatus. So there are observers here from all over the world having been dispatched to prepare at polling stations tomorrow, which is election day, to watch and see and make sure nothing fishy is going on. We got a very detailed explanation of how the election works. It was like a 3-hour-long explanation, to the point where you almost feel bad that you even have to go through all of that just because you have to fight off these essentially lies from the biggest empire in history.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, there's more than 800 international observers here, even though we're hearing stories in the corporate media that people are being uninvited, that these elections are not going to be actually viewed at all. What do you think explains that? Why is Venezuela such a target for corporate media and for the US more generally?
Well, Venezuela has a socialist government that has nationalized their resources to use them to provide for their people. And we know that historically that is not allowed by the Americans, particularly in what they consider their backyard, because of the Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah.
So since, Chavez was elected to power, and through the Maduro era, the US has been trying to destroy the Venezuelan government, especially through economic warfare, has attempted several coups that have failed. And what's amazing to me as well is the fact that, there's all this talk about opposition candidates being banned, but we never hear why they're banned. It's because these are people who have participated in violent coup attempts. In Venezuela, you could imagine what would happen in the US if somebody were to participate in a violent coup attempt. They'd probably actually be in prison, if not worse. Whereas here, they're just banned from running again. I mean, not to say everything's perfect, and not, everything isn't perfect anywhere, but what I've seen in Venezuela is a very open place that is open for anybody to come observe, that is open to journalists to come observe, open to people from around the world, various organizations like the Carter Center to come observe and see that the elections are in fact legitimate. We'll see tomorrow. It's amazing to me that they've already been accused of fraud before the elections even happened.
Yeah, that's interesting. Me and you are going to be at the National Electoral Council when they actually announce the vote, right? That's tomorrow evening, right?
Yes.
That's great. So, yeah, you'll be able to follow all the stories on MintPress News and, of course, Breakthrough News. Do you want to give yourself a little plug for what you guys are doing?
Yes, you guys are doing great work at MintPress, and I'm really excited to be able to be here and provide coverage for Breakthrough News. You can follow us at BT Newsroom on all your social media platforms. You can follow me at Rania Kalik as well.
All right. Thanks, guys. Stay tuned. Thank you. With just 3 days to go here in Venezuela until the crucial elections, MintPress News is here in central Caracas. We're at the main and final Chavista rally. The atmosphere is jubilant. I've never seen anything like this. There are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people here. And despite what you hear in the corporate media, the Chavistas appear quite confident of a victory on Sunday. If you want to see more Venezuela content, make sure you subscribe to MintPress News now on all your socials.
Morning, Venezuela. Roger Waters calling you from somewhere else. Do you remember 6 years ago when you had an attack upon your great country by Guido? Was that his name? He was a puppet of the United States government, as I recall. In fact, they declared him the president of Washington, D.C. Okay, they failed. That was 6 years ago. Thank goodness. Okay, here we are 6 years later. There is another snake in the grass. She's called Machado, and she has another puppet. I've seen pictures of him. He's an old bloke called Gonzalez. Okay, he's a sock puppet, but he is also representative of the government of the United States of America. Okay, so revolution's difficult. The Bolivarian revolution is difficult. but it is succeeding. Okay, the reason I'm sending you this message today is to get you to vote for Maduro, President Maduro, in the election on the 28th of July. Why? Because Venezuela belongs to you, the people of Venezuela, not to Chevron Corporation, which is who Machado wants to do the deal with, to give your country away. Well, the needs of the people transcend international borders. So speaking to you from a bit further north, as one of the people, make absolutely certain that you get out and vote, 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 vote on the 28th of July. Do not sell out Venezuela on the basis of the Monroe Doctrine to the United States of America. Keep it for you, for the people of Venezuela, for my brothers and sisters. Power to the people.
Maria Corina Machado, gracias. Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you, and we'll stay in touch. And I promise one day we'll have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel. And I believe, and I can announce this, that our government will move our Israeli embassy to Jerusalem. That will be part of our support to the state of Israel. Wow, in God's will. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We're here in Chacao one day before the presidential election in Altamira Square. This is considered an opposition stronghold. Back in 2017, it was the site of the Guarimbas, the violent US-backed riots that led to many deaths and lynching of Chavistas. Since then, Maduro has managed to bring a sense of peace and security across the country. However, anxieties are high about what the opposition might do if they lose the election tomorrow.
Bueno, realmente sí siento un poco de ansiedad en el ambiente. Por alguna razón siento que ahorita hay una ligera diferencia de cómo ha sido en el pasado. Creo que es porque quizás ya superamos la pandemia. Las personas hemos cambiado mucho después de ciertos eventos mundiales. Aunque no estoy muy segura de decir, bueno, si gana la oposición o gana Maduro, entonces se va a armar un lío. No lo sé realmente.
What I feel about the current electoral environment, it's kind of hard to say. It's a bit of the same story that we've been living for the past 20-something years. But at the same time, I will go to vote and I will do my part, because if we don't, it's kind of like, what's the point? It's just accepting what comes. It's not right for me.
Que quiera o gane, que reconozca la decisión del pueblo. Pues hace todo lo que se quiere. Va. Y hay unidad con las demás naciones, con las demás en el Estado.
It's been 2 days since Venezuela's official presidential election campaign season ended, and voting starts less than 24 hours from now. The city of Caracas is very calm. Saturday is a traditional shopping day. Families go out and buy their groceries for the week. They might be out buying clothes. All of the moto taxis, taxi drivers, and app drivers are busy shuttling people back and forth between their homes and the shopping districts. And it's calmer than normal because all sales of alcoholic beverages have been banned until voting ends on Sunday night. So there's no signs of any kind of excessive military or police presence on the street, but there's also no protests going on and no campaign rallies because according to Venezuela's election laws, all rallying activity had to stop at midnight on Thursday night. So as people finish up their shopping this afternoon, all eyes turn to tomorrow, the day in which over 21 million Venezuelans will have the right to choose the next president who will serve this country for a period of 6 years.
I'm at the final campaign closing rally for the presidential campaign in Venezuela. It's taking place here in Caracas on this great big avenue. There's thousands of people here waiting for candidate President Nicolas Maduro, who's running for re-election, to come and address the crowd for the final time before the period of electoral silence that will take place over the coming days before the vote is held on Sunday. We'll be here waiting to hear what candidate Maduro has to say, and we'll also be hearing from voters and chavistas who have pledged their support to re-elect the president.
Hey everyone, I am in beautiful Caracas, Venezuela, and I want to tell you with the election coming up, everything that the American media is telling you is an absolute lie. They frame Venezuela as this authoritarian hellhole that's ran by this dictator named Nicolas Maduro. But I am here. I've been here for many days now, and I've been able to see thousands of people in Caracas. I've talked to hundreds of them, and I can affirm that more than 90%, literally almost all of the Venezuelans I've spoken to, are down with the Bolivarian revolution. They're going to be voting for Maduro. I've seen hundreds of shirts with Chavez and Maduro on them. And look, guys, the American media is there to lie to us into war, to represent the interests of the owners of big capital, who have the same reason to lie about Venezuela and they did to lie about Iraq and weapons of mass destruction. Venezuela is a country that is extremely rich in resources, and after the Bolivarian revolution, it became truly sovereign. It said Venezuelan resources are going to be for Venezuelan, not for American or other forms of multinational massive monopoly corporations. And this is why the American media and the opposition has to lie, because Venezuela actually represents the people. It's a real government of, by, and for the people, and not of, by, and for big businesses, corporations, investment firms, etc., as we have in the US. So with the election coming up, just know that literally everything you are hearing from the American media is likely untrue. I have seen how the polling stations look, how the electoral system functions, and it's completely in line with what American President Jimmy Carter said, that it's the most democratic system in the world. And he said that years ago, and it's only gotten better since. They've only applied more ways of making voting more efficient, more secure, removing the potential for voter fraud. And the only people that are really interested in voter fraud is the opposition, because the opposition does not have the Venezuelan people on their side. The Venezuelan government does. And so this is why they have to say that there's going to be voter fraud from months ahead of time. They have literally no proof. They have never had any proof. There's an abundance of proof to the contrary, but because they represent the interest that the U.S. wants in power in Venezuela, the U.S., of course, is giving them a megaphone and spreading their lies around the world. So do not be deceived. Do not be fooled. Recognize that the struggle for Venezuelan sovereignty, the struggle for Venezuelan socialism is not disconnected from our fights as American and working class people from around the world. If Venezuela wins, if Venezuela's Bolivarian revolution can continue, that's a win for us as well. They're fighting the same parasitic imperialist interests that keep us poor, that keep us immiserated, that keep us desperate and indebted at home. So with Venezuela is where our interest lies. We're going to potentially see Biden's from the Venezuelan opposition. They've been going around the streets with sacrificed roosters, which is the symbol of the revolution. So bloody roosters that they've been carrying and marching with. The symbology is clear. They're going after the president. They're going after the Venezuelan leadership. They're threatening with terror to scare people, to ensure that fear spreads and people don't go to the polls, because that's literally all they have right now. They don't have the people, but they have the ability to terrorize the people and make them fear going to the polls. To be frank, Venezuela is about to join BRICS. The economic turn that it's made since 2019, when the sanctions were hitting Venezuela at the worst. It still has 930 sanctions on it, but it's been weathering the storm. It's been growing. The conditions of regular working class people have been improving. But now it's about to join BRICS, which means that it's only going to get better from here on out. And the Venezuelan opposition, backed up, of course, by the U.S. empire, as is always the case, they're not stupid. They know what's going to come when Venezuela joins BRICS and potentially the Belt and Road Initiative. That means more common prosperity, and that means the full entrenchment, the full solidification of the Bolivarian revolution. So I think the opposition sees this election as do or die. They're going to fight tooth and nail to gain power back in the hands of a small clique of people who set up their national interest to American multinational corporations. That means they're in a position that makes them quite dangerous, because they're willing to do anything to come back to power, because they know it's very likely that they'll never be able to come back to power again, especially after Venezuela joins BRICS. So spread the word about Venezuela as far as widely as you can. This is not just an issue of another country. This is an issue that affects all of us. If socialism falls in Venezuela, if it's overthrown, which is extremely unlikely, that's something that hits the working class movement in the U.S. It hits all of us socialists around the world. It hits working class people around the world, because that's the interest that Venezuela upholds. So spread the news about Venezuela far and wide. That's the only way we can break the blockade of information that's promoted by the major medias, the legacy media. We can only break it in these more quote unquote democratic social medias, and you do that by liking videos, by sharing them, by tweeting and retweeting, and doing all the things you know how to do in order to spread this message. So spread it far and wide. Venezuela is democratic. Maduro is going to win. The Bolivarian revolution is going to continue. And it's going to continue with a program of sovereignty and socialism for the people.
As the election day draws near, Venezuela's main presidential candidates have held their closing rallies in Caracas. Chavistas packed Avenida Bolivar as far as the eye could see for incumbent President Maduro's final re-election campaign rally. The election is important because we have to maintain the legacy. We have to maintain our patriotism so that everything continues. All the missions continue in education, health, and other sectors. With another administration, everything will be privatized, and we should defend what we have built so far.
I am going to vote for President Nicolas Maduro because he is the president of the people, the president who will lead us to peace, who will bring us happiness.
Voting in the election is the only way to exercise our right and to bring about what we want for our country. He is the hope of Venezuela. Maduro represents all that Venezuela is, and that's what we have to support.
It's very important to vote this Sunday because we're going to decide the future of Venezuela, because there's only one candidate. Who's our candidate? That's Nicolas Maduro. He's the guarantee of peace, so we believe participating in the election is important.
The incumbent president has promised to advance the Bolivarian revolution and maintain peace and stability in the country. Maduro's leadership has put the country on better footing economically.
Por la paz, por la independencia.
For peace, independence, stability, and for genuine democracy, love, and reconciliation. The main task at the moment is to unite all Venezuelans.
A todos los venezolanos.
The president's main challenger, Edmundo Gonzalez, held a similar rally in the upscale Las Mercedes neighborhood, joined by Maria Corina Machado, a prominent far-right figure who was disqualified from running by the Venezuelan Supreme Court.
Machado, who's been living in Florida, promises to build strong relations with the United States as the party intends to break with the socialist Bolivarian model.
We've witnessed a massive rally in support of the re-election of President Nicolas Maduro. The period of electoral silence begins on Friday, and on Sunday, we'll be reporting at the polls and following developments closely. Camila Escalante, Press TV, Caracas.
Ay, dale.
U.S. imposed sanctions on Venezuela, new local businesses have sprung up to provide services which are typically monopolized by large corporations in the global north. One example is the Ride app, Ridery, which currently has around 40,000 full-time drivers in Caracas who have lower overhead than drivers in the global north due to Venezuela's cheap, subsidized gasoline.
If I work from 6 in the morning until 6 in the afternoon, I usually make around $50 or $60. It all really depends on how much work I get that day.
The Venezuelan government has worked to expand credit to national businesses as a job generation strategy. But when President Maduro released a video on his social media accounts in which he calls a Ridery car on his smartphone, and it arrives driven by the company president, it sparked outrage among supporters of far-right presidential candidate Edmundo Gonzalez, whose followers immediately called for a nationwide boycott.
It's a kind of economic terrorism. If any private company has any type of relationship with the Venezuelan government, like Ridery and many other companies, boycotting it is a focused attack that represents a form of political intimidation.
The story was picked up by the opposition-aligned media with sensationalist headlines such as Maduro kills Ridery. And in a possible sign that the opposition isn't as strong as it portrays itself, Ridery's business seems to be proceeding as usual.
All of the apps are operating normally. It's a normal day, just like any average day last week normal.
Ryan Mir, Telesur, Caracas. Venezuela's social housing program, called the Great Housing Mission, has created nearly 5 million housing units for working-class families since it was first founded by President Hugo Chavez in 2011. Like the Jorge Rodriguez Padre apartments in Caracas' Antimano parish, a large percentage of them are built by the people who will end up owning them, who receive technical support and training in areas like construction, electrical work, and plumbing to manage the projects themselves.
Consagrado en nuestra Constitución en el artículo 82 que dice que Article 82, which is consecrated in our Constitution, guarantees dignified housing as a right for all people who live within Venezuelan territory. They don't necessarily have to be Venezuelan by birth. Everyone who lives in our homeland and considers themselves a resident has a right to housing. But the Venezuelan opposition wants to destroy everything that has ever been created by the power of the people.
The Great Housing Mission, which has a goal of reaching 7 million housing units by the year 2030, has won praise worldwide. But as the presidential elections loom, many are wondering what will happen to it if the far-right coalition, which has announced plans for deep austerity cuts and privatizations, wins the election.
We don't have to look back so far to figure out what the far right tried to do. When the opposition won the election in 2015, one of the first and one of the still actually tried to pass what eventually surprised by the housing mission. It's called a lot of backlash from grassroots movement and what eventually struck down as unconstitutional by the court.
Venezuela's presidential elections are marked for July 28th. Brian Muir, Telesur, Caracas.
Hello, everyone. First day in Venezuela, first day in Caracas, first day walking the streets. One thing I noticed, and also walking the streets safely, but I can certainly tell you I feel safer here than I do when I'm walking the streets in New York or in Los Angeles. Why is that? Well, for one, is that the Venezuelan police isn't the shoot first, ask questions second, the way it is in the United States. But more importantly, there is the Venezuelan government has implemented so many different social programs to assist the poor, to assist in the lifting of people out of poverty, reducing inequality. The criminal element of the criminal element is really taken out of the system. That's one major reason. Well, another major reason is because a great number of the criminals are also supporters of the U.S.-backed opposition, just decided to F off out of Venezuela in the last few years, and have chosen to reside instead in countries like Colombia, Mexico, or Argentina, US, or Chile, Peru, all throughout South America. Funny, whenever you come across Venezuelans abroad who are opponents of Maduro, who criticize Maduro, who criticize Bolivarian revolution, chances are they have a criminal record, and that is why they are abroad and not in Venezuela. So Venezuela, from what I've seen, has actually become one of the safest countries in the Andean region, definitely.
Sentimiento traspasó nuestras fronteras. Para mostrarle al mundo cuán grandiosa es Venezuela. Este sentimiento nunca muere y se agiganta más y más. Se llama Chávez y el tipo siempre vivirá nuestro comandante. Nuestro comandante, nunca olvidar, este sentimiento, siempre vivirá, nuestro eterno amigo, nuestro eterno amigo, Chávez no se olvidó, Chávez se vivirá contigo.
Gobierno venezolano, a través del jefe de la campaña, Jorge Rodríguez, ha dicho que efectivamente el día domingo estará en marcha una operación para hablar de resultados que no se emanan por parte de la autoridad electoral. Es importante que sepamos, estamos en este contexto, en este país latinoamericano, que en Venezuela existen 5 poderes públicos. Uno de ellos es el poder electoral, que es el responsable de organizar y dar a conocer los resultados que son expresión de la voluntad popular. El día domingo, ha dicho el comando de campaña, se va a estar difundiendo una serie de encuestas a boca de urna que no representan la voluntad popular y que además quiebran la institucionalidad del país. Esto para quienes están aquí, que son periodistas, que están ligados al mundo de la comunicación, es un dato muy importante. En Venezuela no están permitidos esos sondeos a boca de urna. Todos debemos esperar el resultado que da el Consejo Nacional Electoral, que además se da con un porcentaje lo suficientemente claro y grande como para que sea irreversible. A diferencia de otros países de donde ustedes vienen muy seguramente, se hacen conteos rápidos o se hacen proyecciones. En Venezuela no. Así que todo lo que salga antes de que la autoridad electoral indique cuál es la voluntad expresada en las urnas por el pueblo de Venezuela está por fuera de la ley. Esa sería como la primera alarma de que el plan está en marcha. El segundo enlace de ese plan nos compete a todos nosotros. Son los medios de comunicación, son las redes sociales, son las agencias internacionales de noticias que operan dentro y fuera de Venezuela y que van a articularse con esos resultados que no son legales ni legítimos. Hace algunos años, en medio de la guerra, el grupo de diarios de América Latina, del cual hacen parte los grandes diarios que vienen de ser los diarios de la prensa escrita y que hoy son poderosísimos multimedios, decidieron que iban a publicar durante semanas en su primera plana una noticia sobre Venezuela. Esa articulación nuevamente se activó y está en marcha. En todos los grandes medios de nuestra región hay una noticia sobre Venezuela.
Sábado 27 de julio, un día antes de las elecciones presidenciales en Venezuela. Un ambiente de paz. Muy activa la jornada del sábado en el San y la Candelaria.
Muy importante porque nos estamos jugando nuestro futuro como venezolanos. Venimos trabajando, esforzándonos, trabajando con todos los países que están cercanos a Venezuela, entre ellos Nicaragua. De verdad que vale la pena nosotros seguir adelante este proceso que nos ha dejado tantas victorias. En este momento, el presidente Nicolás Maduro está apoyando plenamente a todo nuestro país con diversas maneras. Nos sigue apoyando, entonces vale la pena también apoyarlo. Como decía el comandante Chávez, amor con amor se paga. Nuestra defensa es el voto. Vamos a salir, vamos a votar, porque de ahí depende nuestro bienestar, nuestra paz y nuestro futuro. Hay quienes se están oponiendo a esto, son personas que han exigido a personas de afuera una invasión para nuestro país. Todas las invasiones que se han realizado en el mundo han sido terribles, han dejado saldos terribles. sobre las comunidades, sobre la gente, sobre las familias, sobre la sociedad. Han destrozado los edificios, todo lo que han hecho ha sido malo. Lamentablemente toda invasión es fea. Entonces nosotros no queremos eso para nuestro país. Nosotros queremos nuestro progreso, nuestro bienestar, nuestra paz, que nuestros hijos crezcan bien, que nuestros familiares que estén bien. Por eso nosotros vamos a salir a votar por Nicolás Maduro. Ahora vamos a ir con toda la planificación económica que tiene el presidente Nicolás. Esta unión con Irán, esta unión con Rusia, esta unión con China, con la India, esta unión internacional nos va a llevar a mejor nivel del que ya estábamos. Tenemos 2 años mejorando económicamente, socialmente, educativamente. Sí tenemos muchas situaciones que nos ha causado ese bloqueo que lamentablemente ha dañado mucho nuestro país. Ha dañado personas educativas, ha dañado nuestro suelo, ha dañado muchas cosas. Y el presidente Nicolás, en conjunto con todo su tren, ha venido luchando para superar todo lo que ha generado este bloqueo.
Hello everyone, here we are at Plaza Bolívar, right in the heart of Caracas, and on the last day of the campaign. So far, first impressions. This has to be one of the calmest and most tranquil election campaigns that I've seen so far in Latin America. In terms of security, in terms of the way people are. If you see and hear on media across the world, one of the main themes and topics is that the current Bolivarian government, the government of Maduro, is preparing to steal the elections, but from the Muslim streets, and also the level of support that's we're seeing from Maduro is here on the ground here in Venezuela. It is evident that both Maduro and the Bolivarian government have mass support not just among the poor and the working class Venezuelans, but just across the board. Mostly also because the Venezuelan opposition, the far right pro-US opposition, has become consistent, has become synonymous with sanctions against Venezuela, and also synonymous with violence and brutality against everyday Venezuelans. President Trump said recently that crime has dropped in Venezuela by more than 74%, and in that sense, he is completely right. Caracas in Venezuela, these days has actually become one of the safest cities in among the Indian countries in South America. So another great achievement by Maduro and the Bolivarian government. Stay with us. We're going to be talking to everyday Venezuelans here and keeping up.
We're in downtown Caracas. It's Thursday, July 25. Nicolas Maduro has just arrived in Bolivar Avenue to closing campaign speech ahead of the July 28th elections. Opposition rallies are happening in other parts of the country as well. But at this rally here, the enthusiasm and the celebratory atmosphere, people already feel victorious. In front of tens of thousands of Venezuelans, Maduro criticized the opposition for intending to give the country away to foreign interests, and he called on the Venezuelan people to defeat fascism. The socialist president also welcomed the opposition leaders who decided to support him.
Yo le digo a todos aquellos que fueron opositores desde la avenida Bolívar, desde esta vieja avenida de Caracas, les digo, bienvenidos, vengan con nosotros a construir patria.
Finally, Maduro repeatedly emphasized that he's the only candidate who can maintain peace across Venezuela, and he celebrated what he called the defeat of economic warfare against his country.
Para el crecimiento, para la prosperidad económica. Pero para eso hace falta paz y estabilidad. Solo nosotros garantizamos la paz y estabilidad de este país llamado Venezuela.
Maduro's closing message to his supporters was a call to preserve the peace of the country and to defeat fascism and imperialism. Now the Venezuelan people and the world wait for Sunday's results.
Tenemos la batalla definitiva. O gran patria o seremos colonia.
Sorfeo.
All right, but just 2 days to go before the elections in Venezuela, Midpress is on the ground here in central Caracas. This place is teeming with international observers, and one of them is Gloria La Riva, former presidential candidate for the Party of Socialism and Liberation. Gloria, how are you? Thank you. I'm very good. Good to be here. Well, you've obviously got a lot of experience dealing with elections in the U.S. How did the ones in Venezuela compare to the U.S. ones?
There's no comparison. I was thinking of it yesterday when we saw the remarkable election system. There's no fraud possible in it when you hear about how it's set up electronically and so on. But aside from that, the fact that in the United States you have to have 50 state rules. There's no federal system for obtaining ballot status just for them. And each state has their own restrictions. From tens of thousands to 150,000 signatures you have to gather. And even with that, we have candidates on behalf of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. 2 women, Valerie de la Cruz, Marina Garcia, for president and vice president. And we're in the middle of a legal battle right now because our members collected 17,700 signatures, more than double required to appear on the Georgia ballot. Well, the Democratic Party has filed basically a legal action to keep the PSL Jill Stein for the Greens, Professor Cornel West, and Robert Kennedy Jr. All of them they're trying to keep off, which means that they fear people wanting to have another choice. They want to corral us into two parties, the Democrats and Republicans. So when you look at the disaster of what Biden has been, the genocide in Gaza and the repression of the West Bank, the tens of billions of dollars to kill people in Ukraine and Russia. Like, there's a need for not just elections, but a political movement.
Well, let me ask you about that. The elections are fast approaching in the US as well, and it looks like there's a possibility that the Republicans might come to power, Donald Trump coming to power. If he does, will there be any difference in policy towards Venezuela?
It's hard to say, because really, with the largest resources of oil in the world, and the example that Venezuela provides politically to liberated people, I don't think that it will essentially change. What will change things from the blockade in Cuba, the blockade against Venezuela and Nicaragua, is a popular movement. And that's our challenge in the US, because most people aren't aware of the severity or even the existence of the sanctions. Everything's justified by demonization of their leaders. And yet, I'm very confident in seeing here the popular masses, the rallies, that people will vote for Maduro.
Well, listen, thank you very much for your time. If you want to see more content about Venezuela, make sure you're following us. We'll be on the ground for the next few days covering the election, including at the polls on Sunday. Stay tuned.
I think it's very important to participate because it's an important moment for Venezuela. The opposition feels very emboldened by the support of the United States, and we need to show that we continue to believe in the revolution and the changes that it's making, and in the dream of a Venezuela where wealth is distributed justly. And so that's what we're trying to construct, and we will continue to do it despite the sanctions. So it's important to continue to vote for Maduro, continue to vote for the Chavista revolution, to deepen and to strengthen and to expand what we have been doing for the last 25 years.
So with just 1 day to go before the elections here in Venezuela, I've run into the amazing Rania Khalek from Breaking News.
Hello, Alan. It's great to be with you.
Yeah, it's good to be with you too. So what are your impressions of Venezuela so far?
Well, I have seen an extremely transparent process of pre-election preparations with lots of observers. This must be the most observed election in the world. And it's because the Venezuelan government is put into a position where they're constantly having to fight off accusations of fraud, even before elections have happened, by American government officials and the US corporate media apparatus. So there are observers here from all over the world having been dispatched to prepare at polling stations tomorrow, which is election day, to watch and see and make sure nothing fishy is going on. We got a very detailed explanation of how the election works. It was like a 3-hour long explanation, to the point where you almost feel bad that you would have to go through all of that just because you have to fight off these essentially lies from the biggest empire in history.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, there's more than 800 international observers here, even though we're hearing stories in the corporate media that people are being uninvited, that these elections are not going to be actually viewed at all. What do you think explains that? Why is Venezuela such a target for corporate media and for the US more generally?
Well, Venezuela has a socialist government that has nationalized their resources to use them to provide for their people. And we know that historically that is not allowed by the Americans, particularly in what they consider their backyard, because of the Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah.
So since, Chavez was elected to power, and through the Maduro era, the U.S. has been trying to destroy the Venezuelan government, especially through economic warfare, has attempted several coups that have failed. And what's amazing to me as well is the fact that, there's all this talk about opposition candidates being banned, but we never hear why they're banned. It's because these are people who have participated in violent coup attempts. In Venezuela, you could imagine what would happen in the US if somebody were to participate in a violent coup attempt. They'd probably actually be in prison, if not worse. Whereas here, they're just banned from running again. Not to say everything's perfect, and not, everything isn't perfect anywhere, but what I've seen in Venezuela is a very open place that is open for anybody to come observe, that is open to journalists to come observe, open to people from around the world, various organizations like the Carter Center, to come observe and see that the elections are in fact legitimate. We'll see tomorrow. It's amazing to me that they've already been accused of fraud before the elections even happened.
Yeah, that's interesting. Me and you are going to be at the National Electoral Council when they actually announce the vote, right? That's tomorrow evening, right?
Yes.
That's great. So, yeah, you'll be able to follow all the stories on Midpress News and, of course, Breakthrough News. Do you want to give yourself a little plug for what your guys are doing?
Yes, you guys are doing great work at Midpress, and I'm really excited to be able to be here and provide coverage for Breakthrough News. You can follow us at BT Newsroom on all your social media platforms. You can follow me at Rania Kalik as well.
All right. Thanks, guys. Stay tuned. Thank you. With just 3 days to go here in Venezuela until the crucial elections, Midpress News is here in central Caracas. We're at the main and final Chavista rally. The atmosphere is jubilant. I've never seen anything like this. There are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people here. And despite what you hear in the corporate media, the Chavistas appear quite confident of a victory on Sunday. If you want to see more Venezuela content, make sure you subscribe to Midpress News now on all your socials.
Morning, Venezuela. Roger Waters, calling you from somewhere else. Do you remember 6 years ago when you had an attack upon your great country by Guido? Was that his name? He was a puppet of the United States government, as I recall. In fact, they declared him the president from Washington, D.C. Okay, they failed. That was 6 years ago. Thank goodness. Okay, here we are 6 years later. There is another snake in the grass. She's called Machado, and she has another puppet. I've seen pictures of him. He's an old bloke called Gonzalez. Okay, he's a sock puppet, but he is also representative of the government of the United States of America. Okay, so revolution's difficult. The Bolivarian revolution is difficult, but it is succeeding. Okay, the reason I'm sending you this message today is to get you to vote for Maduro, President Maduro, in the election on the 28th of July. Why? Because Venezuela belongs to you, the people of Venezuela, not to Chevron Corporation, which is who Machado wants to do the deal with, to give your country away. Well, the needs of the people transcend international borders. So speaking to you from a bit further north, as one of the people, make absolutely certain that you get out and vote on the 28th of July. Do not sell out Venezuela on the basis of the Monroe Doctrine to the United States of America. Keep it for you, for the people of Venezuela, for my brothers and sisters. Power to the people.
Okay. We're going back live now, Compass. We prepare a couple of things before that. So here we are back in the live stream. And so what? There are a few developments that have been happening in the last few minutes, maybe last 2 hours. Some of them we were not able to properly notice because we were in the middle of the live stream. But now that we got a rest, I have a better outlook of what is happening on the most important events. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to share the windows, the tabs where I have the most important information that we collected in this latest minute. So I believe that the most important one is this video that I'm going to show you right now, which is a press conference by the PSUV. And just give me 1 second to share the window with you. And let's do it. So this is basically, I want to try to make it smaller to avoid the choppiness of the streaming live videos in Zoom. But this happened like 45 minutes ago. So I'm gonna play it and I'm gonna try to translate it to you while it's being played. Give me 1 second because I don't see the controls here. Okay, there we are.
Queremos, dándole las buenas noches, felicitar a todo el pueblo de Venezuela que hoy votó por la paz.
We want to congratulate all the Venezuelan people that today voted for peace. Voted for the permanent dialogue, for sovereignty, for independence, for life. We want to thank the women and men that not only resisted, but that now move forward with the presidential election today. From the bottom of our heart, we want to say thank you for your strength, for your bravery, for these people that, despite the aggressions, the insults, the attacks, the blockade, the sanctions that has been imposed on us, we are a dignified people. That decided to say, I vote for peace, I vote for future, for the economic recovery, for the changes and transformation of Venezuela and its. Thank you. We cannot give numbers, but we can show faces. That's very normal in Venezuelan elections. This has been a victory for everyone who think about the future, respecting the results that have to be announced by the CNE. We are indeed respectful of the laws and the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We want to also thank the National Electoral Council and the 5 rectors that today show that we have an amazing electoral system that functions perfectly. That has allowed that the Democratic Party develops in calm and tranquility and peace. Check the electoral journeys in other parts of this continent or in other places of the world. That Venezuela, and you will notice that Venezuela is a sample for other countries in performing elections in peace. Despite that, always you have those guys, the violent ones, the minority, that constantly persist in darkness and hate, in looking to confrontate brothers against brothers. Attacking the idiosyncrasy of the Venezuelans that by nature we practice solidarity and kindness. We want to thank the Republic Plan program that will guarantee peace. There were threats against the people, and those threats were neutralized by the Republic program and the Venezuelan state and President Maduro.
Sobre el silencio y impedir que esas acciones fueran en contra del desarrollo del evento electoral.
That even without making too much noise, forbid that those small violent actions opaque or stain the development of the electoral process.
Podemos decir que
At this time, when the electoral process has already almost finished and there's already a result, we can say
se impidió que algunos brotes violentos y algunos actos de sabotaje sucedieran y generaran zozobra.
that sabotage attempts and violence attempts were neutralized.
Podemos dar resultados. Pacientemente esperaremos el boletín del Consejo Nacional Electoral.
We cannot give results, but we patiently will wait for the first bulletin of the National Electoral Council.
Inmediatamente después que sea emitido ese boletín, esperamos donde ustedes saben
But immediately after the bulletin is announced, we will wait for you in the place that you know.
con quienes ustedes conocen.
To meet the person that you know and his point to the crook that he has in his hat.
Precisamente lo que le preguntaba al gobernador Héctor Rodríguez esta tarde, el recorrido que hicimos durante casi todo el día, vimos una gran, digamos, participación de personas, sobre todo de la tercera edad.
The journalist is, before asking the question, is saying that they journey all a lot of places and they see a high participation, a high turnout, especially elderly people.
Muchas personas de la tercera edad y muchas personas jóvenes.
He said that he saw a lot of elderly people, but also a lot of young people
Participando yendo a votar.
voting, despite of the voting centers and the areas, neighborhoods during the coverage. Second.
Mando de campaña de ese fenómeno precisamente en este proceso que se diferencia de otros que
Talk too much and don't say too much.
Nosotros tuvimos en nuestro centro de cómputo y en
I believe that I missed something. Let me go back.
en los centros, en las zonas en donde hemos estado, sobre todo nuestra cobertura en el operativo de democracia 2024. La óptica de ustedes, desde el comando de campaña.
Okay, he asking for his analysis
Que se diferencia de otros que
of the development of the process.
Nosotros tuvimos en nuestro centro de cómputo y en nuestra sala situacional, teníamos una maquinaria bien aceitada.
In our command office, we have a machinery, well-oiled machinery that we oiled once and a lot of times.
Saber lo que estaba ocurriendo en tiempo real, cada municipio.
It allowed us to know exactly what was happening in real time. And they have their people in the National Center for Computing, which is the place in the CNE where all the numbers ends up.
Desarrollo del evento electoral con una característica que fue la participación asimétrica en los centros de votación.
He said that they noticed that there was asymmetry participation in voting centers.
Por poner un ejemplo, la ciudad de Caracas. En los centros de votación del este de la ciudad,
He's giving an example. He's saying that in the east of Caracas, where the people with means live,
Inicio de la votación, como naturalmente ocurre, sobre todo en estos centros de votación, con una participación importante.
initially at the early hours, there was a high turnout,
Primeras horas, pero esos centros se desinflaron temprano.
but a few hours later, and that level of turnout was very low.
En todos los centros de votación de características similares en el país.
That also happened in most of the voting centers with those characteristics he's talking about, where people with money lives, and those are the places where the opposition is strong.
Zonas populares, zonas del interior del país, en zonas donde de manera natural la fuerza de la revolución venezolana recibe el favor de las elecciones.
Other voting centers in other places in the country, in the countryside, and places where the Chavista forces have traditionally high support.
Empezaron con fuerza también, en efecto, como tú bien dices, hasta pudimos determinar que nuestras abuelas y nuestros abuelos eran de los que más temprano.
I say that also at the beginning, in those cases, in those voting centers, the turnout was also high, and he's saying that they also noticed that the participation of elderly people was high.
A los centros de votación, y como tú dices que lo recorriste, te habrás dado cuenta que en las zonas populares, en las zonas populosas, en las zonas del interior del país, se mantuvo el flujo de votación durante todo el día, Diosdado, Delcy.
Those areas, Rodriguez is saying that the influx of voters did not slow down. It remained constant.
Héctor y yo estuvimos en un centro de votación entre Ero y Blanco en Catia, en la parroquia Sucre del municipio bolivariano libertador en Caracas, y todavía estaban votando a las 5:30 de la.
He said that he visited with Héctor Rodriguez in a working class neighborhood in Caracas, in Catia, at 5:30, and they noticed that there were still people voting in that voting center.
Es decir, hubo cosas que en otras ocasiones ha ocurrido, aquí también ocurrió una participación asimétrica en cuanto a los electores y las electoras.
There was an asymmetric turnout depending on the areas.
La percepción, la visión que Venezuela da al mundo es que nosotros tenemos la fuerza, tenemos la determinación para hacer las cosas de los venezolanos entre venezolanos y venezolanos. Es absolutamente inaceptable factores externos.
We have to realize that we have to end up realizing, sorry if I have a mistake, that we have to do things with Venezuelans and by Venezuelans.
Que sea, sobre todo los que se arrogan la posición de estandarte del mundo, se inmiscuyan en asuntos que son.
And don't allow any country, especially those countries that believe that they are the world police, not to interfere in our internal affairs. And the people talk today, and that voice of the people should be respected, and we all should make it be respected. And in conclusion, I believe that we are closing a stage where those that ask for violence and practice violence and ask for sanctions
que todavía pese 900
who applauded and still applaud that we still have 900 sanctions against the country.
así como la constituyente del año 17 signó la paz para la república,
And as the Constituent Assembly of 2017 meant the return of peace in the country,
la elección presidencial, su resultado,
these presidential elections and its result
signa la derrota definitiva de los factores extremistas en Venezuela
mark the final defeat for the extremist factors in Venezuela.
y signa la derrota definitiva de los agresores que desde el exterior atacan.
And also the defeat of the aggressor attackers that from abroad still attack Venezuela, the Venezuelan people.
Tiene una etapa donde el primer decreto que
There is a new stage, a state of reconstruction, a state where a new executive decree, I cannot talk about it. We will talk about that later. A new state is coming when Venezuelans can encounter, we can agree among ourselves as we have been doing lately with campesinos, with communal councils, and the opposition, and all together work
esta recuperación económica acelere la
to make this economic recovery, to strengthen this economic recovery.
recuperación del estado de bienestar de las venezolanas y los venezolanos. Por TV, Daniel Álvarez. Buenas noches, diputado. Buenas noches a todos los miembros del comando y a los compañeros periodistas. Diputado, en principio le quiero preguntar, el gobernador de Miranda había indicado hace unas horas que estaban
This journalist is just beginning to make a question about something that the governor of Miranda said. He's asking about what we were talking before, Operación Remate. I mean, the program that the PSUV has to push voters at the last minute to go to vote. He's asking in which cities of the country Operación Remate is being performed.
Mire, Daniel, el evento electoral está pautado de 6 de la mañana a 6 de la tarde. En efecto, en ocasiones, cuando hay una amplia participación de las electoras y los electores, el Consejo Nacional Electoral ha decidido dar prórrogas a los actos de votación.
He's saying that correctly. I mean, historically, has been happening that the National Electoral Council has, when the elections has been having a high turnout, has been forced to extend the time for voting, for the closing of the voting centers.
Pero como te decía, hubo una participación importante
But as I told you, there was a high turnout in the morning. And this group of voting centers
se encuentran en sectores de la clase media alta y de la clase alta.
That are most of them in areas where upper and I mean high income people live. In these different cities went down because also the electoral process is very simple and fast. It was an important election, but extremely easy. It was faster. And for that, at 6 p.m., in many of the voting centers, the election, I mean, many of those voting centers were closed. Except in some voting centers where still had some voters. So he's basically ratifying that most of the voting centers close at 6 p.m. Gabriel Fuente, journalist from Radio Nacional de Venezuela. He's saying that he talked with an international observer named Jason Hickler, and that he said the following. He said that this electoral observer says that the accusations of fraud are a lie, and that I forgot the last thing that he said. And the elections in Venezuela are safest than in the US. In relation to our elections, in this election we have President Maduro, Gallo Pinto, and the other candidates that participated in the elections. I want to know that if at this time you don't have, see if these candidates have information about, statistical tendencies. I believe that he's asking, they may recognize their defeat. He's asking if he smells Miraflores, and if the Balcón del Pueblo, the balcony of the people, that's a place in Miraflores Palace where President Chavez and then Maduro talks to the people, is going to be open. Let's begin with the comments of the observer. Venezuela is among those few countries in the world where only one of the 10 electoral presidential candidates that were participating it says that Venezuela is the only place where those opposition presidential candidates claim fraud before the electoral process began. Because the plan was another one. The plan was not respecting the law and the constitution. The plan was to use the electoral event, the electoral campaign, to look for violence in some places. That was the real plan. They didn't sign the recognition of result, the Anti-Guarimba agreement proposed by the CNE. That's why they insisted that there was a fraud, and And why? How are you gonna talk about fraud if the election didn't happen yet?
Nosotros queremos rechazar cualquier forma de intento de violencia por algún sector.
We want to reject any form of promotion of violence of any sector. Because what Venezuela wants is peace, tranquility. Be at home in peace. Go tomorrow to work. Go to your work, to work to your company. Produce. Continue in this accelerated process of economic recovery and not fighting among us. We have reached a moment in which every one of us should agree in preserve peace. But we know that there is a group, a sector that prefer to receive orders from abroad and promote violence. But we won't allow it. He said, anyway, and he said, when he says we, he's talking about all Venezuelans. We are responsible people. And we respect the principles of the public institutions of Venezuela. There are others, the ones that constantly attack and reject and don't recognize these public institutions. And we will respect the moment, the time when the National Electoral Council gives the results of the elections. What I'm just saying is that we're going to be after the bulletin, the results are announced. And I want to invite you to join us to that place to meet with President Maduro. Basically, is what he's saying. Today is the birthday of the biggest man that has been born in this land in the last 150 years. Like we feel the strength and the spirit of Hugo Chavez. I missed some part, this last part. In this fight that the electoral battle meant. We felt the presence of Comandante Chavez protecting his son, President Maduro, in the most intense campaign that I have witnessed in my life or known. Hugo Chavez was always there. One thing that I can tell you is our thankfulness. And we are going to have a birthday party for President Chavez in the Miraflores Palace in the coming hours. Last question. He's not here.
Fracasó la violencia, fracasó el odio.
He's answered the questions that we couldn't hear, but he's saying, Rosita, that should be the journalist, the violence was defeated. Love, independence, win. Venezuelan sovereignty won. Peace won.
Sí, le quería preguntar
Another question.
un ratito de Leopoldo López. Que dice que hay que
He's asking about Leopoldo López. I missed something there.
Sí, le quería preguntar por un tweet de hace un ratito de Leopoldo López.
About a tweet of by Leopoldo López.
Que dice que hay que creérselo porque ganamos. No lo estoy diciendo textual, pero era más o menos.
That says that we have to believe it because we won. That tweet of López. And by a big margin. What is your opinion about that? I would invite you to look in any internet website the definition of two psychological illness. I don't know how to translate that, but it should be something like psychopathic personality illness. Antisocial personality, also illness or syndrome. Thank you very much. Well, this is a very revealing press conference. Basically, what is Jorge Rodriguez is saying that we won, but we don't have the numbers yet. I'm gonna fast check the websites because I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have, according to what we just hear, that we're gonna have the results even earlier than 11 p.m. But first, before jumping there, I want to check some of the comments in the chat in YouTube. Steve Lala, our co-editor, says thanks, Jesus. Barbara Larkin, my good friend from the Nicaraguan Solidarity Networks, writes, greetings, Jesus. Thank you for this service. Steve say hola from Canada. I just wanna double check the social media because I have the impression that we are about to have electoral results soon. So I don't wanna miss it. But something that I wanted to tell you before, watching and translating the press conference by the PSUV is that there has been several tweets about violence promoted by right wings in front of certain voting centers and even in our embassy in Argentina. I don't see that there are too many trends here in X, and I'm checking. There are some tweets right now talking about that people are already moving and going, entering the Miraflores Palace in Caracas. So we are about to get announcement about the victory of Chavismo, and that's a good news, a very good news. But we have to wait, of course, until the CNN and officially say that. I believe that it's going to happen very soon. So I need to be on alert. And if anyone tells me that knows that mm, uh, and if anyone knows that something is happening, please share it with us in the chat in YouTube, or send us a message or anything, because doing the live stream do not allow me to properly follow what is currently happening. But one of the important things that I wanted to mention, because it's some of the tweets that I, collected while we went for the little rest that we had a few minutes ago, is, for example, this one by Rania Khalek, showing these are right-wing supporters that went to this voting center here in Caracas, in Nuestra Señora de la Guadalupe school, and they were protesting because the voting center was not closed. Only in the crazy understanding of the right of democracy by right-wingers. So this is something that I wanted to show you, that Breakthrough News published at what time? It was at 7:30, like 2 hours ago. I mean, the situation in the street in front of the place where I live is extremely quiet. It's a regular and ordinary. Oh my God. I need to do something, Compass. I'm gonna leave you this video here, and I'm coming back in just 1 second. I forgot that I needed to do something very important. Just give me 1 second. Sorry for the interruption, but I needed to do something. And I was thinking that maybe Sahili was going to be with me, but it is extremely late for her. And she told me also that she does not have internet connection right now. So anyway, what I was telling you is that the situation in the area where I live is of complete calm, but I just went outside to do the thing that I needed to do for the building where I live. And I hear in the distance like honks of car honks and some sort of celebration, but very in the distance. But that might be anything. I mean, that might be right-wingers thinking that they won or Chavistas already celebrating. So let's see what happened. But this is one thing that alarmed me when I saw it while we were having the recess a few minutes ago. So this is one thing. This is a post about the Venezuelan analysis published a few minutes ago about the press conference, the PSB press conference, but we right now have all the details about that. This is something that Alina Duarte, an amazing Mexican journalist, posted in her social media. So I didn't hear it, but I believe that she's great. So this should be important information that she posted when a few minutes, like an hour ago. Let's hear her.
Durante toda la campaña salieron a decir que iban a ganar de 200 o 300% de la preferencia y en el
She wrote that it is not Mexico, it's Venezuela. They tried to copy the failed campaign of Xochitl Galvez in Mexico, but they don't understand. They don't understand. That's what she wrote. Let me repeat what she's saying. During the campaign, they went out and saying that they were going to win with 300%, 200% of the preference, but on election day, they came up with multiple exit polls saying that they were 100% above. And also in social media, they created like a battery of bots to say that they already won. Does it sound familiar to you? But I'm not talking about Mexico. I'm talking about Xochitl Galvez. I'm just talking about what is happening right now in Caracas, Venezuela. With all this information in social media that is trying to get people confused.
No son resultados oficiales, pero como los bots no votan, seguramente los resultados sí serán parecidos a lo que ocurrió en México.
There are no official results yet, but hopefully the results of the Venezuelan elections are going to be very similar of the results of the Mexican election. So don't let yourself get tricked to be misinformed. We know that this strategy. This is strategy. It's a very bad executed strategy. Now let's see what's going to happen to the right wingers here in Mexico, in Venezuela. And we are about to hear the results of the elections. She's always great. Sadly, we haven't been able to reach her, even though we have tried. She's hard to get, but I hope that eventually we will have Alina Duarte with us one of these days. I just received. Yes, this is another information that I wanted to show you, that there was also aggressions against the Venezuelan embassy in Argentina, in Buenos Aires. The ambassador, Estela Lugo, denounced interference of by the Argentinian Minister of Interior, Patricia Bullrich, in the elections, when a group of Venezuelan migrants from the opposition, far-right Venezuelan migrants, she surrounded the embassy. And I have another tweet about that, but that's something that was published a few hours ago at 8 p.m. I mean, like 1 hour and a half ago. This is another important comment that I read by Jai Prasad. He said, because Kamala Harris, I didn't notice that, but I saw some comments in the YouTube chat about this. I mean, basically, Vice President Harris wrote the following: the United States stands with the people of Venezuela who expressed their voice in today's historic presidential elections. The will of the Venezuelan people must be respected. Despite the many challenges, we will continue to work toward a more democratic, prosperous, and secure future for the people of Venezuela. You're right. And do you really believe that we believe in you, Kamala? And to that comment, Prashad writes the following: Kamala Harris does not have the legitimacy to talk about democracy. She was parachuted into her role as presidential candidate without contesting even one primary. Hardly the democratic spirit. Nice comment. I have another one here. It's by Fiorella Isabel from RT, and another amazing journalist. And she's showing the results of an exit poll that I don't recognize the company, the polling firm Insight. I never heard of it. But anyway, she posts the information, and the poll shows Maduro winning with 54% and Gonzalez only having 40%. So it should be like a 50% margin of victory of Maduro. I believe that the result is not going to be that optimistic. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, I mean, that's part of the war of polls that we are having at this moment. This is the video that the other thing that I wanted to show you about look how crazy it is. These are Venezuelan migrants surrounding our embassy in Buenos Aires. Let me put some audio to see if there's some audio. I didn't have time to carefully look at it. That's the Venezuelan embassy in Buenos Aires. Imagine how the people inside the embassy, not only the diplomats, but the workers and maybe some voters might feel with that craziness outside the headquarters of the embassy. And they think that by threatening and surrounding an embassy, they are going to change the outcome, and they're going to make the Chavistas high under a rock or something. But that's the way fascists behave. And then they talk about us, and they say that Chavistas are the violent ones. This is from Venezuela Analysis also. It was published at 8, like an hour ago, 8:26. And they wrote, there are no official results, but we have now had both campaigns claiming victory. This is a recipe for tension, which is already palpable in there. I really don't share this post, but I don't have the impression. Actually, I went outside my building because I needed to do something, some community building responsibilities. And the atmosphere that I noticed outside the building is of complete tranquility. Actually, there's no one outside. Not too many people outside right now at this moment in Caracas. And it's very usual. It's not even at this time something that is not unusual. So, but anyway, I just wanted to share with you that Venezuela Analysis already published that analysis, make that comment. Let me read something that Steve Lala wrote. Primary results are released around 11 or the final results. Not the five. I mean, I talked about that a little bit earlier. Maybe you were not around, but let me repeat it. I mean, basically, the tradition in recent years, at least for the last 15 years in the Venezuelan elections, is that the CNE, maybe for the last 20 years, that the CNE do not release the first bulletin with results unless, I mean, that the CNE release that bulletin unless when the results are irreversible. So the first report, the first bulletin is actually no, it's not going to be the last because there are going to be updates. But when they say who is the winner, that is going to be the winner. So we don't have that level of inaccuracy in between first reports and second reports, like in other countries that you might have, like in the first report with 5% of the votes counted, you have one candidate winning by 20% margin, and then in the second bulletin you have the other candidate winning by 30%, because with that low level of information, you cannot have a statistical accuracy. So that's why we talk in Venezuela about resultados irreversibles. That's a phrase that was coined by the former and late president of the CNE, Tibisay Lucena. So when, in a few minutes, when the CNE announced that the results in the first bulletin, we will know who is going to be the president of Venezuela. So that's basically it. Let me see what Steve wrote there. That makes sense. Results are only announced when results are irreversible. Thank you, Steve, for paying attention and for watching us. I just want to know I just want to see if there's I stopped the sharing because I want to watch other stuff around there to see if I have some updates. I want to write something to some friend of mine to ask them about if they know about the timing of the announcement. Please, someone tell me if you know at what time. I know that I'm talking out loud, so don't think that I'm not. I just love to do it that way. The first bulletin. Please, someone tell me if you know. Okay. What else? Let me check the social media again to see if I see some stuff, to let you know if there's something interesting out there. Save an answer. Okay, I'm just waiting for the response from the question that I just got, but I haven't received a clear one. Oh my God. Okay, I hear one that says that we won't hear it before 11 p.m. So we will have to wait. And these are good sources. So we will have to wait like maybe a little bit. We should have to wait a little bit more. This is a good friend, Arnold Agus, that is an international observer, and I believe that he is in the headquarters of the CNE, so he have inside information, very accurate. He should have very accurate inside information about what is happening there. Thank you, Arnold, for keeping us updated. So, but anyway, I don't know why I still have the impressions from what we just hear from Jorge Rodriguez and the other tweets that we just saw from inform and people that I believe that, which are the ones that I see the most in my timeline in X, that that we are going to have results before 11. But let's see what happened. This is another tweet by Erika Sanoja that I have in front of me. I'm going to share it with you because I believe that this is the best way for me to keep to remain updated and for you to have some information about what is happening. So I'm gonna reshare the screen and I'm gonna prepare the screen to share the screen again in order for you to see what I'm reading and watching. So let's do it again. Let's share the screen and give me just 1 second. And I have to switch to Google Chrome and get out of this group. And now I have to go to Chrome to X, and there is this new tweet by Erika Ortega saying that followers of Maria Corina Machado broke into an electoral center in the electoral center named Juan Ruiz Fajardo in Mérida State, and leaving 3 injured people in the communal council Vicente Lobo. So this is part of the violence that the right-wingers are trying to promote. As you can see there are videos showing some people hit and taken by paramedics. I don't want to open all those videos because I'm not sure if they are going to have some sort of unnecessary violent image. But anyway, I mean, that's part of the things that I felt while I was having dinner, which is why I stopped for a few minutes around 8. And leave the playlist with the rest of the videos playing. And when I was doing that, my perception, the feeling that I got from the information that I saw on social media was that they were trying to position, we're trying to promote violence. Let's see what we have here from Arnold Agos again. Despite CBC News, the Canadian network, this information about Venezuela failed state in June, inflation only 1%, almost fully self-sufficient in food. Everyone I went as international observers shares fuel. Some of reasons Maduro will win. Okay. So I feel that that Arnold is confident in the way that he is writing. So these are the guys from Midwestern Marks, Maria Corina Machado, U.S. Backwater for Democracy, between quotations. I don't know if there's a problem with the. I just received an email, a notification in the computer that make me believe that there was an issue with the Zoom broadcast. So I'm not sure if you are. Please let me know with a comment if you are having problems watching the stream. I don't see any comments here. I'm refreshing and I don't have an internet problem. So I believe that that was a wrong notification by Zoom, I hope. Anyway, let me go back to where I was then. So I know it wasn't here, and this is the one where it was. So we have the compass from Midwestern Marks saying that the U.S. backed warrior for democracy, between quotation, in Venezuela invited Israel to invade her own country. Yes, that's true, and that's not a lie. That is not an exaggeration. And there are agreement signs between her and politicians and political parties in Israel. And you just saw, I believe that I already played like twice that video of Maria Corina Machado giving an interview to an Israeli news agency channel. And she's saying that she's going to move the Venezuelan embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So, so you can imagine how unlucky of the U.S. and the Zionists she is. These are right wingers spreading misinformation. There are some misinformation that is being spread about a group of Chavista motorbikers threatening people or whatever. I mean, the Chavista motorbikers are out there. At least I saw some of them earlier, but they are not threatening anyone, and they are and sometimes there are just logistic help for PSUV members or for PSUV witnesses, even for voting centers. So there's some misinformation also that I noticed of right wing accounts talking about an elite group of Chavista motorbikers threatening people or something like that. ¿Qué título le pondría a la foto? That's that's the photo of Maria Corina Machado trying to shake the hands of the military woman that decided not to answer her back. It's a nice photo. Let me show it again here in bigger for you to see clearly. I show you, maybe some of you were not here, but I showed you before a tweet with the whole video of that moment. And she tried to make a show shaking the hands of the military. And many of them hate her because she has made endless comments against military people in Venezuela. So it's absolutely understandable that they don't want to. Some of them, I'm not saying that all the military in Venezuela should not love her. She might have supporters among some military people, low ranked and high ranked, but I'm pretty sure that the majority of the military people in Venezuela do not like her because I can make you a long list of statements and comments that she has been saying against the army, the military, the National Guard, the police, you name it. Let me see this. Rania Kalek. Venezuela Minister of Defense Vladimir Padrino and national television highlights the peaceful participation of Venezuelan people in this Sunday election and says the violence has been defeated. I want to tell you that it is not an option for us. We are going... I want to tell you that it's not an option for us. We are going to guarantee the people the peace with which they went out to vote. So this, I believe, happened a few minutes ago because it was published 55 minutes ago. And this is Jackson Hinkle that I saw yesterday in a meeting here in Caracas. Also replicating the photo of Maria Corina with that military woman. I'm not saying, I don't know. Fernando del Rincón, which is a right winger from CNN, dice que la posición se quedó corta en votos. Okay. This right winger and journalist anchor from CNN in Spanish is saying that the opposition se quedó corta, got shorted in votes. I mean, they didn't have enough votes. So that's extremely weird to hear from this kind of journalist. But it says a lot. Let me hear it because sometimes people tweet stuff and I don't recognize this account. So let me hear it carefully to see if he actually is saying that. The issue here is that we were thinking that the turnout could be taken above around 70%. Okay, it's taking forever. I don't know what is happening. I hope that there are not internet issues here in Venezuela. But okay, let's try to. This is a video that Alison Bodin from Fire This Time movement in Vancouver, Canada, just showed me about Chavista celebration in esquina de Bolero, Urdaneta Avenue. That's near the Miraflores Palace. Let me play this video. Okay, they are just waiting there near the Miraflores Palace to celebrate if Maduro, as we expect, is announced victory in the elections. Let me. I want to write her back, but I'm gonna stop at the sharing because I don't want to share private information that is in that group. Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me see if there's another. I want to write them that up. I want to write back to Arnold telling him that I believe that I have the impression that the results are going to be announced earlier. Maybe I'm wrong. I just wrote back Arnold because I didn't have the chance to share with him what I shared with you before, that because he wrote that he believes that the announcements are not going to be announced before 11 p.m. But I already told you that in my opinion, those results might be announced in a few minutes if they are not being announced right now. But anyway, I'll try to pay a lot of attention to what is happening. This is again Denis Rogachuk, and he says, breaking, a sneak peek into the election results indicate that President Nicolás Maduro has won the presidential election with at least 51.7% of the total votes. And he's sharing with us a video. I don't know what is happening, but my internet is behaving strange. But he's showing a video that I don't see clearly, but let's see. I prefer not to magnify it because when I do that in the live stream, the video began to perform badly, to be choppy. So that's why I keep it this size. I know that some people don't understand, but I'm gonna try to explain what is in the video. Wow, I don't see that thing clear, but it says 51.7 in one of the bars and 46. I don't see it clearly. I'm gonna have to. Okay. 43.2. It's very blurred, the video. I didn't have the chance to see it clearly. Those are results by states, showing in red, of course, Chavismo behavior. Let me see what it says. Táchira, that's reasonable because you have a lot of right-wingers in Táchira. Zulia is interesting because I told you, I mean, that it was going to be a complicated state, but I believe that Chavismo was close. I mean, that of course Chavismo won, but I believe that Chavismo was above or very close to 50%. What is this? Yaracuy. Those are states that are already in the entrance of the plains of Venezuela. Chavismo won easier. And Sucre State, also Portuguesa, which is one of the most Chavistas places in Venezuela, and the advantage of Chavismo is higher. Also in Vargas, as I told you earlier, that's like Guaira State right now. I believe that there's a mistake there, which is not mine, which says very bad things about the person that did the poll. Trujillo State, also with an important victory for Chavismo, and Nueva Esparta State. And these are the results in Guárico, and it looks like the opposition won in Guárico. In Monagas, it looks like Chavismo won in Monagas. In Miranda also won. It didn't reach the 50%, but it was close. In Falcón, we won a little bit above 50%. In the capital district here in Caracas, the opposition seems that won, or at least we were very close. And in Mérida State, opposition clearly won. And that's understandable because that state is traditionally very anti-Chavista. Lara was opposition won. In Delta Macuro, Chavismo won. I have to let you know that I'm not sure the accuracy of this exit poll or of these numbers, but this journalist is a person that I believe is not a bad journalist, that doesn't like to spread lies. Cogede, Chavismo won. Aragua, victory for Chavismo. Apure, Carabobo also. Anzoátegui, a slight victory of Chavismo. In Bolívar State, where I grew up, Chavismo won by the opposition, got a lot of votes too. Amazonas, we won. In Barinas, I believe that is almost tied. It's weird because Barinas is a state where Chavez was. I mean, the family of Chavez is in Barinas, but there's a lot of complaints about how some relative brothers of Chavez or nephews of Chavez didn't manage the state very well. So there's some sort of anti-Chavismo resentment there, not because of Chavismo, but because the way some relative of Chavez ruled the area when they won some major cities or the governorships, whatever. Okay, what is this? I don't understand very well this, but I believe that this is an explanation. ELM Consultores. In this trend, I believe that they are showing that the opposition was winning. I don't understand what they are showing percentages in the lower axis. But anyway, I believe that the information is interesting, but we don't know exactly what information is this, but Denis Rogatyuk is a good journalist, so I believe that there should be some level of accuracy if he show us he spread it in social media platforms. Okay, this is an important video that Venezuela analysis published like an hour ago with crowds of people gathering near Miraflores. I mean, this video is better than the one that Alison Borin sent me before that I shared with you. Let me pause this and go back to Zoom, and I'm gonna reshare the screen with you. So let me go back there. Okay, this is another video of Chavistas marching in big numbers toward Miraflores Palace. It's better than the video that Alison showed me. Maybe the video that Alison showed me was before this humongous group of people arrived to the area. But if that happened an hour ago, I believe that, I mean, everything should be already been settled to announce the results. And this is Elena Villar, an amazing journalist based in the US that worked for RT. Erika Sanoja from 25. Let's put the audio to see what is happening here. It doesn't have audio. But anyway, I believe that is the same gathering of people in front of the Miraflores Palace. The only thing that I don't know is what the right-wingers are doing. So we have to be careful to see that they might be doing the same sort of mobilizations because they are crazy and even if they are losing, they are gonna trick their people to say that they are winning. I'm having issues with my internet, terrible issues. I don't even know if our content is actually going live, but this is a post by People Dispatch. I believe that this is So Alexandra, and it says, as the world wait anxiously for the result of the presidential elections in Venezuela, right-wing media has already been raising doubts about the process today. We have been on the street of Caracas in several electoral precincts to see how the electoral process is proceeding. Despite the lies of Western mainstream media, the Venezuelan people have been going to vote with normality. We spoke with Jesus Nectalí Rubio Cruz, a poll witness, and he declared that the elections have gone smoothly and that the Venezuelan people want democracy and peace. Let me see if we can hear her.
Dispatch. I'm right now in the neighborhood of January 23, outside of the commune in Panal. This is a popular working class neighborhood in Caracas, a very strong Chavista neighborhood. And already we've seen in mainstream media, New York Times and other Western hegemonic media, a lot of different stories circulating that are not exactly close to what we've seen.
Nos complace declarar a ustedes que el proceso electoral se ha efectuado durante todo el día de hoy con tranquilidad, amabilidad.
I've been told that the counting of votes is still happening in some places, so that's why they have not announced the results yet.
Es importante que transcurra de esta manera porque los venezolanos estamos dando un ejemplo de civismo y de democracia. Tenemos claro que el que saque más votos es el presidente o presidenta. Por lo demás, pues agradecemos a todos ustedes y a los venezolanos en general que han tomado conciencia. Nos satisface también saber que el país está en calma. Hubo gente que pretendía que se desarrollaran las elecciones y felizmente hasta ahora ustedes constatan que el proceso electoral está ocurriendo con tranquilidad.
No, it's okay. I don't believe that this is too relevant for now. She's interviewing a person that he's talking about the process, but we already know how the process was. So let's try to what is happening, but my internet connection is very bad. Notifications. This from Arnold Lagos. You are misquoting and out of context. That being said, my eyewitness experience here in Caracas. He is answering to another right winger, I believe, saying that if you don't want Venezuela to fall into a bloodbath, a patriotic civil war, whatever. I mean, something about the crazy smearing campaigns against President Maduro. What else we have here? This is another view of the gathering in front of the Miraflores Palace. Just give me one chance, compass. I'm going to I just received an email, a message, a photo with people in a voting center still waiting to vote. I'm gonna show it to you right now. I'm not sure if this one. So Alison Borin, as I mentioned, a good friend of us of the Solidarity Movement in Canada in support of Venezuela, just sent me this photo of people in a voting center. I believe that because of the color of the night, if you can say that in English, it looks like it's right now. I mean, it's not from a long time ago. So that might explain why some people are still that's might explain why the CNE haven't announced results yet. But I believe that this won't be the first time the CNE announced results with some voting tables still open. I mean, whenever usually whenever they have the irreversibility of the results, nothing can be done. So if the numbers that has been shown out there are true, I believe that they should announce results soon. But anyway, I'm going to try to go back to X to see if we can see something else. 1 second, compass, because I'm receiving this is people sending me videos and photos. Okay, I was just answering to some people that have been sending me photos and information, but nothing clear yet about the thing that not worries me, but interests me the most, which is at what time the announcement is going to be made. In this video, that is also interesting, you see the gathering in front of Miraflores Palace also of people. No, but I believe that this is a mistake. Wow, this is a big mistake by Telesur. because they are using the video. Maybe I'm wrong. They are using the video of the attacks against our embassy in Buenos Aires. At least that's the video that I showed you a few minutes ago. As a video, someone got confused, I believe, but they are saying that these are Chavistas waiting to celebrate the elections in Caracas. I believe that someone have to let them know. Amigos, compas, I'm gonna write something to them. You are reading what I'm writing. People commit mistakes. The good thing is that you correct those mistakes. So I hope that after reading this comment, they correct this mistake, because those are not the images of Caracas. This is actually Buenos Aires. What else? Sasha Llorenti, a beautiful photo of a woman with her baby, at the moment of voting. This is our Minister of Defense. We already read this. Wow, I just want to know at what time the CNE is going to, I believe, give me 1 second. I want to open the website of the CNE. I believe that's the URL. It should be collapsed. A lot of people should be doing the same thing that I'm doing. Okay. Let's see what they got there. Sometimes, okay, they have here the agreement, what we call in Orinoco Tribune, the anti-Guarimba agreement, and the agreement that we have been talking a lot lately. So they publish it in the front page. Oh my God. Okay, but I need to get out of here. Okay. Resultados electorales. They usually put posición en la boleta. They usually put a link whenever they already announced or they are about to announce the results of the elections. But I don't see anything here yet. But anyway, another thing that I should do is visit, let me go there and visit the website, the CNE account on X to see if they have published something. No, the most recent post is the first one that is from 3 hours ago. Let's try to pay attention to it anyway. I believe that is important. So it was published like around 7. Let's see. I'm gonna put the audio on.
Saludo a todo el pueblo de Venezuela y al mundo desde aquí, desde la sede del poder electoral. Estamos en pleno desarrollo de la votación que está.
I believe that is something that happened earlier, not even 3 hours ago. I believe that was something that happened in the afternoon. But he's saying that we are in the middle of the electoral process. I'm going to keep translating. That is being exercised by the sovereign Venezuelan people. We feel extremely proud of the Venezuelan people that has accepted the call again, especially the call made by this National Electoral Council. There are 10 candidates, 38 political parties that are in this process. 300 international observers and national and local that have witnessed all this process of audits. 15,597 voting centers active. 30,026 voting polls. So he's showing the numbers of the electoral infrastructure in each state. To serve 21,392,464 voters. Now, the requirement is for national ID to exercise your right to vote. It can be expired or not, it doesn't matter. Technical assistance in each voting center is at 100%. Since this morning at 6 a.m. %95% of the voting centers were open. I believe that happened early around noon today. But they just posted it after they did it a few hours ago. But it's important anyway to see what the electoral authority says. But we still don't have any. And the voting centers have logged the hotel are reading to about 25. I spoke to I'm just reading a message from one of the friends that I have out there, the electoral observers, and he's writing the following. His name is Richard Hobbs, and he says, the opposition at this voting center, a block from Renovation Hotel, sorry, has dwindled to about 25. I just spoke to an older woman there who said, of course, the opposition won. Yes, that's what I was telling you. There should be groups of opposition people believing that they won. But I have the premonition that most of them already know what happened. She said a red car pulled up on the side of the school and took a small stash of ballots. She said the voting center hasn't given any results to them. I asked her why she was there, and she said she wasn't sure. So yes, I mean, I believe that a lot of people are responding to the call of Maria Corina Machado that we saw in one of the videos maybe 1 or 2 hours ago, when she was asking her supporters to go to electoral tables because, for no reason, because, I mean, usually we are calling for people to remain in the voting centers to watch, to witness the counting of the votes. People are always there. And also, more importantly, the political witnesses of the political parties. So that's why behind that call, there should be like an attempt to create some focus of violence. But I'm pretty sure that those focus of violence are not going to have too much repercussion overall in Venezuela. So that's what I hope, and that's what I feel. Let's see what we have here. I don't see too much stuff here. Let me update the timeline to see if we got something new. This is from Breakthrough News. 20 minutes ago, the people in the Miraflores Palace waiting for President Maduro and for the announcement of the results. Camila Escalante from 90 minutes ago, also showing the people near Miraflores Palace. For some reason, it's taking like zillion years for the video. My internet is terribly slow, but it's taking more than usual. I believe that a lot of people should be right now also in internet doing the same thing that I'm doing, and that might be collapsing the whole network, despite the fact that a big part of the Venezuelan network is right now dedicated to the transmission of the electoral results. I believe that I should talk a little bit about that, because some people, let's wait a little bit to see if this video end up loading one of these years. But some people, I mean, like 1 or 2 months ago, the Electoral Council with CanTV, which is the state-owned telecommunication company in Venezuela, announced that they were going to isolate the Venezuelan network to guarantee the invulnerability, if that word exists, of the transmission of the data, because all these voting machines, when the counting process began, the members of the voting intelligence, they just press a button and a list with the results is being printed. That is the process. And then the members of the table, in front of the witnesses and the people that want to watch the counting of the votes, then they check what the ballot boxes with the paper receipts that I mentioned you before got, and they compare if the results match the results of the receipts match with the results of the machine. But immediately after that is done, the results are sent electronically to the CNE. So the issue is that a lot of people were saying that the Venezuelan government was going to cancel internet because this announcement, but in reality, the Venezuelan government, the CNE and CanTV didn't say anything about stopping the internet. They are saying that they created this isolated network not connected to the internet precisely to avoid hacker attacks. But anyway, I mean, right wings always take advantage of anything to play the victim. So that's something that happened a few weeks ago, and that was one of the complaints that you hear a lot in not a lot, but you hear in some places in local media about the elections. But I believe that my internet connection somehow should be related to the election date. Maybe not to the transmission of the data, but let's see if this video from Camila, that she usually takes great videos. It's a lot of people. It's not very long one. But anyway, let me update this video because I need to know. Is there something happening, something else happening? Okay, this is from Venezuela analysis. Former Argentinian President Mauricio Macri, with no official results whatsoever, wants to proclaim the results of Venezuelan elections. Keep in mind, Macri was on board the self-proclaimed interim government circus. This is humor by Venezuelan analysis. So let's see what the crazy Macri wrote. The majority of the Venezuelans, let me read it. The majority of the Venezuelans spoke loud and clear. Maduro should abandon power. Now, the armed forces of Venezuela have the opportunity to put themselves put themselves on the right side of history and guarantee the respect of the people's will. We call the international community, and especially the countries of the region, to safeguard for democracy, to safeguard democracy, and not to allow that this dictatorship remains forever in power. We're crazy right-wingers. This is one of the guys from the Lima group that saw that they were going to squeeze or to make us squeak Venezuela, and we show them that we don't care about whole Latin America united against us. And we demonstrating how our strengths by defeating them, by leading them to the defeat and the disappearance of the disappearance of the Lima group. But anyway, let's keep reading. This is Camila saying that she's in Miraflores. Thousands of people and saturated network, difficult to upload videos. So we are facing the same scene. I hope that this is not affecting the live stream, but I believe that I already read by Steve Lala that everything is fine. But let me go back there to double check. Okay, I'm reading something in the chat in YouTube by Shadia. Thank you, Shadia. Shadia L or EI, I'm not sure. But thank you. She's writing there that there is a side up coming up about fighting in Táchira. Yes, I believe that I show a video. I haven't shown a video about Táchira, but I believe that we saw something in Mérida State. Yes, I mean, there are going to be focus of violence. I'm going to try to promote violence, but I'm pretty sure, and I hope, and I think that we are going to be able to neutralize any attempt by the right-wingers to promote violence. So that's my hunch, my premonition, I don't know how to say it. But anyway, I believe that people are still watching us because I haven't seen any, comment in the chat saying that there's an issue with the broadcast. So let me go back to the okay, this is Luigino Bracci 8 minutes ago. And he says, Diosdado Cabello in the stage in Miraflores says that the same thing that Jorge Rodriguez said, that they're gonna sing the happy birthday, the 70s happy birthday to Hugo Chavez, and they are going to wait for the CNE results there. The people are screaming, chanting Victoria Popular. Victoria, Victoria, Victoria Popular. That's a very common chant here. Let me see, because I believe, let me go down a little bit. Since very early in the morning, all of Venezuela has taken to the street. I believe that this is a video, like an edition, edited a video about the journey today here. This is a video again from Buenos Aires that mistakenly our compass from Telesur published it as it was like a Chavista gathering. This is Fiorella Isabel with more videos of Miraflores. So this is the time. This is another nice video by Camila showing people in the corner. I mean, these people, I mean, in 2002, when the right wingers consummated the coup d'etat against Hugo Chavez that lasted 47 hours, when Chavismo and the Secret Service, we call it La Guardia de Honor, took back control of the Miraflores Palace, which is this one that you see here. They went up here and they began to wave flags and fists and everything to show that Chavismo regained control of the building. So I believe that they are trying to do the same thing, some sort of similar thing with these people here in the corner of the roof of the Miraflores Palace. Let's keep watching the video. The place is packed. These are the Chavistas. They were surely forced to be there, as the right winger said. This is another video of motorbikers that they are trying to accuse of being promoting violence. Are Chavistas going to promote violence if everything indicates that we are winning? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. This is another video from our embassy. I believe that it's the same video that they said that our embassy in Buenos Aires being surrounded by right wingers. The motorbikers going to Miraflores, I believe. More videos of Miraflores. Carlos from Midwestern Marks and Atilio Boron, which is a very respectable Argentinian intellectual, Chavista also. This is a video that we showed as early about Regina Bracci talking. So let me refresh this and see what new has been happening. Our compass from Venezuela analysis. Okay, there's already a live broadcast. Either it might be related to the Chavez birthday, but let's read what they wrote. The wait continues and tension continues to rise. Okay, it's not that big of a deal, compass in Venezuela analysis, but if you say so, PSUV number 2, Diosdado Cabello, is leading a rally outside Miraflores, supposedly waiting for results through it is for all intents and purposes a celebration, called a Chavista supporters not to fall for violent provocations. Yes, I mean, the issue of violence is a problem that should be addressed, but it's not a big threat, in my humble opinion. Okay, it's just a photo. I saw that it was going to be a video, but the internet is not behaving very well. Look how long it took for clicking the image until it opened. So anyway, this is Camila Escalante, again from Miraflores. Let's try to hear what is happening there. The same thing that Regina Bracci was saying. We are waiting for the results of the National Electoral Council. Idem about the elections. We're chanting Victoria Popular, as we wrote earlier. But nothing else. It's a short video. You have to wait. Carmen Parejo, estamos aquí para esperar el resultado de contación de la ciudad electoral. I believe that it is time. Okay, this is a longer video of Diosdado Cabello. Let's pay attention to him. The volume is pretty low.
Bueno, compañeros, hermanos, hermanas, qué bueno encontrarnos aquí en el Palacio de Miraflores. Tenemos dos objetivos.
Here in the Miraflores Palace, we have two objectives.
Cantarle cumpleaños al comandante Hugo Chávez.
First, sing happy birthday to Comandante Hugo Chávez.
70 años del comandante Hugo Chávez.
7 years of Hugo Chávez. 70 years, sorry.
Y dos, ¿de qué? Dos, esperamos los resultados del Consejo Nacional Electoral.
Second, to wait for the results of the National Electoral Council.
Esperamos los resultados del Consejo Nacional Electoral sobre las elecciones.
About elections. This is what we already saw, but okay, let's keep playing it. Because this video is longer.
Hemos transcurrido, mire, toda la campaña, una campaña admirable. El hermano presidente Nicolás Maduro le dio la vuelta a Venezuela a más de 300 poblaciones.
President Nicolás Maduro rallied Venezuela in more than 300 towns and cities.
Ciudades, pueblos, visitó, estuvo junto al pueblo.
That he visited and he was next to the people.
Un recorrido hermoso donde las muestras de cariño, las muestras de acompañamiento a la
Magnificent tour where love muestras, how do you say muestras? With love and support was given to the president.
La propuesta de la revolución bolivariana se hicieron
And to the Bolivarian Revolution.
presentes. Y todo iba a ser evaluado hoy 28 de julio.
And everything was going to be evaluated or tested today, 28th of July.
Hoy 28 de julio. Nuestro pueblo fue, cumplió, votó y ahora espera en calma.
Our people went there, voted, complied with the task, and right now waits in peace.
Como debe ser,
This
los
should be
resultados del Consejo
the results of the
Nacional
CNE.
Electoral. Ahora, en calma, ¿qué significa?
So now, peacefully means
¿Qué significa? Es una calma con mucha alegría.
is peacefulness with happiness.
Es una calma con mucha alegría, con mucho entusiasmo, sin amargura,
Without sadness,
sin llamar a la violencia,
without calling for
sin
violence,
llamar a la guarimba. No,
without
nosotros
calling
sabemos de esto.
for guarimbas. We know about this. We know the enemy
Y comenzó a cantar fraude hace 3 meses.
that designed its plans and began to claim fraud since 3 months ago.
Todo dentro de un guión.
Everything part of a script.
Comenzaron a cantar fraude, comenzaron con una campaña internacional a través de las redes.
They began to claim fraud. They began an international campaign on social media.
Todo eso de la misma gente que antes decía que no iban a elecciones y ahora sí van.
All of that coming from the same people that said endlessly that they were not going to go to elections, and now they are participating in elections.
Los conocemos.
We know them.
Comenzaron a decir que ellos no iban a reconocer el resultado del Consejo Nacional Electoral.
They began to say that they were not going to recognize the results of the CNE.
Por eso nosotros sí lo vamos a esperar, porque
That's why we have to wait,
esa ha sido la conducta de un revolucionario, de
because that is the conduct of a revolutionary people.
un ciudadano que va a unas elecciones y el dictamen que
Of a citizen that goes to an election,
el árbitro exponga, ese nosotros lo aceptamos.
And the result that the referee release is the one that we have to accept.
Nosotros no tenemos ningún problema con eso.
We don't have a problem with that.
Ellos dijeron y enviaron al mundo que ellos tenían su propio sistema de conteo.
They said and they spread around the world that they had their own counting, totalizing, scrutinizing system.
Las elecciones no las hizo el Departamento de Estado, no las hizo Suma.
The elections were not made by the Departments of State or by Sumate.
Las elecciones las hizo en Venezuela el Consejo Nacional Electoral.
The elections in Venezuela were made by the National Electoral Council.
Que es el que da los resultados.
That is the one that gives the results.
Y ahora ellos andan tratando en este instante, mientras nosotros estamos reunidos aquí en Cali.
Meanwhile, they are trying in this very moment while we are meeting here,
Esperando
in
los
peace, waiting for the results,
resultados, tratando pues de subvertir el orden en algunos lugares. No van
trying to create a violence in some places.
a poder,
They won't be
porque este
able to
pueblo
do it
votó por la paz,
because these people voted for peace.
este pueblo votó por la tranquilidad, por la soberanía,
These people voted for tranquility, for sovereignty,
por la
for
independencia.
independence. People are chanting something. So people decided and Nicholas won is what they are chanting.
Ahora, ¿qué debemos hacer nosotros? Esperamos ahorita aquí.
So what we should do, we have to wait right now here.
Con mucha calma, tal como decía
Calmly.
Omar, el 29 de julio, nuestro 29, que es en pocas horas, 10:27, en cual
And that is, I mean, on the 29th of July, that is going to be soon in like 20 something minutes. I believe that he's on. He was saying 101. Let me put
con mucha calma, tal como decía Omar, el 29 de julio, nuestro 29, que es en pocas horas, 10:27.
He's saying that the time at this moment was 10:27. That's what got me confused. So, Yodal Cabello said this like 20 minutes ago.
En cualquier momento el CNE dará los resultados.
At
Como
any
está
time, the
acostumbrado
CNE is going to provide the results.
a dar el resultado del CNE que dirá: tendencia irreversible, ha ganado la presidencia de la República.
That is gonna be that something like this, that the irreversible result is that the president of the republic won. Give me 1 second because I want to have my phone open to see if I catch any live stream whenever they announce the results that I believe are about to be announced. Actually, BTV is live now.
Ya que estamos hablando de un presidente que se ha venido creciendo.
But they are not showing any relevance for now, so that's why I'm gonna keep it open just in case. What else? Let's keep listening to Diosdado.
Y entonces ahí sí saldremos nosotros a celebrar como corresponde.
And then after the results, we are going to be able to go out there and celebrate as it should be celebrated.
Celebrar cuidando la paz.
To celebrate taking care of peace.
No cayendo en las provocaciones del adversario, que es
Not following into the provocations of the enemy, of the adversary.
su expediente de siempre.
That is modus operandi.
Lo hemos dicho desde hace algún tiempo, todo aquel que cruce la raya, pues se establecerán los mecanismos legales.
He has been saying for a long time already that anyone that transgrade the legal order is going to face justice.
Para tomar las decisiones que correspondan. Hoy nos toca esperar aquí el CNE. Esperemos con
Today is our duty to wait here for the CNE
alegría.
with
Esperemos
happiness.
con dirá tendencia irreversible a ganar. Tenemos nosotros a celebrar como corresponde. Celebrar cuidando la paz. No cayendo en las provocaciones del adversario, que ese es su expediente de siempre. Lo hemos dicho desde hace algún tiempo, todo aquel que cruce la raya, pues se establecerán los mecanismos legales para tomar las decisiones que correspondan. Hoy nos toca esperar aquí el CNE. Esperemos con alegría. Esperemos con la firmeza que sabemos que el futuro de Venezuela está en nuestras manos.
Let's wait also with the strength of knowing that the future of Venezuela is in our hands.
Que no está en manos de los que van a entregarle el país a los gringos.
That is not in the hands of those that are going to give up the country to the gringos.
A las potencias extranjeras.
Or other foreign powers.
Que está en las manos del pueblo, el pueblo que sale.
That is in the hands of the people
A votar.
That went to vote.
Paciencia, hemos aguantado de todo.
Patience. We have suffer and receive any kind of attacks.
Todo hemos aguantado.
Everything.
Este pueblo valiente, este pueblo
people
que no se rinde, este pueblo que sabe luchar, que sabe resistir,
knows how to fight, knows how to resist, and have learned to win.
El pueblo se levanta.
And today, the people wake up, Venezuela wake up alone by itself
de la mujer,
because of
del hombre
the
venezolano, del
work
trabajador
of Venezuelan women, men, and workers.
de la trabajadora venezolana y a unas líneas muy claras.
And the very clear lines drawn by the government
para gobernar con el pueblo, junto al pueblo, para el
to
pueblo.
rule with the people, for the people. So don't fall into provocation.
Para nosotros, 28 de julio es un día de fiesta.
For us, the 28th of July is a day of celebration,
De alegría,
of happiness,
música,
of music,
celebrar en paz la victoria.
to celebrate in peace.
¿La victoria de quién? La victoria de este pueblo.
The victory of these people.
Hoy con la victoria de la paz gana Chávez.
The victory with
Gana
today, with the victory of peace, Chavez is winning.
Patria. Gana
The
la
homeland,
estabilidad del país.
for
Gana
the stability of the
el
country,
progreso. Gana
for
la
the
igualdad entre los
progress, for
venezolanos.
equality,
Gana la prosperidad para todos y
prosperity
cada uno de nosotros.
for everyone.
Tiempos buenos
Good
vienen para
times
Venezuela.
are coming.
Tiempos buenos vienen para
Good
Venezuela.
times are
Y
coming.
vamos a celebrar con música, pues.
And we're going to celebrate with music. Okay, we are just 6 minutes. It is already 6 minutes before 11 p.m. I don't see any live stream in my phone, but anyone, please, knowing something different than me, please update me because I don't want to miss it. I will kill myself if I got stuck in the live stream and I'm not able to show you the announcement of the electoral council. So that's something that I believe is gonna happen in a few minutes or maybe seconds. So let me refresh this feed to see what is happening when something, if there's something new. Bianca Muginji, that she's a good writer from Canada. Okay. Let me see if the compass of Telesura fix Yes, thankfully, yeah, they deleted it. That's how it works. I mean, sometimes you commit mistakes. No one is perfect, but it's nice that they deleted the post that they did. Let me go back to home. I just wanted to double check that. Just because I didn't want people to get tricked with that crazy video that is not the one that you are explaining it is. This is from Telesur English, showing the gathering in Miraflores Palace. What I'm gonna do. Okay, this is from Camila Escalante. She's showing a tweet by Maria Corina Machado, which reads Venezuelans. This is until the end. This means that we all should remain in the voting center until we count the votes and we get the electoral minutes. We will make truth prevail and respect popular sovereignty. Yeah, right. So Camila writes to her, this is nothing but a call for generalized violence. Do not fall into the trap of replicating any provocation or false news which you need no means to verify. So Camila is also seems to be a little bit worried about violence. So let's see what happened here. This is another tweet from Venezuela Analysis. Brazilian President Lula, foreign policy point person Celso Amorim praised Venezuela's elections for its peace and tranquility with no significant incidents, says the Brazilian government is awaiting the official results and hopes everyone will respect them. This was reported by Nacho Lemus in Spanish. That is a journalist from Telesur. This is another tweet by Venezuela Analysis showing Diosdado Cabellos. I believe that one we already saw it. Okay, this is Ivan Gil, our Minister for Foreign Affairs, answering to Diana Mondino that I don't know who she is, but I believe that she is a high-ranked official in one country. In Argentina, it looks like she's from Argentina. I really don't know who she is. Maybe she is a high-ranked Milelista bureaucrat, and she wrote, Maduro, reconozca la victoria. Maduro, recognize the defeat. The difference of votes against the Chavista dictatorship is overwhelming. You lost, and in all the state with more than 35%. There is no fraud or violence that could hide that reality. Oh my God, this woman knows better than I see any. This crazy right-winger fascist. So to this statement, our Minister of Foreign Affairs wrote, liar and irresponsible, chancellor of a Nazi government. So she's right now the chancellor of Argentina. Now I know. Violators of human rights, your people will judge you. While you don't mess with the affairs that are not yours. In Venezuela, peace triumph. Here, any Milei kind of politician is going to govern, never. So crazy, weird statement by a Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Argentina. I don't know from where she gets those results. But anyway, Compass, if you find that there is certain information that I'm missing, please share it with me and I read it here. You know, because I'm not perfect and I'm subjected to this timeline because being in a streamline doesn't allow me to be more versatile looking for information. You know what I mean? So that's why I will appreciate any information that you can provide. Okay, this is something about, okay, I forgot to tell you this. Okay, let me read this and then I'm gonna comment about some denunciations that were made earlier, like around noon here, of attacks against rectors, I mean, members of the executive board of the CNE and their families. I mean, Elvis Amoroso, the president of the CNE, they announced that all directors of the CNE received threats and attacks against them or relatives. And he was proud of the way that they behaved, but he announced that early today. And this tweet by Orleni Ortiz, which is a nice Venezuelan journalist, goes into that direction. Let me read it. Desmontaje Modón con pruebas. On covering on or defeating the lie with proof. Look how this worker from the CNE is attacked. Pocos minutos de haber cerrado el centro. A few minutes after the voting center was closed at 6:40 p.m. Aunque hasta el CNE, even having the CNN, being the CNN there, they don't tell you that it was the opposition people that began to get hostile or create a hostility in the ambient, following the script designed by Maria Corina Machado. I have several videos, plenty of videos in HD about the violent behavior of these Pacific citizenships, that these Pacific citizens show for the cameras and the media, international media present in the voting center. This happened at 6:40 p.m., a few minutes after the voting center was closed. Please spread. This is the Liceo Andrés Bello. Let's see the video carefully. She's saying that always the closing of the voting center and the transmission. She's explaining that she was saying that I translated, but the other side screamed, the right wingers, that I screamed that the witnesses of the opposition, I really needed to be there. So she's basically trying to spray this violent crowd of passive opposition people that just want to enter the voting center just because Maria Corina Machado told them to do so. That the counting process is going to happen, but first they have to transmit the results. And that is part of the procedure. But as you can see, these crazy people are just trying to create chaos. Okay, so anyway, this might has been related to those instances of violence that might be. This is from the CNN and it scared me because I saw that it was a transmission already of the results. I'm going to go to VTV here to see what is happening. This is already all information. This is a message from Venezuela analysis. BTV, the government TV station is not showing anything yet. These are the guys from Venezuela analysis pushing for I believe that's what I read. Maybe I'm wrong, but no, they are just informing about the coverage that they has been doing for the last 18 hours on the elections. This is Alan McLeod, early in 23 de enero. We showed that video. This Alan McLeod after visiting opposition voting centers. Let's see what he said. I didn't see this one. It was posted like 5 hours ago.
Developing stories of the day is a very high moment.
Let me put it here.
We're now here in 23 de enero, classic Chavista stronghold. In fact, we're at the very polling station of Hugo Chavez.
It's a working class neighborhood. Very Chavista, by the way.
Vote for himself. The general feeling here is one of calm, and one of the real developing stories of the day is a very high voter turnout. Everywhere we've been, from opposition areas to Chavista areas, both sides are reporting very high turnout. For example, in La Vega, where we were earlier, at just 1:30 p.m., I was told that around 65% of all people who were registered to vote at that voting station had already done so. Now, we are in a very important, very interesting place for the Bolivarian Revolution. This part of Caracas is one of the most radical. It's really run by communists, revolutionaries. And behind me, you can see some of the social housing that is really one of the cornerstones of the Maduro administration's achievements. In just a few short years, the government of Venezuela has produced over 5 million social houses, like the ones you see behind me, of actually very good quality. And that's one of the keys to Maduro maintaining popularity throughout the hardest times. It remains to be seen whether that's going to translate into a Maduro electoral victory, but certainly the people we've spoken to very much hope so. This place is a hotbed of revolution. So many people here who were guiding us around this beautiful, surprisingly colorful, lovely convivial part of Caracas were motivated, were organized, and they are content and absolutely on point that they want to continue the Bolivarian process. Stay tuned for Midpress, because later on we're going to give you the results of the elections before any other big corporate media outlets will. We are going to be live at this.
This is Alan McLeod reporting for Midpress. He is an amazing journalist, writer, and as I mentioned earlier, I have the privilege to meet him before yesterday in a meeting. He just published a photo 5 minutes ago about the gathering in Miraflores Palace. So there's a bunch of people there. A lot of people. I believe that was a place from where Diosdado Cabello was talking a few minutes ago. Also, this is a video from Telesur showing the people near Miraflores Palace. We have to wait. I believe that this wait is always stressing and exhausting, but we have to keep doing it. And let's see what this crazy guy wrote here, Gabriel Boric. Let me read it. And I hate to read it, but I don't know why this came in my timeline, in my feed, but okay. La entrega de los resultados de esta elección trascendental para Venezuela deben ser transparentes, oportunos y reflejar íntegramente la voluntad popular expresada en las urnas. La comunidad internacional de la que nuestro país, Chile, es parte, no aceptaría otra cosa. I don't want to say bad words here. But anyway, let me translate this incredible statement. statement that might be also labeled as the employee of the month for the Department of State, as we usually call him. The delivery of the results of these transcendental elections in Venezuela should be transparent, timely, and they should reflect in its integrity the popular will expressed in the ballots. The international community to which Chile belongs won't accept anything different. Who this guy believe he is? Oh my God, I don't follow this crazy guy. I don't know why why I'm seeing Gabriel Boric tweets in my timeline, but anyway. This is from the Instituto Simón Bolívar, and a statement with international observers, South African observers. This is from an hour ago. 29 minutes ago, there are some fireworks. I don't know where that is. Here, and I'm not more than 2 or 3 miles away from the Miraflores Palace. I didn't hear any of that. It doesn't look that it's here in Caracas. There are not big buildings around that place. Maybe it is in some place in the countryside. Anyway, this is from Villino about the people gathering in Miraflores Palace. And I'm realizing that we haven't write anything yet because I've been here to cover the elections. So after we finish the live stream, I believe that I'm gonna have to remain a little bit away, trying to write a few things about the elections. Partido Comunista de Mexico, which I don't trust much. This is a guy from Midwestern Marx. I don't see anything new here. And for Venezuelan news, the best source of info is the let me refresh. See, this is X, is Twitter. So going to Facebook won't take me anywhere, or to Threads, or to any other, so big social media platform. And in Instagram and TikTok, you find a lot of fake news and twisted videos. So it's not a place that I usually go to find accurate information, if you ask me. Here's a video by Camila Escalante. This is the PSUV used now. The combined opposition doesn't have anywhere near the level of organization and militancy as Chavismo. That's true. This is Denis Rogatyok. Venezuela, ordinary people gathered to celebrate the anticipated victory of President Nicolás Maduro. Does it look like a dictatorship to you? He wrote, attaching a video of the people in Miraflores Palace. I believe that's Miraflores Palace. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me try to take a close look to the video to see exactly where that is. How choppy is the video? Yes, this is near Miraflores Palace. This is a statement from the South African observers, people in Miraflores Palace. Anyway, I mean, I believe that I need to stop surfing because I'm gonna go crazy and desperate looking for finally for the results. But I believe that I can stop this sharing to try to focus a little bit. Of course, I need to keep the rest of the tabs open in order for me to give me 1 second. I'm trying to reorganize my tabs in order to make this thing as smooth as possible. Give me 1 more second. Okay. Give me 1 second, Compass. I'm organizing something here because if I don't do it, I might end up in a bad place. Oh, okay, I'm ready now. Well, I just want to have the Twitter feed next to me in order to have okay, I'm watching here a statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is, I'm reading a tweet. Sorry that I'm not sharing, but because I wanted to stop it, but this is a statement that was just published by Ivan Gil, our Minister for Foreign Affairs. Venezuela denounced and alerted the world about an intervention operation against the electoral process, our right for self-determination and sovereignty in our homeland, on the part of a group of governments and international powers. And he attached to that tweet a statement that I'm not going to read, but he's basically talking about Argentina, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Dominican Republic. Iván Duque, Mauricio Macri, Andrés Pastrana, Oscar Arias, Marco Rubio, Rick Scott, that tried to subvert, interfere in Venezuelan affairs and the Venezuelan elections. So they are naming people and countries one by one, which is very rare for a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So anyway, I saw that it was important to highlight this post on our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it makes a lot of sense, taking into consideration all the stupidities that we just read from Chile and Argentina. So anyway, I just wanted to switch to Zoom and take you out of the sharing screen option to try to talk about those incidents of violence that I mentioned you before. I mean, those incidents of violence are something that is not new, that I believe that are going to be neutralized by the Venezuelan authorities, but you have to pay attention to them. And I mentioned you this incident in Portuguese state, this incident against Daniel Ceballos, an opposition candidate, attacked by the opposition far-right fanatics early in the morning. And then all of these different scratches around the closing of the voting table. So we have to pay attention to that. But I'm still optimistic about the capacity of the government to neutralize those things. But of course, those things are accompanied with these new statements and tweets and voting intervention in the elections, which is something that shouldn't happen. Anyway, let's see what happened. I mean, the tweet by Boric is, you can pass it. And the tweet by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Argentina is I don't know how to describe it, but it's something that cannot be described. It's like extremely disgusting. This here I see, I'm reading a message by Hank Yu. Thank you, Jesus. Hope someone keeps you filled with coffee. Yes, I need coffee. I don't have anyone helping me with that, but anyway. Fraser Maguire, thank you for this update, Jesus. It must be time, but it's such important coverage. Watching from UK, thank you for the support. That is important because we at sometimes feel like alone in the world. Not always, but sometimes. So it's always nice to see the support of the people that follow us and that recognize that we are trying to do a work not because we want to become famous people or media, whatever, or because we want to get rich and have a lot of money, managing and editing a small chavista and imperialist website from Venezuela, but because we believe that we are doing is important. Sorry, it's important. There's almost no information about Venezuela in English besides Venezuela analysis. And they do an amazing job and they have good quality in what they publish, but they are, in my humble opinion, not enough. So that's why we decided almost 6 years ago, we're gonna become 6 years old in November. We decided in November 2018 to do something to change that reality. I mean, the reality of the lack of information, anti-imperialist information, Chavista information in English online. So we love what we're doing, and we're going to remain here forever, unless I fall down here out of a sleepness. No, that won't happen. It's impossible to me to go to bed without not knowing who win the elections. So let's just keep that path. But anyway, I just now that I'm talking about that, I believe that it's important that I remark how important it is to have the support of you, financial support, donations, because Orinoco Tribune doesn't have and never has have any kind of support, financial support, I mean, by the Venezuelan government. And all the resources that we receive are come from donations. So I want to highlight that because in recent months, especially in spring of this year, the levels of donations in Patreon, which is one of the platforms we use for crowdfunding, went down drastically. I mean, I don't have a problem sharing this kind of information. We don't have an amazing income neither. I mean, we had an income of $700 a month in donations via Patreon, and it went down in less than 5 or 6 weeks until 350. So, of course, we have been having other sources of donations lately that allow us to remain alive, especially with the help of the fiscal sponsorship of the Alliance for Global Justice, and through that other way of revenues of income, we have been having good people that has been sending us some donations that are tax exempt. So I invite you to help us to donate to Orinoco Tribune and to support the work that we are doing, because we are trying to do it in the best of our capacities, and because we are doing out of commitment, out of commitment to Chavismo, to the causes of Marxism, of socialism, and we're gonna keep doing it with or without money. But of course, one have to eat, and one have to pay services in order to have everything running. Talking about the service of Orinoco Tribune itself. And and when I say that we will be here with or without support, is because we have an amazing group of volunteers that are the ones that make Orinoco, has been helping Orinoco Tribune to become what it is. We have a group of, I believe that we are 10 right now, including me, or 11 including me, volunteers from different countries supporting us. Sahili, the one that you know, Sahili Chowdhury from India, is one of the most amazing volunteers that we have. She has been already with us, I believe that it's going to be soon 4 years. And she's an amazing, extremely intelligent woman from India, from Bengal, from Kolkata. And I wish that she eventually, one of these days, if we have enough resources, can come to Venezuela and Latin America, because she's a lover of Latin American issues, Latin American political issues. So let's see if we can do that eventually. Another important volunteer in our team, which is the brain behind the effort that we have put in paying attention to quality, to proofreading, to write headlinings, to style, is Steve Lala from Canada. I know that he prefers to be in the hide, but anyway, I just want to name him once. And then we have people from different countries. We have having people from Mexico, from Spain, Ireland, the US. I'm forgetting people from Asian, Chinese roots, from Arab roots. We have everything, and I'm happy because the quality of those compass is amazing. Their commitment, the commitment of many of them is amazing, and I'm still don't understand why the CNE doesn't show any results. Let me refresh my timeline to see if something else is happening.
Con este perfil, ya que estamos hablando de un presidente que se ha
Wow.
creciendo.
Sorry for the audio, but this is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep this thing on, but with the audio muted in order to have it. The problem is that if I do that, my terrible bad internet might end up being worse. So I wanted to keep it open, but I'm not sure if that's gonna help me or affect me. I'm gonna keep it open just in case. Anyway, I just wanna mention the importance of having a base of amazing volunteers, but that's not the real. I mean, that's not the way you can have a website running properly. Eventually, these good people, amazing people that I have in Orinoco Tribune teams, needs to eat also, and maybe for that they are going to eventually at some time to tell me, listen, Jesus, I love you, and I love Orinoco Tribune, but I have to go home, and that will affect our work, and for that reason, having or a multi-million-dollar base of supporters, but at least a few $1,000s income monthly will help us at some point to that's what we hope, to have a paid staff, a staff that feel also the incentive of supporting you beside the love for socialism, the love, the anti-imperialist spirit and everything, which is okay, but it won't last forever that way. So anyway, I believe that thank you for a donation. I just noticed that there was a donation in PayPal from a guy named Derek. Thank you, Derek. Maybe it's because you are listening to us. Mm, I believe that Venezolana de Televisión right now is not showing the analysts that they were having before, and they now move the cameras to the gathering in give me 1 second, the gathering in Miraflores Palace. But I believe that that's not the gathering that interests us the most. I believe that the important one is the one in CNE. Anyway, I'm gonna keep my phone open in front of me with the Venezuelan State News Channel open, just in case. And thank you for the donation. I love that people are realizing how important it is to have support. And I mean, there are good projects that have been going offline. Causa News, Camila Escalante was behind that project. I'm not saying that the project ended, because she has been working very hard to keep Causa News very alive in social media networks, but the website is not there anymore because people needs to eat, basically. And maybe, and I'm sure that she loves what she does, that she is a committed socialist person, but she needs to eat. And it's sad, but many good projects, communication projects, like Orinoco Tribune, and I believe that there are countless of examples of projects, or Causa News, end up disappearing because of the lack of resources, the lack of funding. And I know that there are issues, economic issues also in the North, but no one can believe, I believe that no one could be able to believe that economic hardship in the US, Canada, or Europe is worse than the one that we have been facing here in Venezuela for the last 7 years, with the use sanctions, aggression, hyperinflation, blockade, threats of invasion. I mean, you name it. And we don't. I believe that one of the most important things that we nourish in Orinoco Tribune is our independence. We always have been telling our supporters, and we have a few ones that thankfully support us, not too many, it's like a handful of good supporters that make important donations from time to time that keep us alive. And that's exactly what is happening. Is they don't keep us thriving. They just keep us capable of keep doing what we do with the in a survival mode, if I can say it. But what I was trying to say, I forgot my line of thought. I mentioned the supporters and the projects because I mean, without that kind, I mean, the people in the North have resources, and maybe we are not good enough organizing fundraisings, and that's something that I recognize from our side. But anyway, I don't want to distract you with crying, but it's important that if you know people that might donate to this cause, not only to Orinoco Tribune, there are several other good outlets in English informing the independent outlets, informing about what's happening in the global South, and that I believe that they deserve a better base of support. Let me check something, because I believe that I received a message via WhatsApp. Yes, I believe that it is something old That is not what I was expecting. Let me write something in this chat. News. It's already 11:35 p.m. I was thinking that we might have the results earlier. And this is something that it might not be good to share, but I'm reading something from Steve Lala saying Feliz cumpleaños to Hugo Chavez. That's true. Thank you, Steve. And there's another message from Barbara Larkin from the Nicaraguan Solidarity Network. Yes, thank you. Maybe she was paying attention to my cries of help, or financial help, for donations for Orinoco Tribune. From Thomas Maines, I found out about you via Van Norton, anxious to hear the results. Me too. I'm also extremely anxious. I don't know what is happening. And that's what that is something that I want to talk about in a second, before I read the last message that was sent, that was put in the chat by Shadia EI. I need to sleep now. Oh, don't go. No, go to sleep. Thanks for 7 hours of streaming coverage. Thank you, Shadia, for listening to us. Un abrazo from Caracas. I really appreciate people paying attention to our coverage. And I'm trying to have my eyes everywhere. I have the phone, I have some tabs open behind the Zoom to try to see if I'm missing anything, but we are still in the same level. I mean, we are still waiting for the results. But what I wanted to say about the anxiety issue. It's not anxiety, what I want to talk about, but it's a few days ago, I had the chance to meet with the group of delegates that came brought by the Alliance for Global Justice. And one of the things that I told them, and I believe that is, some people might not find that it's good to talk about these things, but I believe that you have to be honest, and that's something that I value, as well as independence, not being forced to say or write or publish something just because someone tells you that that's what you have to publish. We never are going to do that in Orinoco Tribune, and we have having trouble through the years with some people that help us financially, and that make them believe that they are able to tell us what to do or what not to do. So those things happen, even in this crazy business of independent media. But going back to what I wanted to share with you is that to that group, I share with that group that I was afraid that the announcement of the results delayed too much, because if that happened, in my calculations, in my hunch, what my guts tell me, that might reflect that the margin, the difference between one candidate and the other is not as big as the political parties might be claiming. You know what I mean? I mean, is the gap between who wins and who got in second place is too narrow, the CNE, because of what I told you, because they wait for to have an irreversible result to make the announcement. That might be an indication that the difference between first and second place, between winner and loser, is not that big. So right now that we are reaching the midnight here in Caracas, we are just 20 minutes. It is just 20 minutes before midnight. I believe that we are reaching that moment that I didn't want to reach, which is that it's midnight and we still don't know exactly what is happening. So what I'm trying to tell you basically, that is not a good sign that that it's not a good sign that the electoral results has not been announced yet. I believe that it might not be good to say it or appropriate, but I always try to talk the truth and be honest. And I hope that I'm wrong. But I think about those things. It's like another things that I was thinking and that I wanted to discuss with Saheli, but she's in India, and in India it's already 9 I believe that 9 a.m. in the morning, so she might be waking up soon. But and that is that one. I mean, I'm a committed Chavista. I'm a committed Marxist. I truly believe in socialism, in building something in community. And but I'm not a fanatic. And at some points during the electoral campaign, your brain takes you to the worst scenarios in which you think, wow, and what will happen if Maduro lost election? I mean, that happened in democracy also, because that's what democracy means. I mean, you also have to be afraid to lose elections. I mean, this is not a dictatorship as people try to portray it abroad. So I'm just right now watching people chanting and celebrating in the Miraflores Palace, near the Miraflores Palace. But I believe that this is a celebration of the birthday of President Chavez. But anyway, I believe that what I'm trying to tell you is that I saw, wow, what's gonna happen if Maduro lost the election? And I say, I mean, of course, for the revolution, that will be an amazing issue, and a scenario that I don't want, that I don't wish, and that we a terrible setback for us. But I mean, Jesus Rodriguez, as an ordinary citizen that have faith, feelings, I don't know how to say it, commitments, but also think about all the scenarios always. The possibility of losing the election is a possibility. And I was thinking, wow, maybe what is going to happen is that they are going to go against me, because they're going to, I mean, I'm talking about the right wingers when they take power. That's another important thing that not too many people talk about, but it is a fact that the elections are being held today on July 28th. But actually, when the new president is going to take power, it's going to be on January 5th, 2025. So anyway, I was thinking, wow, what's going to happen if we Chavistas lose the election? And I was thinking, well, maybe they're going to go after me and they're going to close or hack or put me in jail. And then I saw, well, that's not something new for me. I mean, when I began to be active, be more politically active, was during the coup d'etat against Hugo Chavez in 2002. I'm talking about April 2002, when Pedro Carmona, the head of the Association of Businessmen, took Hugo Chavez out of power for 47 hours. And then in that moment, I grew up in a very progressive socialist family, but I was not extremely active politically talking. And in that very moment, I decided to begin to send emails. I was active with technology, and I began to send messages. Okay, I'm seeing cameras, guys. pointing at the CNN headquarters, but let me finish this very briefly. I believe that we're going to have results soon, but what I wanted to tell you is that at that moment, we were in the middle of a coup d'etat, and I decided to send emails, massive emails all over the world, announcing that we were in the middle of a coup d'etat organized by the right-wingers, the same ones that are in the elections right now. And I said to myself, okay, I mean, if that happened, I mean, I always want to be at risk of being put in jail or whatever, because if the right wingers win the elections, the first things that they do is that to neutralize anything that spread information against what they say. That's how it works. That's how it works. Before Chavez came to power in Venezuela, that's how it works massively in the US and Europe. So, but anyway, I mean, I believe that right now, at this time in history, the communications tools that we have right now are way more developed and more powerful than the ones that we have in 2002. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you before we got to
Y para avanzar, Barry, tenemos que irnos al CNE. Vamos de inmediato.
Okay, we are going to the CNE. I don't see anything. I don't know how to make you watch. They are basically saying that they are changing the coverage to the headquarters of the electoral councils, and that they expect that Elvis Amoroso soon is going to announce the results of elections. So I'm going to try to keep you updated here and translating what they are saying on Venezolano de Televisión.
Destacar que todo ha sido cumpliendo lo que establece la Constitución de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Y por
The journalist is saying a few things that are not very relevant at this point.
que conforman a la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Una jornada en la cual
they pay them to say a lot of things to wait for the news to happen. So he is not saying something relevant right now.
Esto es un proceso, como ya todos lo sabemos, también establecido dentro de la estructura del Consejo Nacional Electoral. Destacar también lo que fue el conjunto del Plan República. Estamos hablando de unos aproximadamente.
In YouTube, give 1 second to see if I can find a live coverage of in Venezuela. If I can find a live stream for the election.
797 centros de votación a lo largo y ancho del territorio nacional. Estamos hablando también de unas 30.026 máquinas de votación completamente automatizadas, lo cual es un símbolo.
I don't see anything. I just see a bunch of live stream by right-wing organizations.
De estas fronteras. Recordar que son 16 auditorías las que se realizan en relación a lo que es este proceso comercial. Una de ellas,
fuerza noticiosa de BPI TV, que no solamente estuvo dentro de Venezuela, sino que abrió.
I mean, I believe that they're about to announce something. This stream that I'm watching from BPI, which is a Miami-based outlet full of Gusanos and right-wing Venezuelan right-wingers, is having on YouTube right now. With a lot of followers, and it's the only thing that among other right-wing outlets that YouTube brought me when I put CNN Venezuela in the search field in YouTube. And you see I found something as Caracol from Colombia, a bunch of right-wingers. EVTV, which is another Miami-based
que entraras al centro de votación y de esta manera ejercieras tu derecho al
All the resorts that seeing that YouTube bring me are just are showing me right-wing information. It's surprising. I'm just joking. Venezuela elections, wanna put to say that if one of these days he shows us there in the search results. I'm too optimistic sometimes. Nothing, of course. I know that we are, I know, but they are showing me, but in the results tailored for me, not in the regular resort.
Que son más de 1.400 veedores internacionales, los que el día de hoy han acompañado a la jornada proveniente de varias latitudes, destacar naciones.
Sí, muchísimas gracias por el contacto informativo. Agradecemos a esta hora justamente desde el Palacio de Miraflores.
But I saw that it was live, but it's an old one, an hour ago.
CELA, que es el Consejo de Expertos Electorales de Latinoamérica, que han tenido un papel preponderante en los diversos procesos electorales que se han realizado en el país.
Centros de votación donde no querían entregar las actas. ¿Y qué hizo la gente? Bueno, hubo ciudades y centros de votación donde no...
Desde el año 2004,
I'm just watching one of those right-wing YouTube channels talking about the electoral centers where the Chavismo, according to them, was not wanting to give the minutes or the electoral minutes. Garbage that they usually say to try to hide the violence that they want to. I mean, in Venezuelan electoral rules, each political party, I'm going to pull the volume down a little bit. That is driving me crazy. But each, I mean, the electoral process rule established that in every process of the elections where you have witnesses, you have to fill a minute with the information that is required for that particular moment. When we are talking about scrutinizing, I'm not sure is that the right word in English, but counting the votes, there is a minute for that. And that's the minute that they are talking about, the electoral minute. The minute where you write the totals that each party got after counting the votes in each voting poll. So the place is getting more packed with the minutes in the National Electoral Center Council. But anyway, I mean, what I was telling you is that you fill this minute with the results that everyone saw in the counting of votes. In the case of the machine elections, you have to compare, as I said before, the results that the voting machine gives you, but also the receipts, the voting receipts that are in the box, in the ballot box, and you have to count that and compare with what the machine is telling you. In 99.9% of the cases, those results match, and then you have to fill these minutes, and the people from the electoral council that are regular citizens, they are not workers of the electoral. We have something that is called the electoral service. That is something similar to what the gringos have for being witnesses in trials and things like that. I mean, they choose you randomly, and they send you a message or an email, or they call you telling you that you have to be, in this case, witness. I mean, in this case, member of a voting center for this election or the other. And you have to comply with that request. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that the workers of those members, we call them members of the voting center, are not staff of the CNE, are just regular citizens that are chosen randomly around the database of voters, the voters registry. So that's something that I believe that I have to clarify because I'm sure that not too many people know about that. So the members of the table get the original of the electoral minutes, and the witness of each party get, usually the most important ones get a copy. They are, at least as far as I remember, and I'm telling you this with base because I was Consul General of Venezuela in Chicago for several years, and we conducted several elections in the consulate because Venezuelan abroad can vote. So, in the case of the election that I witnessed, we gave, I believe that we had 3 copies for the electoral witnesses in all the material that the CNE send you for the elections. And we, after the counting of the vote, we gave a copy of that minute to each member of the opposition that was there. That as you should know, we have a ton of anti-Chavistas in the U.S. And we conducted our elections without problems. I mean, so I'm just trying to look at what is happening around me to not to avoid being caught by the stream and forget about what is happening in the National Electoral Council. So nothing is happening yet. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that. I mean, that's part of the electoral process, and that is in the law, and they has been spreading as well as they has been spreading for the last 8 months that Maria Corina Machado and her team is being attacked or blockaded. I mean, I'm not saying that some of those things happen, but I'm saying that they overdimension those. I mean, I'm talking about especially things related to the animosity of some Venezuelans against those right-wing politicians. You know, if you see a video of people protesting Maria Corina Machado while she's eating, as it happened a few days ago in a restaurant in the countryside of Venezuela, I mean, most of those cases are not people that was sent by the PSUV or by the government. I mean, they are just ordinary Chavistas disgusted by the presence of these people that they know has been the most important responsible of what has been happening in Venezuela in latest years. So anyway, I just want to mention that because I believe that we have also talked about this crazy and neutralize this crazy narrative that the Venezuelan authorities are trying to hide the minutes, electoral minutes in each voting center. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't sound right. And I believe that that's just a trend, a new trend designed by the right wingers to portray us like the bad guys. I'm reading something. From Elbow Voids. Thank you so much for the translation and explanation of the Venezuelan electoral systems. As you say earlier, this kind of information is really difficult to find in English. Yes, absolutely. I mean, you find a lot of information about Venezuela, especially during these kind of events in mainstream media in English, but you got it all wrong when you read that level of information. I mean, I'm trying to say this, taking all my Marxist and socialist ideas out of the equation. If you are an ordinary citizen with a political formation and you read those guys, you should be able, common sense should be able to tell you that there's something fishy in what they write about Venezuela, in all the lies and fake news and half lies and twisted realities that they construct just to fit what the people in the White House tell them to do. That's basically what happened. And that's why independent media, especially us in the global South, because I believe that the independent media in the US is important, but I believe that it's more important that people in the North pay attention to the voices from the South, because we have a lot of things to say. And the problem is that a lot of people, even Marxists, socialists, and imperialist friends of us in the North, have this seed of white supremacy that makes them believe that only what is made by white people is good. And that's terrible, but that's a reality. But anyway, I don't want to get into deeps in that conversation, because that will take us out of our most important issue here. But that's another conversation I wish that we should have eventually in the future, when I master how to play properly with a streaming software like OBS. That I want to master, and I want to try to master soon, in order to organize better live streams for you guys. But anyway, I'm following what is happening, and I don't find anything yet. They have in Venezolana de Televisión, the screen is split in two, showing in one house the people in the near the Miraflores Palace, and in the other side, a couple of journalists in the headquarters of the CNE, but they are not showing any information yet. So I'm gonna jump again to see what else is happening out there to Twitter, to X, to see if there is something new that I'm missing. I'm watching. Let me share this with you for a few seconds. I want to share the Twitter tab with you. Which one is this one? CNN. Or if I'm showing the right, I believe that I'm not showing the right screen. Give me 1 second, because I opened several screens, trying not to mess up. Okay, I believe that now is the moment, guys. Elvis Amoroso is approaching the stage, so I'm gonna stop the sharing thing, and I'm going to go back to okay, give me 1 second. Guys, we are about to hear the results of the elections, and I'm gonna try to put it in. On 1,300 journalists who were accredited for the election, and they thought that we are a dictatorship. 1,300 journalists, local and foreign, were accredited by the CNE to become official, to have official coverage of elections. I'm just working right now trying to have okay. I'm gonna stop this. And what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna share the screen with you. To watch the stream from a right-wing website that I don't have too many options. Here we are. So now I hope that you can see Elvis Amoroso. And I'm gonna try to do the best to translate you.
Desde el Poder Electoral, doctor
Elvis
Elvis Amoroso, quien observamos en este momento, ya se prepara para realizar su intervención al país. Escuchemos de inmediato.
Escuchemos.
Okay.
Bueno, sí, Mayber, como
We're about to hear the results of the presidential elections in Venezuela. Friends.
de Venezuela,
Tonight, all the Venezuelan people
al mundo,
and to the world,
tan pendiente, pues,
Elvis Amoroso is
que ha
talking,
ocurrido
that are paying
hoy
attention
aquí
to what is
en la
happening
República
in
Bolivariana
Venezuela, in the Bolivarian
Venezuela.
Republic of Venezuela.
Agradecimiento a cada uno de ustedes, especialmente a los veedores
Thank you to all of you, especially the international observers from the 5 continents.
Gracias por estar presente
Thank
aquí
you for
en
being
Venezuela en esta hora tan
at this time, this important time.
República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Electoral
power. There's a problem with the audio. The electoral power.
A todo el pueblo de Venezuela.
There's all the Venezuelan people.
De sus exclusivas atribuciones constitucionales y legales.
Constitutional role to inform that after solving
contra del sistema de transmisión
an attack against the data transmission infrastructure that affected the transmission of the results of the presidential elections, having reached 80% of the voted counted, we are going to issue the first bulletin that marks a solid and irreversible tendency. With 80% of the voted content, with a turnout of 59%, the results are followed. First, Nicolás Maduro Moros from the Great Patriotic Poll obtained 5,150,092 votes, with 51.20%. The candidate Edmundo González on the unitary platform obtained 4,445,978 votes, with 44.2%, very similar to the numbers of Interlas, as you can see. Other candidates obtained 462,704 with 4.6% of the votes. Nicolás Maduro Gons, we are happy here. We are requesting the public ministry to initiate an investigation against the terrorist actions perpetrated against our electoral systems and against the electoral centers, and also against electoral workers. We call everyone,
los venezolanos,
all Venezuelans, to
la
respect
Constitución
the
y las
Constitution
leyes de la
and the
República
laws of the
y el
Republic
mandato del pueblo
and the mandate
expresado en las
of the
máquinas de
people
votación.
expressed in the voting
Así como
machines,
la paz
as well as peace
nuestro
in
territorio.
all the territory.
A quienes participaron
All of
en la
those
contienda,
that participated in the contest,
de las
we
autoridades
recognize
del
the
Consejo
authorities
Nacional
recognize from the
Electoral.
National Electoral Council
En las
recognize
próximas
you.
horas
In the next
quedará
hours,
disponible
we
en
will
la página web
deliver
del
in the
Consejo Nacional
website of
Electoral
the CNE
los
the
resultados mesa
results
por mesa.
voting center by voting center as
Hecho
historically
gracias al
as
sistema
happening
automatizado de
thanks to
votación.
the automatic voting
Igualmente
system.
se entregará
We will
a las
also
organizaciones
deliver
con
to the
fines políticos
political
los
organization
resultados en un CD
the results
conforme a la ley.
according to the law.
Felicitamos entonces al nuevo
We
presidente
congratulate
de la
now the new
República
president
Bolivariana de Venezuela,
of Venezuela, Nicolás
Nicolás
Maduro Moros. So we're talking about, I don't recall the figures that I gave you, but
Consejo Nacional Electoral daba cuenta en este primer team con el
let me try to recall.
de los datos que Nicolás Maduro con un poco más de 5.150.000 votos ha resultado ganador de este evento. Ha dicho que Edmundo González Urrutia sacó 4.445.978. Escuchemos lo que continúa diciendo Elvis Amoros.
Del Consejo Rural, rectora Rosalba Gil Pacheco, rectora electoral,
He recognizes
rectora
the members of the executive board of the National Electoral Council, but I don't recall well is the percentage that each candidate got. I'm gonna go to the chat to see if some of you put it in the chat.
Rosa Hernández, rectora electoral, rectora Antonieta de Estéfano, rectora electoral.
He's naming the members of the executive board. I believe that he's thanking them. Please, anyone, just update me with the percentages. I just wanna check how wrong I was with my predictions. I'm gonna have to go to X.
Y también ha participado en toda esta jornada el rector Juan Carlos del Pino, rector electoral, y el secretario general
I see
del
people
Consejo
celebrating in Twitter.
Nacional Electoral, doctor
Okay, here's the percentages: 51 against 44. So my worries about having a difference lower than 5% were not fulfilled, thankfully. And the difference between Maduro and Gonzalez is bigger, is of 7% actually. At least in this first report. And guys, I believe that it's time that I say goodbye. I thank you, all of you that has been here one way or another for a few minutes or for several hours. We have been covering this process since 4 p.m. We have 8 hours here, 8 hours and 14 minutes here. And we are happy with the outcome. I know that I'm gonna try to shut down all the noise that I have here. I'm gonna stop this stream that I don't like, but I need it. And I believe that right now is the time to take it easy, to pay attention to what is happening in the street. I'm trying to pay attention to how the streets look in the place where I live. And there's a crazy woman screaming in an apartment next to mine. But besides that, I don't see any sign of trouble. But of course, I mean, that's something that I forgot to mention, but these people has been lied once, I mean, every single time, and they don't end up understanding that these right wingers are. I hear the woman screaming in the background. Uh, but there is a frustration, and I don't know how they handle the level of frustration, but it's not good, and that ignites violence, and that's why they are gonna try to do, I'm pretty sure. But I'm gonna cut the transmission because we are exhausted here, but also because we have to write something about the elections to publish it in Orinoco Tribune, and also because I believe that the government is going to be capable to neutralize any craziness by the right wingers, and I'm happy because the gap between González and Maduro was bigger than what I was expecting, and that is amazing news for us. So, un abrazo to all of you, compas. Thank you for following us in this live stream that is very unusual, that was not very well prepared, but that I believe was necessary to keep you informed up to the minute about what happened in Venezuela in English language. So, un abrazote from Caracas, and we hope that you enjoyed our work and that you spread the work that we do. And that's it. Goodbye, compas.